Nebraska Championship Meet on News Channel Nebraska is presented by Cindermates. Congratulations to all the athletes who qualified for the Nebraska Championship Meet.
Nebraska, that being Gothenburg, Nebraska, for the Nebraska Championship Meet, live here on News Channel Nebraska. Brandon Axman, an absolutely beautiful day here at Gothenburg High School for the Nebraska Championship Meet, which, if you don't know, it is the state middle school meet here in Nebraska. More than 220 schools tried to have athletes qualify, whittled down to 177 middle schools across the entire state represented here today, competing in track and field events. 7th and 8th graders trying to show what they have and bring home medals to represent their town and their community. So glad you are with us. We'll be here till about 5:30, televising every single thing that is happening here today. Not only hundreds of track athletes, hundreds of volunteers, thousands of fans in attendance, and as mentioned, an absolutely gorgeous day planned for all of the events. We're going to dive into all of what's happening throughout the day today, and those who are going to be helping you through all of this, besides myself, Jillian Dowdy, Steve Reeves, and Tony Niels, along with Scott Foster on the PA. This is going to be a team effort. For now, though, let's toss it up to the booth with Jillian, Steve, and Tony for more. Glad that you are with us.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the Nebraska Championship Meet here in beautiful Gothenburg, Nebraska. I am Jillian Dowdy, and I am joined here with Gothenburg track coach Steve Reeves and track and cross country coach Tony Niels. And we will be with you, taking you through all the events happening today. We are going to send back to Brandon here shortly. He's going to visit with the headmaster of this junior high state track meet, and he is going to visit with Mr. Jim Clark.
Back here to Gothenburg High School, we talked about the Nebraska Championship Meet, which is happening today. A big reason why is this man here, Jim Clark. And Jim, let's let the audience know a little bit further about what we're expected to see today, how this came to be, and why this is such a staple of the Gothenburg community.
Well, Gothenburg's always been a track town, and we just love hosting meets, and we've got a community that comes out. As you can see, it takes about 250 of us to put on a track meet, and they just keep coming back, so we keep putting on the meet for everybody. But we invite all the top kids around the state. They have to qualify through the year. The top 24 individually and the top 16 relays are invited to come in, and we put them head-to-head and see what they can do. And I tell you what, Brandon, this year I keep saying to myself, there's no way that these records can get broke, but I handed out a heat sheet to everybody, a hot sheet, if you will, to our referees and for everybody to look at. And we've got potentially 6-8 all-time records that could go down, which I don't know how it's even possible. But it's really come a long ways, and these kids just keep turning and burning.
First time was 2010, correct? Now we're 2026, and it just keeps chugging along. What's been the biggest thing you have learned from 2010 to now with putting on a meet like this?
I was worried back in 2010 that junior high track was kind of dying. It just wasn't very serious. I had no idea the passion that our fans, our coaches around the state, I mean, these kids are working out, and it shows in their times. And I tell you, Brandon, what was winning the meet 10 years ago is what it's taking to get into the meet now. So the state's embraced it, and we just love having them come.
And to take that a step further, I understand there's about a handful of actual state middle school meets across the country, and Gothenburg, smack dab in the middle of Nebraska, is representing one of them, and I believe the only one where it's open classes, right, where classes are competing against one another. But what makes it so special, to the uniqueness of this event in the scope of what's happening across the country?
Well, to be honest with you, everybody does what they can, and luckily we've got a resource here. We've got a great facility. We've got great people that step up, like I mentioned earlier, and I think a lot of the other places struggle just because it's kind of hard to get 250 people to volunteer their time and come out and look after junior high kids. A lot of people just aren't interested in it, but we sure are here, and we just love it. So,
Jim, we're looking forward to it. Glad you're here, glad we're here. Any final thoughts as we prepare to get the festivities underway today?
No, you know my favorite thing. Let's get this meet rolling. I just can't wait to smile. So.
There's a lot of smiles here. There will be plenty more to come as this meet goes on. The Nebraska Championship Meet, live from Gothenburg on News Channel Nebraska. We'll be back.
At first, I was really nervous and intimidated to buy a ring.
My experience at Starter Heyman was very easy. I felt like I walked out with the ring that was going to make her go wow and say yes.
I love my ring. It is so beautiful. I get compliments on it all the time. I always tell them Starter Heyman. I love it. Yeah, we would definitely recommend Starter Heyman.
We're definitely coming back. Sure.
We have a wedding band to buy. So.
We do, yes, with wedding bands. We'll be back for that.
Starter Heyman Jewelers, downtown 12th and O, South Point Pavilions, and Grand Island.
Kearney, Nebraska is the getaway you never knew you needed. With comfortable, premium lodging, eclectic shopping, and a variety of locally owned craft food and drink options, Kearney has something for everyone. By day, you'll find rich history, outdoor adventure, and some of America's most unique attractions. And by night, our many entertainment options, dazzling performances, and unique hangouts offer the perfect way to unwind. Visit Kearney. It's so much more than just in the middle.
Welcome back to the Nebraska Championship Meet here again in Gothenburg. Again, I will be I don't know if I want to call play-by-play announcer. My name is Jillian Dowdy, and I help coach track here in Gothenburg. With me, we didn't do a ton of intro earlier, but I wanted to give a heads up to my analysts beside me. We have Gothenburg head track coach Steve Reeves, who is a Gothenburg native and Gothenburg track legend here in town. So he's going to be my historian and be able to answer all the questions I throw at him. And right beside me also I have track and cross country coach Mr. Tony Niels. He is our distance guru, so he can provide all the strategy it takes on those distance races. Before we get started here, we just wanted to give a heads up that normally at this track meet, our field events that are going on underway, normally we would have live results and live updates. So that means every jump, every throw would be shown, the results online. And we were told this morning that that will not be taking place today. So as you're watching along and listening, we do not have a ton of results to give in the next hour, but when an event gets finalized and we get the old school pen and paper brought up to us, we will get those results out to you. So for the next hour or so before the running events get started, we're just going to show different live feeds from all the field events that are taking place. Currently this morning, the field events started at 11 o'clock, so I would guess the first flight of jumps and throws is probably wrapping up. Over on the sand, both boys and girls are long jumping right now, side by side. We have the boys shot put taking place, the girls discus taking place. Boys high jump, even though there are two mats down there, it is both boys high jump. And then over at the pole vault, we have our staggered pits over there, and we have a boys and a girls runway. I guess before we get started here, again, I better introduce my analyst here. Steve, how many years have you been around track?
Well,
the sport of track.
You would ask that question. I can remember as a youth being involved in the AAU track meets and so on. So I guess we'd be a little bit north of 50 years, but been around it for a while.
Oh, cool. Awesome. And you competed in track in high school and then came back to Gothenburg to coach, correct?
That is correct. I had the good fortune of 1 year under Dutch Zorn and 3 years under Doug Martin, and just a slew full of good teammates that really kind of encouraged track here at the school, and I fell in love with it and been with it ever since.
Oh, gotcha. And Tony, do you remember what year you moved to Gothenburg?
Yeah, this is my 11th year in Gothenburg. I've been coaching track and cross country for 22 years. My first 11 years were in Sydney. One of the things that drew me to Gothenburg was this outstanding facility. I know that the history of track and field in this community and how important it is to people. And so when my wife and I decided to relocate our family and head east a little further, we definitely saw Gothenburg as an opportunity to do that. And yeah, what beautiful facilities we have here. Perfect for what we're hosting here today. And these kids that are competing are fortunate to have such a great place to do it.
Now, Steve, I forgot. I was going to ask you, do you remember in high school or even back junior high, I mean, they had junior high track, or what are your memories on anything junior high?
Well, junior high track was pretty limited. You had maybe 3, 4, 5 meets a year, and, you know, it was just kind of a stepping stone to your freshman year, because we did have a separate freshman division in the conference when I was in school, and you kind of graduated to the sophomore year and you were in the big leagues then, and that's junior high is kind of a blur as far as that's concerned, and wasn't that promoted at that time.
I think that's what makes this meet so special, is that it gives this, you know, those junior high kids an opportunity to, one, not only see the top competitors in the state, but just to have something to work for as the year progresses. I mean, I'm not an expert on junior high track, but it's a lot of a learning curve, I would assume, that especially for a 7th grader who's just maybe never been involved in track before. So the idea Jim had to come up with a state meet is just it's just hard to believe sometimes. Every time I'm here, I think, wow, what a fortunate, you know, we're fortunate to have this championship meet that they are able to compete at.
Well, I would definitely encourage parents to encourage their kids to compete in track and field, particularly start in the junior high ranks, and you know the importance it is for other sports they participate in: speed, strength, endurance, confidence. It just teaches you so many things, and there's just about an event for everybody too.
The great thing about this is too, these kids have this opportunity to get here and compete on a big stage, which really I think has translated to the success that we're seeing in high school track and field in the state of Nebraska. We have had some amazing records in the last few years that have gone down and have been set by some very, very talented kids at the high school level in all classes. And when you look back at those kids and kind of go back to previous results here at the junior high state meet, a lot of those kids were right here in Gothenburg just a few years ago. And so I think this championship atmosphere has created a greater desire to perform well in track and field, and has really put track and field on the map for the state of Nebraska. And so I think we're going to continue to see big things happening in the next several years with the amount of talent that's come right here through Gothenburg. So, yeah, great opportunity for kids. Like Steve said, when I was in junior high, there was nothing like this at all. We competed in our little community meets and thought you were doing really well, and got to high school and realized there were a lot of other people out there that were just as good as you. Athletic.net's another great thing that these kids are watching and constantly seeing how their performances stack up to others, and really motivating themselves to be better and to work harder and to strive for higher goals. And so I think just the combination of all of that, and then this is kind of the culmination of all of that for these kids. I definitely foresee we'll see a lot of kids running on the track today that we'll see at the state track meet the next few years.
I'm glad you touched on athletic.net. And I know there's other companies, websites, different states use different things. But I know in the state of Nebraska that whoever invented athletic.net, I hope they are a rich person by now, because it is sure handy just to be able to see what, not only what happened at different meets and looking at results, but, being able to look at different athletes and their previous history, what else they'd done at previous meets or in their career, and especially getting prepared for today. There's a lot of athletes that I, may not know about, but I can be able to look online and click on their name and see, what other events they do or what else they've done this year. And I think it's a good heads up for what we're going to see today, and just the competition and, the top qualifiers coming in. And I think it'll make for a good day.
Speaking of top things, I know Jillian mentioned just a minute ago some of our field events that are currently underway. One particular athlete to keep an eye on, we've got obviously at the championship meet, we've got meet records that have been set previous years. In the girls discus, we have a meet record of 132 feet 9 inches. That could be in jeopardy today. We have Grace Morrison from Crofton, who has already, according to athletic.net, thrown 126 feet 7 inches. So she's not all that far off, and if she can catch a favorable wind today, which we have a little bit of here in Gothenburg, that could be a record to keep an eye on. So we'll keep you updated once we get some results on those. We'll also fill you in on some other things as we progress into the second round of field events and into the running. We've got some pretty impressive times that have been put up in distances by a lot of these kids, and we could see some meet records go down today. So I'm excited to see what the day brings.
I'll tell you another thing I'm excited about. I'm glad that you at home get to see this, what they call a quad box going on. I know that, it's kind of hard to get a good view of field events, especially when they're kind of spread out here. But I'm glad you get to see different competition. If you have never been to Gothenburg and are just watching online, our track runs east and west. So that means the straightaways are going east and west. I would assume in the short sprints races we'll be running east to west. It is a east wind today, so maybe a little extra wind behind you. Our pole vault is actually inside the track on the east end, which means the runway, the pits are on the south end right now, so they'll be running to the south. There is what I call a staggered pit. They're not quite even with each other. Boys are on the west side and the girls are on the east side. We'll go through each field event and kind of give some updates and some top marks, top qualifiers, records. Let's see what else. Our jumps are located on the west side of the track, outside of the fenced-in area, and they are also side by side. That means boys and girls can both go at the same time. We're both starting with long jump. The girls are jumping off a 6-foot board, and the boys are jumping off a 10-foot board. Now, I know in the past, Steve, you had mentioned something about the boards here at the jumps. That's something unique to Gothenburg, and I don't know, my understanding, this might be the last event held here with real boards, but could you explain that a little bit to us?
Well, when we originally moved the different venues to their current location, we had gone with a wood board, but unbeknownst to us, we didn't know how difficult it was to keep up those wood boards unless they were real high-dollar boards like what they had in Burke. And this summer, we are going to resurface the track, and we're just going to go with a runway board and save us a little bit of repair and so on down the road. But that was kind of the issue when we first started. We didn't realize how much upkeep it took.
All the different spikes that jump off the boards, I think it takes a toll on them. They sure look pretty when they're first freshly painted and put in, but they take a beating over the year.
They do. They get worn down and practice pretty hard.
Which I suppose is a good thing.
Sure.
Also, we cannot see it as we're up in the booth here looking down at the track, but our shot and discus are off to the kind of southwest of the track. The shot is just right 100 feet away from the track, not too far. And then our discus ring, we have 2 different rings, but I believe they're throwing out of the one close right here by the track. So it's all within, pretty close facilities that people can able to walk around and see a lot. And then I'm not going to attempt to count the team tents that are over on the west practice field. So, but it looks like a slew of people everywhere, lots of different colors, different schools represented. I don't have all the facts on how many athletes or how many teams are represented. I think I've heard Jim say there's like over 600 athletes. Is that a good
I would say,
number?
Judging by the number of people that are here, it's somewhere upwards of that number because it is a lot of people here today. And like Jillian mentioned, our facilities, a lot of places you go to track and field meets, the discus might be 6 or 8 blocks away in a park where you've got to walk a long ways, and those that go watch the discus don't get to watch the rest of the track meet. Those that are at the track meet don't get to watch the discus. As a distance coach, I will say a lot of our high school meets I go to, it's rare that I get to watch our athletes compete in the discus event. And so Gothenburg's got something special here with where we're at because everything literally is within one city block. I mean, it's all right here. So no matter what event you want to watch, you can be there in less than a minute. You can watch discus. You can turn around and watch shot put right behind you. You can walk 40 steps and watch the long jump. And then when the track events, you can stand right along the side of the fence and watch it all at the same time. So this is really, as I mentioned before, a really great facility for this. And we've had lots of compliments and comments from people across the state when they come here. They love Gothenburg because of the facilities.
And just the location, pretty close to the middle of the state, pretty accessible for somebody to make in a day, day trip. And I like that Jim starts this meet. I say it's Jim's idea because it's kind of his meet. Starting at 11, running at 12:30. And my husband wanted to know what time I'd be home tonight. And I said, well, I think the last running event's about 4:30 or 5. So, you're not spending a whole weekend going to do something. That being able to get here in a day and compete and get back home in a day is always a good thing.
Earlier, Jillian mentioned the wind. We'll keep an eye on that today once we get into the running events a little more. I don't know how much it's going to impact things in the field. A little bit of a crosswind maybe for the pole vaulters and the long jumpers. The high jumpers have the wind a little bit at their back down here at the west end of the track. But once we get to those running events, we'll kind of keep an eye on that wind. Currently, it is about 75 degrees here in Gothenburg. We've got high clouds and sunshine, and it's really a pretty beautiful day. A little bit of breeze out of the east, and so our distance kids will be finishing into a wind. Our hurdlers that are running the 200 hurdles and those races that are not the straightaway races will be having a little bit of wind in their face as they come down the home stretch. But it was pretty gusty this morning. We had practice here this morning at 8:30 with my high school athletes, and it's kind of subsided a little bit. I think something to keep an eye on, but there was an opportunity or a chance for storms in the forecast earlier. They were anticipating around 4 o'clock some severe weather, but it looks like a lot of that has been pushed till later in the evening, and so we're hopeful we're going to have a great day of weather here. You always hope when you bring the best of the best together that you can have good opportunity for everybody to compete with good weather, and I think we're going to have that today.
Yeah, the pole vault wind is not really too favorable to them today, as well as the long and triple jump, but I'm sure the kids will compete well, and we'll see how it stacks up.
Well, and everybody competes in it the same, I mean, sure, there might be a gust of wind for one kid, and maybe it lights up or, lets up for another, but you're all in the same environment here, so nobody has an advantage more than another.
Yeah, absolutely, the great equalizer. But, I mean, and again, anytime you have weather and things like that, it's a mental game more than anything. A lot of times you'll see kids who will rise to the occasion, and it doesn't bother them, and other kids it will affect them. But once you get to this level, and like I said, you're at the championship meet, it's everything you've got and nothing less. So no excuses today. Just show up and do what you can do, and hopefully you can end your season on a high note.
Last meet of the year for most of these kids.
Yeah. Okay, before we're going to take a look around here at the different field events going on before running starts around 12:30, I believe. But before we get to that, we're just going to give maybe a quick history on. I know Jim Clark talked a little bit about, why do we have this meet? What the history on it. So I'm just going to give a quick update, and then we're going to talk a little bit about why Gothenburg, Nebraska. Planning for the first Nebraska Championship Meet began back in 2005 with a group of track enthusiasts from Gothenburg known as the Cindermates, kind of like a booster club. The meet organizers wanted to provide an opportunity for junior high kids to compete at a high level, statewide, all-class meet run by officials adhering to standards set for championship competition. The first meet was held on May 13, 2010. The support from coaches, athletes, parents, and schools from across the state was tremendous. In 2010, 145 schools posted their athletes' season marks. 64 schools qualified team members for the first all-class, and the top 16 individual and relay competition competing for titles in 13 events. In 2011, the 4x800 relay was added to the list of events, and the individual field size was expanded to 24 qualifiers. Starting in 2015, medals were awarded to the top 8 in all events, and in 2024, the meet and its entirety was televised on Nebraska News Channel. Team and runner-up titles are also awarded, along with the most valuable athlete medals presented to the boy and girl who scored the most points in the meet. The outstanding meet performance is recognized at the end of the season and awarded to the highest nationally ranked performance in the Nebraska Championship Meet, according to results posted to athletic.net. Now, if you can't tell, I read that straight off the Nebraska Championship website. So that gives you a little history background of this meet. So let's see if we do our math correctly. It is the year 2026. We started in 2010, so my understanding is this is meet number 16.
Yeah, it's been a long time since this first started, and I know when it first started there was probably a tenth of the kids here that are here today, and it has just grown and grown every single year. When I pulled up here this morning, there was already limited parking, and it is continuing to fill up. People are walking blocks just like you do at Omaha Burke, but walking a long distance to get to the track to watch these kids because there is a pretty large crowd today. While we're on field events here, we're going to go ahead and switch over to Brandon, and we'll let him talk, and then we will come right back.
All right, welcome back down here on the track where we have a very special guest. It's the meet referee, Dennis Olafson. But, Dennis, before I let you talk, Jim gave me some pretty specific titles for you, so I'm going to read them off for you. You were and have served as a World Masters referee multiple times, officials coordinator for Eugene, Oregon, a National Official Hall of Fame inductee, and in his words, perhaps the finest referee that the United States has ever had. So when you hear those things, accurate, inaccurate, how do you feel?
Well, I paid him a lot to say that.
Okay, naturally.
Yes, I paid him a lot. Yeah, I've done most of all that stuff. And I know Jim downplays the idea that I just come to see my friends at the track meets, but that's all I do, and try to answer questions and deal with problems. Vin Lanana years ago couldn't understand what I did, and I finally boiled it down to 2 sentences. I fix things, and I get along with people. That's all I do.
Well, you clearly do it pretty well. The last time you were here in Nebraska specifically, according to Jim, 2016. So it's been 10 years since you've been back here, but with the breadth of experience that you have in track and field, and then you come to this middle school state track meet in the middle of Nebraska, why is this something that's worth your time and effort from your perspective to do?
2 reasons. One, Jim has created and runs it. Good friend. Number 2, the excitement and the energy involved. It's just fun to watch all the people involved in enjoying track and field.
And I would assume, from your perspective, encouraging when you see the turnout for a 7th and 8th grade track meet, that you have over 200 schools trying to get in, 177 which do, and hundreds of athletes competing. What does that do for you on the inside? Does that make you feel well as you see the sport obviously succeeding here in Nebraska?
No, it's really, I would call it a hotbed of junior high track and field, because if you go around, most states don't have anything like it. If they're lucky, they have a very pale comparison to it. And so, yeah, it's great. It's a lot of fun. I never go away without feeling just uplifted and happy.
And from our brief conversation before getting on the air, you said you've been around track at least since the 1960s, so that's over 50 years of your life. What makes track and field so special, and why have you decided to dedicate so much of your time to this sport?
I go back to that. I see my friends. I made friends when I first started. A friend of mine, John Raditich, who most people won't know, but he was a 7'6" high jumper in the 70s. He typifies it. We lived through the golden years of track and field. And so I just try to keep that going back and reliving some of it.
Jim told me specifically, or Dennis told me to ask you, Dennis, about the first time you met. It was an Indoor USA Championship meet. Do you remember that? Apparently the weather conditions weren't quite perfect.
Well, it was an indoor meet, so weather conditions didn't play a part. Yes, I do remember it very well, and there were some problems. Some of the people organizing and building it didn't understand indoor track. We were working the high jump, and the high jumpers plant pretty hard, and this is on a wooden base, and the standards started wobbling enough so the bar kept falling off, no matter if they touched it or not. And that's when I started chatting about problems, and we've never stopped chatting since.
Well, and as we let you wrap this up, what's your favorite thing about Jim? Do you have a Jim story, one that sticks out more than another, or just why have you been drawn to Jim, and why have you continued to maintain this relationship?
Well, like I mentioned, the talking. We spend a lot of time talking, but Jim's a very upbeat, energetic person, and he's going to make sure it works. And those are great people to be around.
Dennis, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate you doing this, and appreciate your time and being here today for the Nebraska Championship Meet.
Well, thanks for giving me questions I could answer. I always appreciate that.
Our pleasure. Glad that you are here watching the Nebraska Championship Meet live from Gothenburg. Let's send it back up to Jillian and the team back in the booth.
Thanks, Brandon. As we look around at the field events, we're going to give kind of an update on what's been going on the best that we can. It looks like the boys' high jump has concluded. So when we get the official results brought up to us, old school paper, we will get them to you.
Speaking of high jump, it looks like we are now getting set to get the girls' high jump underway in the next few minutes. They're putting down their marks and all the things. With the girls' high jump, some things to keep an eye on. The meet record is 5 feet 3 1/4 inches. And coming into today's meet, there are several girls, I'd have to count exactly how many, but several girls that have a 5'2" clearance already this year. So if somebody can put it together on a championship day, there may be a new meet record coming in the girls' high jump, something to keep an eye on. We'll keep you updated there. Also, in the girls' long jump, I believe they're either in the third flight or maybe into finals. It's hard to say for sure from up here, but one to keep an eye on. There is a young lady from Omaha who has jumped 17 feet 10 inches. Our meet record is 17:10 3/4. So, again, we'll keep an eye on that, and once we know more about how the performances shook out at the end, we will let you know if any meet records have been broke.
Let's just stick with the girls' long jump over there. Like Tony said, the record in this event is 17:10 3/4 of gal from Bennington, Paige Gargano. Looking her up on the NSA website this year, she is a freshman at Bennington High School, and she's actually a state qualifier in the long jump, triple jump, and the 100 for the upcoming state meet at Berg coming in a couple days. So that's kind of kind of a cool thing to do as a freshman. Hey, you won the junior high state meet, and then the next year you are qualified for the big show. Some of the top qualifiers in the girls' long jump, like I said, Avery Burbach from Pierce. Her best jump coming in is a 17.3. We also have Avery Thompson from Hershey, who has coming in with a jump of 17.1 and a quarter. As I was looking through the different qualifiers for each event, I thought it was kind of interesting to see how many, this is a middle school meet, junior high. We call it junior high here in Gothenburg, but I would say the majority of people call it middle school. 7th and 8th graders. How many 7th graders, their first year out for school sports, how many of them qualified? And in the girls' long jump, there are actually 6 7th graders who qualified. And our 2 out of the top 3 qualifiers are actually 7th graders. So once we have some results and some update of what's going on, we'll be able to get that to you. Last year, looking through the qualifiers, there were 4 gals who ended up competing last year at this meet who also qualified for this year. So something to keep an eye on, maybe a little experience and being here before. Over in the boys' long jump, the record in the boys' long jump is from 2023, Caden Logan of... Is it Shoe or Scoo?
I believe it's SCO.
SCO. I always say it wrong, and I knew I would. A school in Lincoln, his best jump in the record, 21.7 and a quarter. Last year's winner was Evan Cameron of Columbus SCOTUS. He jumped 21.2, and as a freshman at SCOTUS this year, he qualified for the state meet in Burke in the long jump and the 4x4. A couple of the top qualifiers in the boys' long jump. Gothenburg's own Blake Brown is leading the field, coming in with a best jump of 20'2". Now, I don't know, Steve or Tony, something I thought was different compared to, high school when you take your district competition result to qualify for the state meet. Now, that would be different here in the junior high, correct?
Yes, they have the whole year to post marks to qualify, whereas in high school you have one meet, and sometimes makes it difficult. I know there's been a lot of talk about maybe some provisional qualifying marks in certain meets, but until that comes to fruition, you just have one meet to get it done. And
in the high school, you're saying?
In the high school. Junior high has the whole year, their meets throughout the year. So it's a different situation, but there's pros and cons to both.
For sure.
Yeah, there's definitely, when it comes to high school track and field and having to do it in the state of Nebraska, district meet is the only meet that really matters for qualifying. There's things to think about with kids and illness and injury and other things that particular day they weren't able to do that.
Weather.
Yeah, weather factors. A lot of states around Nebraska do have provisional qualifying or automatic qualifying where you can do it at previous meets. Just hasn't come to fruition here in Nebraska. And every year it gets brought up and every year it's discussed. And I think the NSAA has done a great job, trying to make sure we're getting the best kids to the state meet at high school level every year. But I think they're always open to ideas and looking for ways to make it better. So who knows? Down the road, that might be something that comes. But for junior high, again, it'd be really difficult to decide, especially a meet like this where it's all classes competing against each other. How do you do a district meet or a regional meet or some sort of a qualifier? I think the way Jim's doing it right now with the qualifying at any time during the year, you're just posting your best marks from the season and taking the top of those best marks. I think he's definitely got the right idea with what he's doing here.
I totally agree. And it's kind of interesting when you're looking at the marks that what we call a PR, a PB, a personal record or personal best, that is what you're entered at. So if you come in as the top qualifier, that's your PR mark, and see if you can hit it again.
It'd be really interesting to go back and look on athletic.net to see when some of those best marks were posted. Ideally, in just about everything you do, you want to be peaking at the end of the season. I know junior high training is probably slightly different than what we do at the high school level as far as workouts and whatnot, but I would think that a lot of these kids have probably hit their best performances here in the last month of the season, and that goes to show that they're doing things the right way and getting ready for high school and what they're going to be expected to do there. So, it'd be really interesting to see how many of these marks were set in the last few weeks, because I'm guessing a lot of them have been.
Well, we get athletes from Gordon, Chadron, down by Dundee County, that area. We get central Nebraska. We get southeast corner of Nebraska, Falls City, northeast, Wayne, Crofton, places like that. And then we're really starting to get more Lincoln and Omaha junior high kids that are aware of the meet, that come out, and anything to promote the sport and promote this event, I think, is a great deal.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, that this absolutely is like the place to be right now if you're a middle school track and field kid, because not very often, and never in high school, will you have the opportunity to see the best in the state of Nebraska all going head to head. I know a lot of high school meets have tried to do things where at the end of the season, certain kids can enter, from what they did at the state meet and try to compete against the best. But it's just so hard to get everybody together and get everybody, your absolute best kids from every place at one time. Life gets busy. Everybody's doing other things, and this is probably one of the greatest opportunities that you will see the best athletes in the state of Nebraska, at the junior high level at least, competing all at one place against each other. Like I said, we could have a kid from a Class D school, far western Nebraska, competing against a Class A type school from Omaha in the 100-meter dash right here in front of us, and that's something you don't see at the high school level.
For all of those that are running events, we will pause the events at 12:30 for an invitation in our national anthem.
I guess now we're watching not a quad box, but a tri box. It looks like the girls high jump is still warming up. Looks like we're still got quite a few vaulters going. What do we say? Boys shot put and girls discus are going on. Maybe before we move on from the jumps, Steve or Tony, do you have any? What's the word I want to use? What's the approach to coaching the junior high long jump? What do you just run and jump, right? Is there strategy involved? What are you looking for in a kid at the junior high level?
Well, I think probably the biggest thing is teaching fundamentals of jumps. There's a lot of skilled jump coaches in the state, and a lot of the kids around the state have an opportunity to work under those jump coaches. But I think, I think at the junior high level, the coaches kind of look for speed, jumping ability, and then start with the fundamentals of jumping, and I think that carries over from year to year.
Yeah, I agree with that too, Steve. I think over the last few years, though, probably 10 or 15 years ago, we were looking for the fastest kids on the team, and we throw them out there and say, let's give this a try. And that may still be the case in a little bit, but I think we're really seeing kids hone in on their skill level and what they're really great at. And again, we see this with the records that are being set and broke every year. These kids aren't just trying something new for the first time, and even if they are very technical at what they do. I mean, to be able to jump 21 feet, as our meet record is in the boys' long jump, requires more than just being fast. It requires a lot of knowledge of the technical part of it as well. So, I think, like I said, all the way around, we know track and field is continuing to get better and better, and we're starting to see those technical skills, especially in these field events, get fine-tuned at an even earlier age than they used to.
I'm glad you said the word technical, because I'm going to quiz Coach Reeves over here. We're going to move on to the girls discus. Not sure I got top left of our quad box here. The girls discus is taking place, and here in Nebraska at the junior high level, according to athletic.net, they are using a disc that is 1 kilogram, and my understanding is that the girls will use that same weight for the disc all the way up through the college ranks, I think is my understanding. Do you know that for a fact, Coach Reeves?
Well, I just learned that, if that's what you said.
I feel like I've read that, heard that somewhere, so don't take my word for
Coach
it.
Dowdy, you're talking to a couple of distance coaches here,
that's
so
true.
just keep that in mind. Not to cut you off here, but as I look down the track, it looks like the 4x8s are getting lined up. They're starting to walk them down. Kind of a unique feature in the top right of the quad box. When they get ready to run these races, the kids will check in on the far west end of the track, and they will line them up. And kind of a neat scene here, they will walk them right down the track all the way in front of the grandstands to get them lined up at the start line at the east end. So keep an eye on that, on those quad boxes, especially the top two boxes now. You'll be seeing that parade, if you want to call it that, as they come right down in front of the grandstands here and get ready for this first race of the day that's about to go down 10 minutes from now or less.
Yeah, I think that's a unique experience for these athletes. You know, they get a great atmosphere here. You know, a lot of fans here to watch, and it's just very appropriate for the efforts they put in this year.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite parts of the meet, when that first group comes through. Kind of looking down at the crowd now, that looks like a few more people piling in. I'm sure they'll get a big round of applause when they walk down in front of the home stretch here.
Yeah, and we probably will be having the national anthem here shortly, kind of kick off the running events, and so that'll be happening here in the next 5 minutes or so. And once that happens, then things get real here on the track. So
we're going to cram a lot in the next few hours between all of our field event results and keeping things going on the track. We will try our best to keep everybody updated. I do believe once the running events start, you can watch online, not watch, but you can look at live results on blacksquirreltiming.com. The timing system here, they are the company that is providing all the timing system. It should be live updated online, so as soon as the race ends and that clock stops, it should be able to be seen online. Maybe real quick before we get our running events started, let's finish through our field events here. Back to the girls discus. The record in this event is a name that most people in Nebraska track would know. Colin Meyer from Superior has the record, 132.9. Our 2025 winner in this event was actually a 7th grader who's also our top qualifier today. She is from Crofton. Her name is Grace Morrison. She won last year with a throw of 110.11. And like I said, she is our top qualifier today, and her best throw is 126.7. So something to keep an eye on.
yeah, we mentioned her earlier as a potential record setter today.
And I'm not a throws expert, but I've heard it is favorable wind today, so that should help. Again, we don't have our boys high jump results, but maybe real quick, the record that was in the boys high jump is a gentleman from Battle Creek named Landon Olson. His record is 6'3". Last year's winner was Trey Allman from Bennington, and he went 5'11". We actually had 2 top qualifiers today that came in with 5'11" jumps, were Locke Westling from Ashland Greenwood and Wyatt Dickey from Columbus Lakeview. And looks like there is only one 7th grader in the boys high jump. Let's see, what other field events do we need to hit here? I think we need boys shot put. Our record in the boys shot is from 2024, Mannix Martin out of Ravenna. He had a throw of 56 6.5 inches. Our winner from last year was from West Holt, named Grant Posnecker. He threw 48.8. And the top qualifier in the boys shot put this year is Kippen Cochran from Gearing. His best throw coming in is 54.11. He actually was here last year at this meet and placed 11th. So coming in with the top throw, hopefully be able to move up in the ranks from last year.
Jillian, you mentioned earlier about the weight of the girls' discus, and I, again, can't confirm for sure, but we do know, and I can tell you this, in the shot put for girls, They do throw the same shot put in junior high that they throw in high school and through the collegiate level. I would assume discus is probably similar. Uniquely, the boys is much different. They have a different shot put in middle school. The weight goes up in high school. The weight goes up yet again at the collegiate level. And once they get to the Olympics, the weight increases even more. So the women get the same shot put all the way through. The men have to continue to throw a bigger implement. So kind of a unique factor. I'm not sure the reason or rationale behind all of that, but that I do know.
I know it's kind of the same way in the hurdles for the boys. The height goes up, and for sometimes these 8th graders adjusting to the high school boys' highs is a big transition time, and takes a little bit of time to convert to the differences.
Okay, it looks like we're just about ready for the girls 4x8 to walk down our straightaway here. I'm going to give a real quick update on the, not update, but the pole vault. Girls pole vault, our record is from 2024. Competing unattached was Samantha Campos, and she had a vault of 12.7. Last year's winner from Fremont was Ava Bohaboy, and she vaulted 9.6 to win last year. She is a freshman at Fremont this year and is also a state qualifier in the pole vault at 11.4. Two of the top qualifiers today with a vault of 10.3 from Elba is Hadley Morrow, and coming in with a 10.3 best jump from Chase County is Ashlyn Pursley. So those are the two top qualifiers in the girls' vault. We will see where it ends up. Moving over to the boys, the record in the boys' pole vault from St. John Lutheran in Seward is Chase Berry. He had vaulted 13.6. The top qualifier, the winner from 2025 was a 7th grader, and he is from Sutherland, Ryder Ruff. He won it last year with a vault of 11.3. He is one of the top qualifiers this year, coming in with the best vault of 11.6. The top qualifier in the boys pole vault from Scotts Bluff with a vault of 13 feet is Wyatt Erdman. So something to keep an eye on as we hopefully learn a little bit more. It looks like we had our first set of field event results come up to the top booth on a piece of paper. So
Yeah,
I'm going to throw it over to Tony, and he can
This is
divvy them
very,
up.
very interesting here, Jillian. The boys' high jump, the results are in, and as I look through this is something I probably have never seen before. The top 10 jumpers all jumped the exact same height.
Oh, my goodness.
All 10 jumpers were at 5 feet 8 inches. The winning mark, based on misses, was Clay Harstick of West Point Beamer. But we have 10 boys who all made that same height.
Wow, that's kind of unique. Coach Reeves, you want to give a quick update on just because two boys jumped the same height, or in our case 10, how do they determine the places for that?
Well, when they have a tie for a particular first place, they generally will look at, or any place for that matter, they'll look at previous jumps. If anybody missed at a particular height, then they go from there as far as the rule book is concerned. But what they do then with ties for first place, if they're all dead even after that, they jump at the height again, and then they move the bar down, see who makes it then, and try to sort it out that way. It's fairly similar as far as the high jump and pole vault is concerned.
Yeah, and according to this, it looks like Mr. Harstick from West Point Beamer must have been clean all the way through. He was the only one that doesn't have a judgment next to it. So
it looks like the results are online on Black Squirrel, and he made 5.8 on his first attempt.
There you go. So that makes him the clear winner. It puts a premium not just on making the height that you're at, but staying clean, meaning not having any misses as you go, especially as you get to those more difficult, challenging heights at the top. And so, yeah, congratulations, Clay Harstick from West Point Beamer. You're our first Nebraska Championship gold medalist today.
I've been around track and field a long time, and I've never seen anything like that many made the winning height, but was sorted out for the different places.
Yep, that's wild. It looks like, yep, Clay Hartstick first, Cohen Shields second, and then we've got a 1, 2, 3, three-way tie for third place.
Yep. So yeah, again, every jump counts when you look at how those things go. That's the unique feature of some of these field events, especially the vertical with the pole vault and the high jump.
We're being told that we are going to have a national anthem here shortly, so we will keep an eye out for that. I think we're keeping the quad box throughout the day, or at least when there's still field events going on, so we'll try to keep you updated. Maybe before the running gets started, just a quick shout out to all the volunteers. If you're watching on your screen and you see a lot of these officials wearing that kind of light yellow shirt, those are people that are not getting paid to be here. They are just volunteering their time. Maybe a lot of high school track athletes are out here helping, lots of community members. Basically people who just enjoy track and field and feel like this is an important meet to go off smoothly. I know we talked to Jim Clark earlier. Hats off to him. Also his wife, Mary, I think she puts in just as much maybe time and effort as Jim does, just getting things organized and everybody in their right places. So I just a shout out to all those volunteers.
I think Mary and Allie probably run the show, and Jim gets the credit.
Yeah, that's probably true,
That's
too.
how it usually goes, right? Yeah, this is absolutely not possible without those volunteers. And again, we have a lot of meet officials that are here from all over the United States. We've heard from one of them earlier in the interview. Several others that wanted to be here but couldn't, with Nebraska hosting the Big Tens this week. They're preoccupied in Lincoln, but yeah, the volunteers that you see wearing those yellow shirts, they make this run smoothly. And so it looks like we're ready for the national anthem, so we'll probably take a short pause here.
Our afternoon with an invocation presented by the Presbyterian minister, the Right Reverend David Boyd. Let us bow our heads.
I spend with purpose because I bank with purpose at Liberty First Credit Union. With my Liberty Plus checking account, I can earn extra cash just for spending on everyday things, like groceries, online or in-store purchases, and lunch. At Liberty First, anyone can join, so start earning money to spend on the things you love. Start banking with purpose. Start banking with Liberty First Credit Union.
When you have the inventory people want and a team that understands what you need, there's one place to go. Big Red Motorsports in O'Neill. Name brand ATVs, side-by-sides, and high-performance machines built for work, made for play. And the service doesn't stop at the sale. Big Red Motorsports delivers, literally. Free delivery with your purchase. It's all here in O'Neill. Big Red Motorsports.
From the heart of Nebraska to across the state, RMV Construction is building more than just structures. We're building trust. RMV Construction has grown from humble beginnings to become a trusted name across central Nebraska and beyond. With unmatched craftsmanship, cutting-edge innovation, and an unwavering commitment to customer satisfaction, we deliver projects on time, on budget, and above expectations. Trusted, local, proven. RMV Construction in Kearney and Lincoln. Let's build your vision together.
Every team needs an MVP. And in Kearney, it's Speedy Mart at 1711 West 56th Street. Fuel up fast at our plenty of pumps. Then grab a winning snack or refreshing drink to keep you moving all day. Enjoy Chester's Chicken or Godfather's Pizza, plus all your favorite snacks and beverages inside. Friendly, energetic staff makes every visit a victory. Speedy Mart, your MVP for convenience, fueling up your busy day.
Hey, it's me, one of those students on the waiting list for a Teammates mentor. I've heard Teammates is so fun and awesome. You get to talk, laugh, play games, and hang out with a positive, caring adult once a week at school. Teammates helps students believe in themselves, and 97% of mentees are proud to be a part of it. I'd love to be one of those mentees, but we need more mentors. So if you got an hour a week to be someone a student like me can count on, go to teammates.org today. Join the team. Be a mentor.
Darling, I believe everything's gonna be alright. No need to worry, cause you got somebody on your side. We all need a fam, we all need a crew. When you're in a jam, don't know what to do, just reach out your hand and we'll see you through. Doesn't matter where you're at, we got your back. We got your back.
With a Medica health plan, you're not just covered, you're cared for.
Big ideas, bold graphics, quality products you're proud to wear. That is Custom Sports. Custom Sports, custom graphics, quality products, and timely service you can count on.
When quality matters, it starts at Scotty's Ranchland Foods in Valentine. They're known for the highest quality beef, carefully aged to perfection, alongside fresh, vibrant produce, and a deli famous for fresh, never frozen fried chicken.
Welcome back to the Nebraska Championship Meet. We have our first group of runners making their way down the track in front of the homestand here. As you're looking at your quad box, we still have field events going on. Looks like boys shot, I would guess, is into the finals. Boys and girls pole vault still going on. Both long jump, boys and girls, look like they are in the finals. And girls high jump, looks like they are getting all their instructions before their competition begins. But on the track, we have the girls 4x800 meter relay, or it could be called the 4x8 or the 3200 meter relay. I never know which is the proper way to say it.
I think any of those are fine.
I think the kids like to call it the 4x8 because that's the least amount of syllables.
These old school guys call it the 2-mile relay.
Oh, well, that too. So that means the total amount in the race will be equal to 2 miles, 3,200 meters. And there are 4 runners, each runner running an 800-meter race, part of the race. Looking back at last year's winner, was Tri-County in a time of 10:11:34. The record in this event for the girls 4x8 was set 2 years ago. In 2024 was La Vista with a time of 10 minutes and 2.13 seconds.
That's pretty good.
And my assumption would be I did not write the names down of those girls on the records or previous winners, but with a time like that, I would assume they are continuing running in high school.
All right, here we go. We are getting ready to get underway. Looks like Mr. Crosby is our starter today, and we are moments away from the first gun.
The top qualifier coming into this race today is Waverly with a time of 10:34.6. And I know you can't see us in the booth here, but I am joined by some distance coaches, and one of them currently has his stopwatch up and ready to go.
Yeah, I think he wants to get some splits because we're going to see a few of these girls next year, and it'll be a little food for thought. 11 schools running in the 3,200 relay here.
It's always interesting to see on these races how teams stack up. Some schools like to lead it out and go fast early. They might run their faster runner at the beginning and try to get out to a good lead. Others will save their top runners for the end. And it's always kind of an interesting thing to see how each team approaches this race. Because, if you've got 4 girls that are all the same, that makes it easy. But a lot of teams, like I said, will put their faster girls at the end and try to go get what they need. And other girls will.
Philosophies really vary on how to run that order. Like Coach Neal said, if you have 4 horses, it's easy to just plug them in, but many times you want to do something to keep yourself in the race, or if you've got somebody that can run a lot of people down, then you go that route.
Columbus Lakeview's Wyatt Dickey in second place from Falls City Middle School. Cohen Shields in winning the boys high jump with a jump of 8 foot from West Point Beamer, Clay Harstick.
All right, looks like we've got a couple of teams that have broke from the pack early on, and like I said, it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out down the stretch here.
Yeah, they're starting to separate a little bit. And guess it's on to the second runner to either get a minute or keep the lead.
If you can't tell, we're a bunch of amateurs up here in the booth, so we're doing our best here to communicate with the truck and provide the info that you guys need.
Looks like we're going to have a really good start here. This young lady that's leading us off is going to be coming across the line in about a 2:32, 2:33. That's a really good leg for a junior high runner.
I believe getting the baton in first, the blue, is Centennial. Yep, coming across here. We're going to do our best on, I feel like I should have brought binoculars up here so I could read the schools. So it's going to challenge my color knowledge and mascots of schools.
I was looking for my hunting binoculars before, but I could not find them. So
is that SCOTUS?
Yep, SCOTUS just took the lead, and followed by, it looks like Minden and then Centennial.
Gothenburg Swedes are back there running in the top 7 right now. I like to see that.
Now in these distance races, or all the races I should say, on the track, you can see some cones spread out along the inside lane number. Are those just so they don't run onto the grass, or what's the story behind it? Is there a reason?
Well, there is in the rule book, if you take, I believe it's 3 consecutive strides on the curved inside lane, you can be disqualified. So I think it's more of an awareness factor for these kids that stay in your lane.
Gotcha.
We've got a tight pack heading into the second lap of leg number 2. 4 teams right there.
Looks like Waverly moved up into the top 3 here. SCOTUS, Waverly, and Minden.
A lot of race left. Again, adrenaline is a real thing, especially at the junior high level and in a championship event like this. You know, you'll find some athletes might go out a little too hard than what they're used to because of the nature of what's going on. And so, again, you find out what those kids can do, but you also can find out which ones run smart and run their race rather than what the competition dictates. It is Waverly, it looks like, pulling away now as they come down final curve of leg number 2. She's going to try to give her team a lead.
Yeah, it looks like she's running a real nice split for the second leg.
Waverly's team consists of 3 8th graders and 1 7th grader. Would be curious to see which one was the 7th grader.
Yeah, what a good finish she's got here. She's opened up a nice little lead for her team. Minden still running second.
I think that's Northwest, Grand Island Northwest.
Oh, we had
third.
a rough handoff there. She's got back up and going.
A little tough time getting out of that French drain.
You can see in your quad box not to just focus on the track. We've got still field events going on, girls pole vault, high jump for girls, and it looks like we're still in girls long jump, perhaps.
Yeah, looking at the girls long jump, this gal is just wearing a red top, it looks like. She might be our gal competing unattached with one of the top jumps coming in.
Alex Otto.
Can't confirm that, but that would be my guess.
Looks like Waverly going into the second lap of the third leg, leading Minden number 2, and they're fighting it out for third through 5.
Lots going to happen here in the next 3 laps. Regardless of where these teams finish today, they've earned the right to be here, and it's great to see these kids have that opportunity to go and compete on the biggest stages of junior high sports in Nebraska. So kudos to all of them for being here and giving them great efforts. While we hope they all end with a PR on the season, we know that realistically that's probably not the case. But great opportunity for all of them, something they'll all remember for a long time.
And I don't know if we mentioned it earlier in the broadcast or not, but they are placing up to the top 8 athletes. They do that at the NSAA high school state track meet in Omaha, where they place the top 8. And so Jim, when he decided this meet, that's what he planned on doing.
And here comes Waverly. Less than 100 meters to go into the final exchange. They've opened up a pretty significant lead. We'll see what their anchor can do. Minden running second. Scotus now into third and getting a good charge out of the 4th place team. Looks like maybe Columbus, Lakeview.
Yeah, it looks like Waverly, they're going to be around the 10:20 mark at the finish line, but there's going to be a competitive finish like Coach Neal's mentioned.
Yeah, that right now they've kind of separated from everybody else, but 2 through 5, 2 through 6, that could be a really good race, something to keep an eye on over this last 600 meters.
They're fighting for a medal, that's for sure.
And here she comes across the finish line. 1 lap to go, and they are at 9:05 as she crosses. 1 lap to go.
Waverly in the lead, followed by Minden. Now, what is our lead runner telling herself right now? Knowing that, she's in the lead, we got about 200 meters left, you just give it all you have?
Well, another unique thing is a lot of the meets these kids go to, their coaches are probably down on the infield right there in their ear, and I don't see too many coaches on the infield here because I don't think they're allowed to be. So it's really just get and go. I doubt she probably knows that she has a 75-meter lead right now, and she's just running to get to the finish line and hold on. So I always tell kids at the end, if you've got the lead, run like a scared rabbit because they're all coming for you.
If you're ahead, stay ahead. If you're not ahead, get ahead. It's pretty simple.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty solid time. Looks like they're going to be right around that 10:28 to 10:30 mark. We've got a fight for 3rd and 4th here.
And they're finishing in a pretty stiff breeze here. So
yeah, it almost looks like the wind's maybe even picked up just a little bit, but it's pretty straight east.
Yep, straight east, right into where they're running. So
yep, Waverly taking the win, 4 seconds faster than their qualifying time. Coming in second place was Cross County. Minden C.L. Jones was 3rd. Columbus Scotus 4th. Coming in 5th was Chambers Wheeler Central. Shadron 6th. Maywood Hayes Center. And Coming in 8th was Adams Central. As you can tell, when we do our running events, we have live results and are able to see it listed right away so that we can get it to you in case you don't know who came across where.
Another unique feature, Black Scroll Timing does a great job. They've got a video board right at the finish line, so even the fans sitting here in the stands don't have to be on their phone checking the results. They can look right at that board, and it pops up instantaneously when they cross. We know what their time was. That's something that's been a great addition to a lot of this electronic timing over the last few years, is we don't have to wait to see results and figure out where you were.
That's the great thing about electronic timing. You have all kinds of times. The stopwatch with people have a stopwatch in their hands. You got some faster times. You got some slower times. And this electronic timing is just a super innovation.
And look at these boys as they are now being paraded down in front of the stands. Everyone's clapping, they're flexing their muscles, they're excited to be here. This is a great thing for these kids.
I think our official leading the way, Becky, she was just as excited to walk in front of the crowd.
I think so. She did a good job getting everybody pumped up.
Over in the boys pole vault, it looks like a Sutherland athlete is competing. I believe he was one of the top qualifiers coming in, and I just jinxed him because he missed.
We're down to a try box right now. It looks like we've got the girls high jump, boys pole vault, and of course the track events. We'll again keep you updated on other things. I would assume girls shot put and boys disc will be switching over here in a minute. And it looks like possibly we're getting close for triple jump as well for both boys and girls.
Girls need to check into the staging tent. Cameron Haas from Hemingford, Brenlin Conrad from
Yep, don't know if you can hear our PA, Scott Foster, but he's reminding athletes that they need to check in over. There's kind of a big white tent that the athletes go, say their name, school, make sure they're on the entry list, get their lane assignment and hip number so that they know where they need to be.
Just got the results handed to me, paper copy. I know Jillian mentioned we have the live results, but congratulations to Waverly girls for their time of 10:30.61. Ray Hicks, Reese Rinkin, Quinn Sorbin, and Eden Perez. Congratulations, you're a state champion.
Not only at this meet, you'll get your medal. Also down in the infield at about 50-yard line or so, they have our stairs there that later on we'll have a awards presentation. I believe it's during the break between the first set of running events and then the second session. We'll go through a bunch of awards and they'll get their medals. Looks like we're off in the boys 4x8 relay. The top qualifier coming in is Aurora with a time of 9:04.44. The record in this event was held by Elkhorn in 2023 with a time of 8:49.82. Last year's winner was Elkhorn Valley in a time of 8:51, so just off the record mark last year.
They're off to a really good start. Looked like they were about 32 seconds at the 200. Which is a good pace for these young men. We'll see how long they can hold it.
So you look at the Aurora squad that came out of the 9:04. That's an average of about 2:15 each a runner. And those are good times for 7th and 8th grade students.
Absolutely.
Some of the other top qualifiers coming in, like I said, Aurora coming in with a 9:04. Syracuse Dunbar Avoca, 9:16. Broken Bow, third at 9:30. And Scottsbluff also running a 9:30 coming in. Other teams competing in this race, we have Elm Creek, Elgin Public Pope John, Sandy Creek, O'Neill, Columbus, Chase County, Grand Island Central Catholic, Northwest, Perkins County, Columbus Scotus, and Kearney Catholic. And I think one of my favorite things as I'm reading through schools and places, there's a Class B school, a C school, a D school, an A school, and they're able to compete against each other.
Yep, again, a unique feature. Looks like Aurora coming to the first leg handoff with the lead. Syracuse Dunbar Avoca, my
alma mater.
Woo-hoo. Moving into second at the exchange.
Oh, Black Squirrel says Elm Creek was second.
All right, they're right there. Syracuse just took the lead on them, so they're right there neck and neck.
Now we could make this interesting and have to call them by their mascots. I don't think I could probably get a few, but not too many.
Right now it's the Huskies, the Rockets, and the Buffaloes. I can tell you those three.
There
After
you go.
that, I might be lost.
I think it looks like Broken Bow, the Indians, and
Well,
Floor.
we're pretty familiar with them here in Gothenburg as well.
Yeah. Rounding out 5th and 6th, looks like Grand Island Central Catholic and Chase County. No, not Chase County. They're red. I'll have to look here. Elgin Public Pope John. Oh, Elm Creek making a pass on Aurora here.
Top 6 are all within a second or two here.
Now, is there a strategy, distance coaches, on passing someone? Do you wait to pass on the straightaway, or what is there?
I think it depends on the situation.
Yeah.
If you feel like you've got a head of steam and can get around quickly, obviously you don't want to run in lane 2 on the whole curve all the way around if you can help it, shorten your distance. But, it's all a matter of feel on how kids are feeling and when they're ready and make their move. And some kids will make their move early and others will wait. And, we'll find out if they made the right choice when they made their move or not. Only time will tell. But as we come with 200 to go here on this second runner, Syracuse and Elm Creek have created a little bit of a gap with the Rockets in front and Elm Creek right on their heels. Again, a lot of race left.
Yeah, we've had some good second legs that put teams in position. We'll see what they come back with on the third leg. But
Syracuse has got a strong finish down the home stretch here and getting ready to go to number 3.
This red moving into second looks like, I believe it's Elgin.
He ran a strong leg.
He did.
Well, let me look here. I don't know. We're so far away, I can't always read their jerseys. Oh, Sandy Creek. I apologize for that. So Sandy Creek is running second behind Syracuse.
A lot of these runners you can see taking advantage on the backstretch, really striding out with the wind at their back. A great idea to make a move there when you've got that tailwind. Looks like we're still with girls high jump and boys pole vault on our tri-screen here. That tells me those others are still probably in the warm-up phase. Triple jump and the girls shot and boys disc. You can really see these kids putting their heads down and leaning forward as they come down the home stretch. That wind probably a little more than what we know up here in the booth where we don't have any.
Yeah, it's plenty warm up here. We got the door open and a fan going, so it doesn't need to get any hotter out.
As I look at that flag, it's still waving, so clearly it's not still.
Looks like Chase County hanging in there for a medal yet. Looks like Syracuse back on top, about a 20-yard lead.
20-yard lead, and it looks like he's starting to increase that as he comes down the home stretch here, rounding that final curve.
Quick, what's 20 yards converted to meters? We got to stick to the same units here.
Yeah, well, when you look at the football field,
true.
The yards are a little easier to tell.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, all of these athletes turning that final corner, you can just see the wind starting to wreak havoc on them a little, but they're fighting through it. Going to the final exchange, Syracuse has a lead. Aurora pulling back into third.
Looks like Sandy Creek running second.
Aurora third, Elm Creek fourth, Broken Bow fifth. Chase County moves up to sixth.
We'll see who has the horse at the end here, because it's anybody's ball game yet.
I will tell you the team in third right now. Aurora has a young man getting after the backstretch. He's making a move now. We'll see if that is something he can sustain.
Yeah, it looks like he's ran that race before.
He looks smooth right now.
Looks like a Scotts Bluff runner back. He got the baton in 9th place, and he's already moved into medal position now.
We're going to have a race here. It's going to be almost neck and neck going into the final lap here. Syracuse and Aurora crossing the finish line almost dead even. We'll see who wants it more. Stride for stride as they hit the backstretch.
Looks like Aurora making a move. Syracuse fighting him off.
We'll see who's got gas left in the tank for the final 200. Speed plays a factor here. Syracuse decides to go, and Aurora goes right with them. Here we go. We're going to have a good one.
Syracuse looks like he's shifting gears.
Yep. Syracuse is going to get the win. They're separated. Aurora probably will hold on for second the way it looks. Time of about 9:05.
It's a good race.
Aurora.
Sandy Creek coming in
Sandy
third.
Creek, then Broken Bow. Elm Creek's going to come in fifth. Scotts Bluff putting a good surge in that last leg. Will end up in the 6th spot. We might have a race for this 8th place spot.
Well, it looks like they're going to have to move your statue over there at the junior high in Syracuse.
Yeah, Coach Reeves, I'm not sure that's a thing.
Proud alumni up here.
Yep.
New sheriff in town.
The Rockets.
The Rockets. Congrats to Syracuse.
It looks like Perkins County held on to that final medal in 8th place.
Again, great job by all those boys. That was a fantastic race for everybody.
Just a quick recap here on the boys 4x800 meter relay. Taking the win in 9:05 even was Syracuse Dunbar Avoca. 2nd place was Aurora. 3rd place Sandy Creek. 4th place Broken Bow. 5th Elm Creek. 6th Scotts Bluff. 7th Chase County. And 8th is Perkins County.
And now they've walked the athletes around the other way because we'll be running from east to west. So because of the wind, they walked the...
Attention please, we need hurdle setters.
If you can hear the PA guy, we need the hurdle setters to get the hurdles set out and put in their correct places. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but are we sticking to a timed schedule or a rolling schedule?
It's a time schedule.
Okay, so that means that there is a set time that that particular race will start, so that athletes will know ahead of time that how much time they need to check in, warm up, eat beforehand.
Looks like we're starting this next race at about 1:10, which is about 7 minutes from now. So as we get the hurdles set and get these ladies their blocks set and ready to go. Just a quick check of our tri-screen here. Looks like the only field event that we have going on the screen is the girls' high jump. It looks like the pole vault is wrapping up. One of the pits is already covered.
I believe that's the girls' pit.
Girls pole vault, so we will get some results there once we have those.
Yep, I keep refreshing Black Squirrel to see if there's any field event results, but don't see any yet.
And I would assume the triple jumps are getting into those first flights there as well. Girls shot put, boys discus. One thing to note, as we hopefully will get some video of the girls shot put, Jocelyn Gherkin of West Point Beamer is our leader coming in.
100-meter hurdles. The record for the meet was set by Fiona Thorne of Pound in 2023 with a 14.92. In lane 1, we have Cameron Haas from Hemmenford. Lane 2, Lauren Reif from South Loop. Lane 3, Bryn Pick of Bennington South. Lane 4, Brynlyn Conrad of West Holt. Lane 5, Jemiah Moore of Davis. Lane 6, Aliana DeWisplar of Aquinas. Lane 7, Brooklyn Benson of Newman Grove St. Edward. And lane 8, Raya Chrisman of York.
All right, I think they got the lane announcements there. But back to the girls shot put. The meet record, just so we know, is 39 feet 11 inches. Jocelyn Gherkin of West Point Beamer this year earlier threw a throw of 41 feet 8 inches. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on. She's already beat the meet record by almost 2 feet. If she can replicate that again today or throw similar to that, we may have a new meet record in the girls shot put today. So, again, I believe they're probably in the warm-up phase or early flights. We'll keep an eye on that as well.
You know, and looking at this upcoming race, the girls 100 hurdles, I see Shay Pospischel from Bishop Newman has recorded a time this year faster than what the meet record time is. They do have a nice breeze behind them. I have had the opportunity to watch the Rasby girl run from Ogallala this year, so not taking away anything from the other runners at all, or the other hurdlers at all. This could be a fun race to watch.
Yeah, you mentioned Shay. She's already ran a 14.70 this year. The meet record is 14.92. Obviously, with these races, wind and things could also play a factor. I don't know if we have a wind meter or any of that comes into play with state meet records here at the junior high meet, but it's something to keep an eye on.
I think there's a wind gauge right kind of down in front of us.
Yes, there is. I see it now. But again, I know at the high school level, obviously, to beat a state record, there has to be, allowable wind. I don't know at the junior high state meet if that is something they consider or not.
That's a good question. That's above our pay grade, I guess. So, last year's winner in this event, the girls 100-meter hurdles, was Callan Cassabaum from Lincoln Christian. She is a freshman at Lincoln Christian High School, and she actually has the top time in Class B this season in the 100 hurdles at 14:68. She's also a state qualifier in the 300 hurdles. So I just personally think that's cool when you win a junior high state meet as an 8th grader, and then get to the big show in 9th grade.
And continue to do the same stuff. And sometimes winners win.
Yeah, winners win. Actually, in this race, not this heat particularly, but in the girls 100 hurdles, there are 3 7th graders entered, and a couple girls that ran in this meet last year. Cadence Rasby finished 6th, and Shay Pospischel finished 7th last year.
I tell you, there must be hurdles in the hallways at Bishop Newman. They have a hurdler or two every year. I mean, even goes back before Aaron Brandt and Bob Brandt's son that was state record holder at the high school level. But, boy, they sure seem to crank out hurdlers. Or kudos to whoever works and coaches the hurdles at Bishop Newman.
Looks like we're getting ready to start heat number 1. The girls are in the blocks. While they're doing that, I just got results handed to me from that 4x8. We mentioned Syracuse Dunbar Avoca. Was the winning time of 9:05.0. Congrats to Will Lessman, Jackson Schroeder, Grady Armagost, and Tayton McKenzie. Great job on a state championship.
Coach Reeves, I'm glad you mentioned that about Bishop Newman. That's not a school that we see out here in Gothenburg, but I know they have a brother-sister duo that are one of the top few hurdlers in Class C this year.
Yeah, that Fuhan name
Yep.
is kind of synonymous with the hurdles, and yeah, I don't know. They're just always tough. So they're doing something right down there.
Running away with this heat was Brynlyn Conrad from Westholt.
Had a nice time too, 15 even.
flat. She qualified in this race last year, but she had an FS next to her name last year in the results. So I'm guessing that she's coming here hungry to move on from that.
False start's not ever something you want to see, but especially at the state meet. So yeah, she's probably back for a vengeance this year. So that was a really good first heat. She ran well. Obviously advanced to the finals that we'll have later today.
Now, do you want to give us a quick rundown on, we're going to have 3 heats of this girls 100 hurdles, and then we're going to run a finals race. So how do they qualify for the finals?
Well, they'll probably take the heat winners and the next 5 fastest times, kind of like they do at the high school state level. But that's probably the fairest way to do things.
So even if you might finish second in your heat, don't, run through the tape. Don't let up thinking, oh, I already got beat. So
no,
we'll take 3 top winners, like I said, and then the next 5 fastest times overall.
And prelim and finals, you get a second chance.
They've got the heat sheets are set up accordingly so that you have your faster girls. Each one gets the lane 4 of their heat, so they have the better chance of advancing, and that's kind of something you've earned as your time coming in. But again, you got to show up and do it here today to make it count.
I'm glad you pointed that out. These runners are placed in their heats, not just randomly. Like there's a not selection, but there's a process.
There's a rhyme or reason to it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Looks like they're just about ready to get to the blocks. Maybe a quick run through. Lane 1, Harper Sanford from Cambridge. Lane 2, Faith Hines from Riverside. Lane 3, Emma Wolkanowski. I did not say that right. Johnson Brock. Lane 4, Cadence Rasby from Ogallala. 5, Dina Skartz from Chambers Wheeler Central. And then 6 is Battle Creek. 7, Waverly. 8, a gal from Northwest. I apologize for butchering those names. Looks like Rasby out ahead, running comfortably.
Yep. She made that look pretty easy, just like her sister does at the high school level. So she's got an older sister, Shaden, who has done very well in both the high hurdles and the 300 hurdles this year, and we'll see her down in Omaha. So I guess hurdles run in the family.
Must be.
I think Coach Fruit's kind of excited about that tandem next year.
I know. I'm hoping they bring the shuttle hurdle relay back. Just have them run back and forth over the hurdles. Looks like her winning time in that heat was 15:12, so just a hair slower than the winner of Heat 1.
But again, it doesn't matter in the prelims. Your finals times, she'll have an opportunity to go head-to-head with the winner of that last heat. And, a lot of athletes you can see when in these sprints and hurdles, when they know they've got it won or have advanced to the finals, they'll back off and shut it down that last 10 meters so conserve a little energy for the next race later today. Yeah. So times can be a little deceiving when it comes to your prelim times. Obviously, if you're a heat winner, you have that luxury.
Coming up in our final heat here of girls 100-meter prelims, we have our top qualifier. Will be in lane 4. Shea Pospisil from Bishop Newman.
And as we mentioned before, she's ran a 14.7 earlier this year, so be excited to see what she does, whether she presses the issue here in the prelims or if she saves it for the finals later. Time will tell, but definitely something to keep an eye on.
It's tough to tell a hurdler to back off. They don't by nature like to do that.
Those hurdlers, this is what our hurdle coach in Gothenburg calls a circus event. Well, I don't know if he actually calls it that.
I think that's what the distance coach here in Gothenburg calls it.
That's what the other coaches call it.
I like to just run around the track.
Not with obstacles.
Yeah, obstacles make that a little more interesting, I guess.
I think that's why they put in the steeplechase at the college level.
Those hurdles don't move, though, Coach.
No.
They hurt.
Looks like Heat 3 getting to the blocks.
All right, it looks like maybe lane one or two, it looks like there was a lean right there, and the gun went off, so we'll see what happens here.
The officials are...
I have a feeling we might see somebody removed from the competition, unfortunately.
Looks like they're walking to the outside lanes.
What?
Okay, looks like our starters got things cleared up. Looks like all 8 runners are still in their lanes. So no disqualification.
Must have been a multiple, so they charge it to the field. Fair start this time.
Looks like lane 4 out in front.
Yep, she looks smooth, stepping right over those things like she's done this a time or two.
Good 3-stepper.
We're going to see that time. It's going to be a good one.
Ooh, 14:57.
14:57. We'll have to see if what they do with the wind. That would be a meet record. Again, she ran 14:07 earlier this year. 14:57 is fast.
We'll have to double check here, like he said, on the wind, and we'll let you know for sure.
Blue Hill's going to be in lane 5, Hospital in lane 4, and Rasby in lane 3. That sets up for a great race.
It will be a great race.
Final.
Okay, well, that concludes the prelims of the girls' 100-meter hurdles. Just a side note, when the girls ran that race, the hurdles were set at 30 inches, so 30 inches tall. As we get ready for the boys' 100-meter hurdles, it is the same distance, but the hurdles get moved up a notch or two to 33 inches.
One thing to note here, we were just notified, if you look at our screen right now, he's not on there, but at the boys pole vault, we have an athlete that is getting ready to attempt 13 feet 7 inches. That is significantly higher than the meet record, or we're pretty close to it, if I
think
recall.
the meet record was, let me look at my papers here, 13.6.
So he is going for a meet record here, so it's something to keep an eye on.
What's our athlete's name competing?
I don't have his name. They said it.
I think it's Wyatt Erdman from Scotts Bluff.
It looks like a Scotts Bluff athlete from here. So
he
that
came in with a vault of 13 feet. He was
so
the top qualifier.
Going for 13.7, and he looks like he's about ready to run down the runway. So we'll see what happens.
In lane 8, Micah Pierre of Bennington.
Okay, well, I appreciate you.
And he's over.
Looks like a make. Looks like another meet record.
That doesn't matter about the win. That one will count for sure.
A high five for
down
his
there
coach.
In your lower screen, he was just there. Looks like we're getting the boys heat 1 in the blocks for the hurdles here, so we'll have some more results here in just a moment.
By the way, that is a new meet record.
New meet record.
Yep, as our PA Scott Foster just said, new meet record.
You know, that's been a fun event to watch over the last 40, 50 years, how much it's improved. Man, that's a heck of a ball that young man just...
For an I would assume 8th grader. Yeah, that's awesome. We'll see if he what he raises it up to now, and be able to make another height. As our boys are getting ready to get in the blocks for the hurdles, the winner of this event last year was Xavier Adams from Scott Middle School in Lincoln. He ran a 14:01. The record in this event was from 2024. Drayson Poupe from Laurel Concord ran a 13:67. Our top qualifier, last year's winner, is Xavier Adams from Scott Middle School with 14:04, and Eli May from Sunrise at 14:06.
We are still looking for May for the 100-meter dash from Grand Islands.
The top qualifier in this heat is Hunter Piper Bradley out of Scotts Bluff.
once we get through this heat, I do have an update on boys high jump. The results we were given earlier were not 100% correct. So
man.
I will give you some rundown on that here in just a couple minutes.
Looks like we're missing lane 6 in this race. This looks like Hunter Piper Bradley from Scotts Bluff.
Oh, gonna have a close one.
And next to him,
looks like Scotts Bluff to the tape.
Yeah.
So, back
We're
to
going to
that.
score some of you may be interested in as we go into the top of the 5th.
Back to the boys high
Boys
jump.
high jump.
So, nothing really changed. All 10 of them still made 5.8, but there must have been a shift in makes misses. The state champion from Falls City Middle School is Cohen Shields. Clay Harstick, who we previously mentioned, on a judgment call gets second. So something to think about there. Obviously, Black Squirrel results will have the official results now that they've corrected that. So there must have been a miss in there somewhere.
Yeah, looking back, I don't know what the deal was.
So that was the new updated they just gave me. So we'll see if anything changes there again. But
if we learn anything differently, we'll get back to you.
There might have been some confusion because they were running 2 hits.
Oh, you
When they
could be right.
cards, they had a clear.
Here in Heat 2 of the boys 100-meter hurdles, our top qualifier in this heat is Eli May out of Sunrise. He'll be running in lane 4. It looks like the runner in lane 5, Bryce Peterson from Aurora. He ran in this event last year and placed 11th. The winner of our previous heat, he won, Hunter Piper Bradley from Scotts Bluff. He finished 12th last year. Looks like Wyatt Erdman of Scotts Bluff on the pole vault runway. Down in your bottom left. I'm not sure what height they went to. Ooh, but pretty good attempt.
Yep, good attempt.
He'll have 2 more at that height.
Fun fact here, those athletes, once they have the competition won, they get to decide how much higher they want to go, whether they want to go up a half inch, an inch, 2 inches, 4 inches. It's really up to them. So now that he's broke the meet record, who knows? He might be really trying to set the bar high, literally.
They go in increments of 6 when there's more than one attempt. This young man might be looking for personal records and puts high where he wants.
Looks like the runner out in lane 8 had a good start. This looks like Eli May out of Sunrise.
Lane 3 winner.
It's interesting when we say lane 8, Jillian, as you look down the track going this way.
Oh, yeah, that would
I
have been
believe
lane
it's
1.
actually lane 1.
Yeah,
he's running in lane 8 where the number 8 is, but since they flipped the distance or the direction of which they're running left to right, 1 is closest to us this time. So
That's true.
it's something you have to think about sometimes when you get to flipping these events around.
Lane 6, Hudson Jelenik.
Yeah, lane 5 would have been your winner, not lane 3.
And lane 7, Tristan Krings of Grandview.
Looks like our pole vaulter's going again on his second attempt. He'll have 1 more attempt at this height. I believe we're still on, is that girls discus?
It looks looks like the girls.
Oh, no, boys discus.
Yeah, boys
Okay.
boys should be discus. Girls shot
Shot
put,
put.
and then we've got our girls high jump still underway. It looks like.
Okay.
Looks like we might be down to our last 3 or 4 competitors from what I can see here in the high jump. So we'll get more information there once we have it.
As I take a quick glance over to the sand, it looks like must be triple jump run-throughs still taking place, so that competition has not started yet.
The unfortunate part about having some of those field events still going on is those events sometimes have to get put on hold while track events are running. So triple jumpers could be there a while, especially with a lot of these sprinters getting ready to warm up for their hundreds or hurdles or other short races. So the triple jumpers might be over there a while, and we'll keep you updated with what we can get from there.
Looks like heat 3 into the blocks. Heat 3 in lane 4 has Xavier Adams from Scott Middle School. He was our winner from last year. And as he comes in front of us here in the press box, he looks pretty comfortable.
Nice hurdler.
Yeah, his time on best time of the year is 14:04. We'll see where he comes in here. 13:41, which it would be a new meet record again if wind allows. Their previous meet record is 13:67.
Yeah, we'll kind of have to wait on our wind here.
Over the PA, they just announced that could be a meet record. So we'll, again, check to see what is the official. But that would be a new meet record, 13:41, Xavier Adams.
Yeah, I'm not sure they've had an anemometer here since the inception of this meet, so I don't know how they figure the records. We'll have to ask Jim on that.
I guess.
Yeah, we had 2 gentlemen actually in that 100 hurdles race that were flirting with that meet record. Xavier Adams, who we just saw, and Eli May from Sunrise, 14:06. So we could have a very interesting final as well once we get to that this afternoon.
It looks like the top 3 qualifiers that will race again later this afternoon in the boys 100-meter hurdle prelims. Xavier Adams from Scott with that new meet record, 13:41. Hunter Piper Bradley from Scotts Bluff ran a 14 flat, and Eli May of Sunrise a 14:26.
All right, as they're clearing the hurdles and getting ready for our next round, our next race on the track will be the 100-meter dash, then the 1600. So
distance coach jumping
yeah,
ahead.
I'm jumping
He's
the gun.
He's ready to
jumping
go.
the gun. All right, we're going to toss down to Brandon here in just a moment, and we'll be back.
Thank you. Down here on the track as we're getting ready for the 100-meter dash. Epley used to be Bullock, now Hamilton is joining us, a multiple NCAA All-American high jumper from the University of Nebraska. She was so excited when Jim Clark said she got to do an interview on camera. Epley, first off, great accolades on what you've accomplished from your track career. What is your role here today specifically with the meet, and how's the day gone for you so far?
Thank you so much for having me. My role today, I'm actually the head junior high coach here at Gothenburg. So we have about 6 athletes that qualified. So I'm here in a coaching capacity and loving every second of the meet.
All right, and I'm sure then as that coaching role that you have, you're able to share some of your wisdom from when you won the USA Indoor High Jump Championships. Can you share anything from that experience specifically, what you did there, and how that applies as a coach and how you share that with your students?
Yes, absolutely. I try to give them reminders that I know how it feels. I've been there. It's okay to be nervous. Something my mom always told me, even at that meet, is to turn your butterflies into killer bees. And at the time, it just made me so angry because she didn't understand. And I use it with my athletes as well. But being nervous is part of it, and that's a good thing. So I try to remind them that it's good to be nervous.
And kind of carrying on with track in general, what is it about this sport that you enjoy so much, and why you feel it's worth devoting your time to now be a coach and share that with others?
Sure. I love track just because every year people get faster or stronger, and the times and the distances are always getting more competitive. And so Track is just such a fun sport because it's a team event as well as an individual event, which is so unique in sports.
Eppley, I think they're getting ready for the 100-meter dash. I appreciate the time, and thank you for everything you do, and thank you for doing this interview that you were so excited about.
My pleasure. Thank you guys for coming. Go Swedes.
All right, back up to you in the booth.
We are getting ready to start the girls' 100-meter dash. Real quick here before we start, our record in this event is a name that I would say the majority of Nebraskans, maybe mostly track people, would recognize. Hazel Harburg of Kearney Catholic has the record in this event, and she set her record in 2022 of 12:37.
Well, and it says here, if this is correct, we have two girls maybe under that meet record. So something to keep an eye on as we progress through these next few races.
Yep,
especially with the way we've seen the hurdlers and the wind, that might be something to look for.
Last year's last year's winner, Edie Sutton from Mary Our Queen in Omaha, ran a 12:61, and she was a 7th grader last year, so she's one of the top qualifiers this year. She came in with a 12:26 personal best. Also one of the top qualifiers is Ella Clement from Kearney Sunrise at 12:24.
It seemed like maybe there was a little confusion on that race there.
Glad I wasn't the only one who saw it.
Looked like the front runners kind of backed off a little bit. I'm not sure if there was a second gun or they were looking around and
didn't know where the finish line was.
Not sure, but even where they were slowing down halfway through.
Yeah, I believe that was Bailey Chapek from Bishop Newman, kind of looking around.
And so a little still looks like maybe she was across the tape first, but
I think so.
Her time hasn't popped up here yet, so
I'm not sure what happened there.
They still have the girls on the track down at the other end. Nobody's left, so there may be a discussion here if the timing system didn't start right or what exactly went on there. We'll have to get some more info.
Yep, looks like they're on the phones trying to get things figured out. Oh, our PA announcer, Scott Foster. They are going to have.
So there might have been a second gun, but you never know. With the wind, those girls are running away from the gun. They may not have been able to hear that.
Or something.
They maybe heard something, but weren't quite sure. So sounds like we're going to have a rerun in that heat a little bit later on. I would assume they'll let the other two heats go, run the boys, and then maybe come back to those girls.
Yep, I believe
probably
that's
the best way to do that.
I believe that's what Scott, our PA announcer, said. After the boys 100, so they'll have 5 heats of 100s to run and rest up.
They're going to get a 400-meter walk here all the way back around the track to the start line the way it looks. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah, what a bummer.
Things happen. It's obviously technology doesn't work all the time like it should. So unfortunate, but those girls will get the rest they need, and they'll have the opportunity to give her another go here in just a few minutes.
Should have just been a good warm-up for them.
Yep.
They'll be ready to go next.
Yep, thank goodness it was just 100.
Just the 100. Try telling those girls that's just the 100.
Exactly.
Though.
Yeah, we were at a meet this year where they had to rerun the 400, and they were about 200 meters into
more than halfway.
Yep.
Not fun.
Looks like they're taking them over back to the tent maybe and
maybe cool off in the shade a minute.
Cool down,
get
or
some
of them might have taken off their hip numbers once they cross too. They might have to re-hip them. So time will tell. We'll find out. In a bit.
Looks like there's there she is. Looked like there was an open lane in this next heat, but she must have been further back. Looks like our starters and officials are still chit-chatting a little bit down there. I hope there's not a major problem.
Please come back around if you would. I see the girls.
Like Tony said, unfortunate, but hey, life happens, and you got to kind of roll with the punches sometimes.
We talked about, got to be resilient when you're at the state meet. Things happen, whether it's weather or whatnot. We're going to test some girls' mental toughness here in just a little bit. So
Looks like in lane 4 of this second heat is last year's winner, Edie Sutton from Mary Our Queen in Omaha. She's coming in with a qualifying time of 12:26. So if she can duplicate that, that would break a meet record.
Looks like in your top screen we're still rolling with girls shot put. Looks like they're still doing some run-throughs at the boys triple jump. And no word yet on the discus. They had that a little bit ago on the screen, but it's obviously still underway. We just don't have a visual of that right now.
And I keep updating Black Squirrel, and the only results we have are boys high jump from the field events. So when we have some more results, we will get them to you. They had an issue at the start of this race. The starters pulled them back up after they were in their blocks.
It kind of looked like one of the young ladies fell out of the blocks right before the gun, and now they're again not disqualifying anyone the way it looks. We're going to give those girls the opportunity, and again, to drive this far and not have the opportunity to compete is unfortunate, but these girls are all still in the race, so that's great.
You know, going back to the discus, I don't know if there's any lefties in the field today, but I would think it might be a good lefties win. Be interesting to see what the results are.
Looks like a fair start here in heat number 2. Looks like the timing system must be working okay.
Lane 5 to the line.
Looks like that is Eddie Sutton.
And her time of 12:32, that would break a meet record. Again, pending the wind.
All right, for heat number 3 of the girls 100 meter. In lane 1 is Kendall George of Waverly. Lane 2, Kelsey Fix of Palmer. Lane 3, Maeve Knott of Grand Island. Lane 4, and currently 21st in the nation, Ella Clement of Sunrise. In lane 5 is Haley Sibbert of Platteview. Lane 6, London Jones of West Point Beamer. Lane 7, Wesley Carr of Sand Hills Thedford. In lane 8, Avery Thompson of Hershey.
All right, so you heard Ella Clement from Sunrise. She has ran a 12:24 earlier this year, 12.24. So keep an eye on that.
Definitely a sprinter's win today.
Hey, I'm just glad the sun's shining. There's not rain. I mean, we need rain, but
well, you know,
if we could wait a few more hours, then it could pour.
We've had, again, a lot of these times, distances, we have had a pretty good spring, all things considered. Yeah, we've been dry, but we have not had a lot of cold, wet weather for track meets, at least at the high school level and for here in Gothenburg. But we've had some wind, which is normal here in Nebraska, but we've had a lot of really good days. And so, you know, I think that also...
Knock on wood. We got one more week to go.
Knock on wood.
We'll see what Omaha brings.
Through the state meet next week. But even with the mild winter, a lot of these kids probably were able to get some training done that you would otherwise not have. So it's a good thing for track and field when you have good weather. That is a big factor.
I don't recall an indoor practice this year.
No, we did not. Heat 3, here we go.
Out in front looks like our gal from Sunrise, Ella Clement.
Through the line, we're going to have a good time here too, I think.
She almost looked like she backed off a hair at the end.
12:27.
12:27, that would break the meet record also.
Yep.
Of course, we do have another heat to go, our first heat that is going to rerun.
12:27, just off of her best time of the year. And again, like you said, she kind of let up a little the last 5 or 10 meters.
Yep.
So I think we're going to have an intriguing final there too.
It will be.
I think maybe when they're doing awards or during our break later, we're going to have to find out what the rules are on the wind. Is there some mathematical formula that what allows it and what doesn't?
Hatovi of Seward. Lane 4, Bennett Reck of Tri-County. Lane 5,
looks like we were delivered another results.
Lane 6, Braxton Spicer.
Piece of paper.
Hayes
We'll get to
Springs.
those shortly.
Lane 7, Isaacs of Waverly.
We're moving on to
And
the
Lane
boys
8, Mason
100-meter
of
dash.
Ashland Greenwood.
The record in this event was set in 2023 by Caden Logan out of Lincoln Sco. He ran an 11:07. Last year's winner was Titus Severs from Elkhorn Valley View, and he ran his race in 11:21.
While the boys are in the blocks, the girls' discus results just came up. We mentioned Grace Morrison having a shot at that meet record of 132 feet 9 inches. She was our state champion today, just short of that meet record.
Shoot.
But she did add almost 3 feet to her season best and threw 129 feet 8 inches. So congratulations, Grace Morrison of Crofton. That's a long, long drive to Gothenburg, but well worth it. You get to take home a gold medal. So
it's a good throw.
Congratulations to Grace Morrison on your state championship.
It looks like that throw was 20 feet further than second place.
Yeah, second place was 109 feet. So, yeah, 20 feet throw further is pretty impressive. So, great job again to all of those medalists. Once again, all those results are on Black Squirrel Timing. If you are wanting to see more, great place for track and field junkies to go and spend some time.
And I believe when you're looking at results on Black Squirrel, you can click on each individual competitor's name, and like in the throws, it'll tell you what they threw each throw.
Here we go with heat one of the boys. We got a 3-horse race right in front. It's tight all the way through. Nice work.
We'll let the camera pick that one.
Yep, looks like Miles
Ashland
Knapp
Greenwood.
of Ashland Greenwood, 11:47. One thing I've noticed, a lot of these kids, they're running through the line, which is what you want them to do, but
In lane 1, we have Marcus Schultz of Battle Creek.
not leaning until way after the line. So
Yeah, and second and third place are right there, 11:54 and 11:59. So we'll see if those times can hold up compared to the other two heats. Again, qualifying for the finals is the winner of each heat and then the next 5 fastest times.
And lane 8, Grayson Jackson of Fillmore Central.
I saw the winner of that heat. He leaned about 5 meters past the line. So it might be some coaching that they need to go revisit with their coaches about where that finish line is. It's hard, I know, when you're in the heat of the moment to be watching the camera, and there is an orange cone right at the finish line. So hopefully these boys and girls and sprints and hurdles will get that corrected, because I would hate for somebody to not lean when they need to. Could be the difference between a medal and not.
It's always a good idea to go down and see where that finish line is.
And again, always remember these are middle school kids, right?
That's right.
They're still learning.
They're learning. Looks like in this heat, heat 2 of the boys 100 is our lone 7th grader in this event. He will be in lane 6, Noah Cameron out of SCOTUS. I mean, I don't know my facts, but there was a Evan Cameron who won a few medals here last year, so also from SCOTUS. So if I were to put 2 and 2 together, they are probably related. Looks like heat 2 into the blocks.
Fair start. Looks like we've got our heat winner, but that next few times are going to be...
Again, going to be close.
Yeah. Mason Shields of Archbishop Bergen, 11:27. Heat winner.
Heat number 3 of the boys 100-meter dash. In lane 1, we have Flavio Garcia of North Platte. Lane 2, Maverick Isaacson of Lewis. Lane 3, Rexton Stratman of Guardian Angel. Lane 4, Kavian Almond of Blair. Lane 5, Jesus Mendoza Ledesma of Elkhorn. Lane 6, Wyatt Howe of Grand Island. Lane 7, Jose Ordaz Mota of Ogallala. And lane 8, Jeffrey Martin of Chase County.
As this Heat 3 here gets their blocks set, ready to go, we are going to have the first heat of the girls 100. They are going to rerun their race coming up after this. This heat also has the top qualifier coming in from Blair, Kavian Almond, with an 11:34.
Looks like we are on the runways for boys triple jump, girls triple jump. Girls shot put is still on your screen there as well. So we do have field events. Again, it's easy to lose sight of what's going on around us when we're focused on the track, but there are still those field events. So once we get more results there, we will let you know.
And I see my own son down there at the jumps, so making sure he's working. It was either come work here or work with Dad today, so he opted to come with me.
Probably gets to go home and rake the lawn after raking sand.
Yeah, probably. He got out of mowing the grass today.
Fair start.
Again, our top qualifying time so far, 11:27.
Oh, we're going to have a tight one here.
Like
Guardian Angels.
Again, all these boys running well through the line before they start their lean.
Yeah. Rexton Stratman from Guardian Angels, Central Catholic.
Tight one, though, 11:50 and 11:53 with Kavian Almond from Blair. That was a tight one. Finish length obviously decides.
It looks like they may have to go to the hundreds to figure out who's going to be our 8 finalists.
There's going to be a lot of kids right there. And it looks like we're going to do our rerun for the girls' first heat now.
The lane assignments again for Heat 1 of the girls 100-meter dash. We'll be going again in lane 1, Bernlyn Snyder of Ord. Lane 2, Molly Spargo of Dundee County Stratton.
Spargo, never heard that last name at track and field before.
Lane 4, Chloe Strand of North Platte. Lane 5.
Yeah, they've kind of dominated the girls circuit down there in southwest Nebraska.
Lane 7, Presley Wernicke of Horizon. And lane 8, Riley Kerner of Sutherland.
A lot of good track athletes down there, Chase County kids and
Dundee County.
That southwest corner of Nebraska has been kind of a hotbed for talent here lately.
Yes, it has.
But like we said earlier, the whole state of Nebraska has seen dramatic increases. High school, middle school, all the way down the pipe. So
well, that's just it. I mean, I was at this meet 16 years ago, and I thought there were records that never get broken, and they've been broken several times since.
Yep.
So
Jim mentioned that in his interview earlier, that it's amazing what these kids are able to do.
I'm not seeing on Black Squirrel our live results of this heat, but we'll see if we can find it. Like I said, things got a little out of whack, having to rerun it. I don't even remember who was
Looks
in
like the clock is rolling this time, so we're going to have a tight one between lane 3 and 5.
Bishop Newman girl.
Through the line.
Maybe West Holt.
3 and 6. Oh.
Bishop Newman, 12:22.
12:22. That means
be
the top 2 qualifiers,
Yep, so
top 3 qualifiers broke the meet record.
3 girls all under the meet record. We're going to have a fun race in a couple hours, I think.
Again, something different than the jumps when we have prelims, or the throws and then there's prelims. What you run in the prelims, that doesn't matter. You got to run the race again, and that is your finals time.
While we're getting this group of milers walking down the track, we mentioned the wind meter earlier. Steve, because you're such an expert at history here, When do you suppose wind meters started being actually used in track and field at the high school or middle school level? Because clearly, you know, that plays a role in a lot of these races.
Well, I'm, not factual on that, but I would think probably in the 80s and 90s that started appearing. I don't ever remember it in the 70s, but that would be my guess. That'd be something I'd have to Google.
Oh, I tell you what, our meet volunteers getting the crowd pumped up as they walk. Oh, Mrs. O'Hare, fan favorite.
She's had some children compete at the high school and junior high level that have contributed a great deal.
Yeah. We've had a lot of good kids come through Gothenburg, and a few of them had that last name of O'Hare, so.
As well as Kearney Catholic.
Yeah, that's true. They do have nieces and nephews that go into school there, so.
And Becky's daughter Aubrey's going to love that I just sent her a video of her mom pumping up the crowd.
Well, Aubrey's been a little busy competing at her collegiate conference meet this week, so she might have to check that text later.
That's what they had their Summit Conference Championships in Fargo. I asked her dad if it was still snowing up there.
Speaking of conference meets, we mentioned the Big Tens earlier. A former runner here in Gothenburg in the middle school state meet, Berlin Schultz, running for the Huskers at the Big Ten meet.
She does not have the meet record here, but I think is in the top 10 twice.
She did have the meet record at one time, and that has been broke since. Makes you wonder what these girls coming behind her are going to be able to do. If she's running as well as she is at the collegiate level, is that something that they can continue with? All right, getting ready for the girls' mile. There's a whole slew of those 24 girls all right on the track at one time.
Obviously, if they have the same type of work ethic as Berlin does, that will make a big difference in their running career.
Last year's winner is also the meet record holder in this event, Emily Hagee from Papillion. Her record is 4:59.45. She currently runs at Papillion and has qualified for the high school state meet in the mile, the 2 mile, and the 4x4.
I'll tell you what, there's
The girls' discus in 8th place from Kearney Catholic, Brooklyn Farley. In 7th place from Superior, Ella Meyer. In 6th place from Elm Creek, Braylon Strong. In 5th place from Alma, Hudson Schmidt. 4th place from Sunrise, Hudson Schmidt. 4th place from Sunrise, Olivia Frias. We're going to check that. 6th place from Elm Creek, that was Braylon Strong. 3rd place from O'Neill, Brianna Koloff. 2nd place from West Holt, Briley Olderbrink. And winning the girls' discus with a 12:129.8 from Crofton, Grace Morrison.
First lap of the mile at 76 with the leaders, so we'll see how that plays out. Had a little problem down there with one of the runners.
A few of them got feet tangled the way it looks, but they're all back on the track and nothing changed. So yeah, earlier this spring at the Papillion La Vista South meet, we actually had a very interesting race in the girls' mile. We mentioned Heggie from Papillion La Vista South. There's also a young lady from Crofton who I believe ran here last year.
She was second last year.
I will tell you what, their distance running for girls in Nebraska has gotten crazy. Where we had, I believe, 3 or 4 Nebraska girls in that race that went under the 5-minute mark, which is pretty impressive. So we'll see. Maybe somebody in this crop today will be the next big thing that we'll see over the next couple of years.
I think that Aaron's from Crofton qualified in the 800, the 1600, and the 3200.
She probably runs on their 2-mile relay.
I think that's probably correct.
I know there was a time or two this spring that she did all 4 events at a track meet. That's the maximal distance a kid can run. That's pretty tough.
If you give me about a minute or two, I could probably look it up. Our top qualifier coming into this girls' mile race is Madison Vetter out of Zion Lutheran, out of Kearney, and her top time is 5:29:04.
I'll tell you what, you can see the girls really struggling down this home stretch with that wind, and then they pick their pace up as they turn the corner. So, a 15 to 20 mile an hour wind really does kind of hold you back a little bit. The advantage that the sprinters have is the biggest disadvantage for the distance runners.
For sure. Looks like they came through the quarter about 2:42 to 2:45, so it'll be interesting. There might be some 5:30 miles today.
Keep an eye on third place. A young lady from McCook has had a really great season. I've seen her in person, going to some of my daughter's junior high meets here in Gothenburg. We see McCook quite frequently, and so she's right in the mix. She's got some 800 speed at the end too, so we'll have to wait and see what kind of finish we have. There are right now about 7 girls actually, right within a second or two as they're coming around here on lap number 2.
Steve, I just looked it up. You're correct. Avery Aarons from Crofton qualified for state in 4 events: 800 mile, 2 mile, and the 4x8 relay. So
And
she's got a busy 2 days.
A great chance to win them all, to be honest. She's pretty tough.
I believe they're Class C.
Yep, Class C.
That Class C race in the girls is going to be interesting.
All right, as we come around on the third lap here, we got a race.
Looks like Grand Island.
McCook taking a big stride here and blowing it open. I knew she had some speed, and she's going to show that off right now and daring anybody to go with her.
You know, she's got a 10-meter lead at the flagpole, so with about 300 meters to go, it looks like it's her race.
Yeah. She is blown it open on the backstretch, and she is looking like she might be the one that brings it home. We'll see how she finishes the last 200.
Good strategy to her and her coach.
Yeah, today is not probably a day to go run for a PR time. Today is a day to run
medal time.
Run for a medal time, run for a place, because with the wind we have, it's probably pretty unlikely that you're going to run a lot faster than what you have done in these events. Boy, she's got a kick coming down the home stretch.
This is Renly Blomstead out of McCook.
She's going to have a pretty decent time. Might be a season best for her, 5:28. I think that's right around where she ran earlier this year.
Grand Island Central Catholic in second. See if she can hold off. A battle for the medals here.
Gothenburg Swede Cassidy Ryman coming down the stretch. I like to see that too. She's going to be close to her season best as well. Great race.
5:28:11.
Again, middle school, the longest distance they run is the mile. There is no 2 mile, so a lot of good young distance runners out of that crew.
That's interesting. You know, you wonder when they will put in the 3,200, because in cross country they'll run 1.83, which is right there. They'll run that 3K.
Yeah, they run a 3K. So, yeah, it's another. You talk about things to add and to make the meet better or make the sport better. That might be something to consider. I think no longer is 3,200 meters too long for a middle schooler. I think we can see a lot of these kids that would handle that just fine.
You know, it's interesting. You talk about the history of the sport. In 1972, the furthest a distance runner could run was a 3,200, and you could not come back and run any other race. You could not run the equivalent of 2 800s in a race. So half milers had to either run the mile relay, milers had to run the mile relay. You couldn't double, so that affected scoring in a lot of meets.
Oh, absolutely.
Next on the track, we have the boys' 1,600-meter run. Last year's winner was a 7th grader, actually, Camden Couples from a school in Omaha that I cannot pronounce. And his best time coming in is 4:47.71. Our record in this event is Tyler Hetz from Gothenburg in 2023. He ran a 4:35. Our two top qualifiers are one coming in at 4:32 and one at 4:36.
Something to keep an eye on. Again, we talked about time. The meet record is 4:35, as you just mentioned. Carter Ribble from Beatrice earlier this spring ran a 4:32. So something to think about, keep an eye on. He'll be in that outer alley to start with, position number 1. Again, I think it's going to be tough today with the weather conditions to PR or to run that time, but again, it's championship time. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that weather's going to play a big role in the circle races.
And it'll kind of depend on what strategy he chooses to go, and that could set the tone here.
Again, Camden Couples was our winner last year. He's coming in with the second best time. And our top qualifier finished 3rd last year. So it'll be interesting to see those two who have experience running here and have ran against each other before. Interesting to note, 2 out of the top 3 qualifiers, that 2 of them are from Beatrice. So I don't know if that gives some sort of advantage or anything to know that you have a teammate, a training partner, someone that you're with a lot.
All right, we're going to toss it over to Brandon here. We'll be back with you in just a minute.
And we are here on the track. Joining me, we talked to Jim Clark earlier. We have another Clark. This one is Jacob Clark, who just found out actually about 5 minutes ago he was doing an interview. Wasn't that nice of your dad to sign you up to talk on camera?
Every time he does things last minute. Okay, so he just called me and let me know that I needed to talk real quick. So here I am.
Well, and specifically why I want to talk to you is you have the unique perspective of you were one of the OGs. You competed in the second ever Nebraska Championship Meet back in 2011. What do you remember from that? Because I understand you set some meet records back in that time.
Yeah, we did on the 4x8, I believe. He had actually told us to slow down because we needed to get some points in some other areas. And so, he told our boys that we needed to kind of hold back, which we just didn't. And so, we ended up winning that one when we were not supposed to. And so, we were pretty happy with that. But it seems like ever since then, it's gotten crushed. I mean, the kids are only getting better year after year. And there's more teams and schools here every year. And so, it's great competition.
Well, and you said 4x4 and 4x8, apparently you set the meet record back in that day. And like you mentioned, and your dad said the same, that the standard is just growing and is higher and higher, and the personal meet records are getting even tougher to beat as the years progress. My question for you is, what does that mean? To see, because the ultimate goal of this thing by your dad was to encourage track, to teach middle schoolers to go out, and then obviously build on that, and you're seeing that now in fruition.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing that it did was that, he took kids and, they never had a championship meet as a junior hire. And now, after doing this for, 14, 15 years, you see junior hires now going into high school way more prepared. And the meet has just, kind of helped grow track in Nebraska. I'd love to see this in, states all around. But to me, it's pretty cool that he's done what he's done. And, you see the turnout here. It's pretty amazing. So,
what's the single most impressive thing, if we haven't already touched on it, that you have seen from back when you started in 2010-11 to where this meet is at now?
We have seen a lot of records, but I think it was last year or 2 years ago, we had a girl break the pole vault record by 2 feet. 2 feet, and the second all-time record is it's a foot and 8 inches below that, which that's just unheard of. But today, we just saw an amazing race in the 110 hurdle. I think we're going to see another really good record go down that I thought would stand for a long time. So,
well, excited to be here, glad to be here, and thank you for spending time and obviously volunteering your time to something that you believe in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a family ordeal, so I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
And there's the gun final lap here of the boys 1600. Back up to the booth.
Schwarzmeyer. His son is running in this 1,600-meter run. Jared's a friend of ours. He's from Ainsworth. He's been battling some health issues, and want to wish him the best, and just really good to see him today.
I will tell you, we are on record pace here, and our state champion from a year ago has taken the lead with 200 to go and has begun to separate. So we're going to see, this is going to be close. Our record for this event, once again, is 4:35.75, and here he comes with 100 to go. It's going to be close, and I have a feeling he might get there.
Him and Ribble were together the majority of the race, with Ribble leading, but on this last lap.
I don't think he's going to get
Nope,
it.
just short. That last 20 meters, the wind really pushed him back.
Into the wind.
About stood him up, didn't it?
Yep, 4:36,
Wow.
just off the meet record.
Wow, that was a tremendous race.
Yes,
on his
that was a
part.
great race, a gritty race by both of those guys. And I would tell you what,
That's 10 seconds, 11 seconds faster than his winning time from last year.
Yep.
And the meet record holder just went up and congratulated him. So show us sportsmanship there.
Tyler Hetz of Gothenburg, meet record holder, went over and shook his hand and told him that was a great race.
And even being a junior, those records still mean a lot.
Oh, yeah, they do. Yes, they do. I've got a son who competed here a couple of years ago, and he keeps an eye on what goes on here in Gothenburg on this particular day all the time.
You know, it's funny you say that. My daughter ran in 2016 a 57-something 400, and I thought that record will never be broke. And I told her the other day it's been broke twice since she did it. So
Yep.
it's just crazy.
Yes, it is. Gritty effort by all of those young men. 4 laps around the track with the way the wind is today is 4 laps around the track is never easy, and it's really not easy when you're running into a 15 to 20 mile an hour headwind for half of it.
Yeah, that's the great thing about championship meets. Boy, there's no record that's safe. There's always somebody somewhere.
It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a break here. Maybe not a break, but while they get ready for the next race on the track, which will be the 4x100 meter relay. They're are getting ready to walk the teams down in front of the home stretch. I think we got another set of results brought up on our piece of paper here. So go ahead, Tony.
I do have some girls long jump records. We mentioned earlier that Alex Otto from Omaha had a chance to beat the meet record. The meet record again was 17:10 3/4. She had earlier this season jumped 17:10, and we mentioned earlier coming up just short. But Alex Otto was our state champion with a jump of 17:7 3/4, so just a couple inches off that meet record. But again, tremendous effort. She won by almost a foot over second place. So congratulations, Alex Otto of Omaha. You are a Gothenburg Middle School State Meet champion.
I'm kind of wondering if that has some Lexington ties. I think her father might have been a good Lexington athlete, if I'm correct.
Could be.
But it's fun to see the names and how they've transpired over the years. That a lot of the people that competed in the 70s, 80s, and 90s and 2000s now have children and grandchildren competing.
Again, we have the girls 4x100 meter relays. That is 1 lap around the track, divided up into 4 100 meter parts of the race.
We'll see if a few of these girls that ran in the open 100, remember we had 3 girls break the meet record in the prelims. How many of them are running on a 4x1 leg? Interesting to think about. And whether or not that affects what the finals bring later today.
Yeah, it's a little different schedule than what we're accustomed to. Generally, they put the sprint relay and the 4x4 at the end of the meet in the high school meets.
I would be interested, total side note here, how many pounds of glitter were dumped in girls' hair over the last few hours as they arrived in Gothenburg.
There were some shiny heads walking in front of us here.
Even at the high school level, that seems to be a new trend, a trend I don't understand. I'm an elementary teacher, and I do not like glitter. But interesting as you look down from the bird's eye view up here in the press box how shiny some of their heads are.
Again, this race will be divided into 2 different heats. There are 16 qualifiers, and our track only has 8 lanes, so 2 heats. The 8 fastest qualifiers will be in our second heat.
But you never know. Keep an eye on things. Heat winners, you see this at the high school state meet often. Heat winners in that first heat a lot of times can sneak in and get an 8th place medal, so or even higher. So yeah, it's just because you're in the slow heat doesn't mean you're slow.
That's right.
Let's be real. There's not a team here that's slow. If they were, they wouldn't be here.
Last year's winner in this race is also our record holder, and that was Grand Island Northwest. They ran a 50.98.
That's a tremendous time.
I mean, that might get you a medal down in Omaha. Our top qualifier coming in is West Holt in their time of 51.39. Again, they are walking their relay legs over to their spots. Looks like both heats are going to go. Again, there are 4 runners, each running, give or take 100 meters. Some might be a little more, some might be a little less. Coach Reeves, do you have any strategy to run a 4x1?
Well, again,
or do you just put random kids out?
No. It's been interesting over the years to see what different coaches do. You know, I think the standard for relays has always been second fastest first, fastest anchor, and then fill in between. But, you know, I've seen a lot of people put their fastest runner second, fastest runner first. You know, there's some strategy you mess with, and you might try to get a leg that runs a little further, a little bit less. You look at the good 4x1 coaches, and they do a lot of different things that have been successful for them. So I guess many times, like anything else, it depends on the personnel you have.
Yep. I like how you keep using the word strategy. I know some people might think track and field's boring. No, you're just running.
Yep.
You know,
that's
just run who's fastest.
Yeah, and like Coach said, a lot of times people will think you got to have your hammer at the end, but there's value in putting pressure on other teams earlier in the race too.
Yeah.
I'd say I claim to know a ton about the 4x1 being a distance coach, but you know, racing's racing, and if you can put pressure on people early, and you know, maybe get them to jump a little early or leave for that exchange a little sooner, or whatever you might be trying to do, that can play into your advantage. So,
see, we've got a team right out here right now. It looks like in lane 3, maybe, that are using a little bit different strategy. They're making their first runner run a little bit further. And I don't see what the school is, but they don't have much real estate to get that exchange.
Yeah, I think lane 3 looks like maybe Waverly at this point. Yeah,
yep.
But yeah,
no, it's lane 4.
Lane 4. Yeah, you mentioned
lane 4 is Crete.
The distance. You know, people think of 4x1. Everybody runs 100. Well, you can adjust those distances slightly as long as you get the baton within the exchange zone. So you might start your next leg partway through the exchange zone and make your first leg run a little further if they're a little faster. So again, a lot of things people don't know about track and field. Jillian mentioned strategy. A lot of things go into coaching. It's not just show up and run.
Yeah, show up and run, throw, jump. As you look at our track here in Gothenburg, our exchange zones are marked with big yellow triangles, so that means they have to get the baton passed to the next person inside in between those 2 triangles.
Yep. The runner has to start at the beginning of the exchange zone and has to have it before they get to the end of the exchange zone. So
one good rule that they changed a few years ago was they extended the exchange zone from 20 meters to 30 meters, and I think that has really helped in terms of times and exchanges, making sure those teams get the exchanges.
Well, looks like Heat 1 is in the blocks, and we'll see what happens here in a little less than a minute.
Looks like a clean start here, beginning of our relay.
Lane 4's got a nice first leg.
You know, something that the runners, our 2 and 3 runners, they have to not only receive the baton, they also have to hand off the baton. So you'll need to be make sure your athletes are trustworthy.
This is one we talked about technical. This is one of those technical events. Leaving too soon, not leaving on time could totally derail your team. We just saw a team drop the baton on the backstretch. So
yellow flag is up.
it's real easy to get over anxious in a race when you're trying to go as fast as you can, and sometimes you'll see people leave too soon, and that just sinks your boat.
Looks like Creed in the lead with Ashlyn Greenwood closing. Not sure. Let's look at the
finish links.
Finish.
Creed
holds on.
51.8.
51.8. We'll have to see if that holds up and can get in and get a medal.
Crete came in with a time of 52.8, so a little faster than their qualifying time.
Top 2 teams were 600ths apart. Ashland Greenwood 51.86. So I have a feeling that one or both of those teams could sneak in and get an 8th place. Again, like we mentioned before. While we're getting ready for Heat 2, I did get handed some more results. Boys shot put. Our state champion from Gearing, Kippen Cochran, threw 55 feet, 10.5 inches. So congratulations to Gearing and Kippen Cochran.
I believe he came in with the top throw. What did you say he threw?
55, 10.5.
And he came in with a throw of 54.11, so he improved on that.
Almost a foot.
He finished 11th in the boys shot put last year as a 7th grader, so pretty cool to come out and get a gold medal.
As I'm looking down here at the screen, looks like we're still rolling with triple jump. Looks like the girls are still throwing shot put. And boys would still be throwing discus, I would imagine. So we'll still have more results as we progress. Got a couple more hours of the meet. You never know. Those field events sometimes go all the way to the end.
I think triple jump's gone close to the end before, so we'll see.
Yeah, they've been into it for 3 hours and 15 minutes. So the field events, it takes a while to run them off.
Like I said earlier, the track precedes or takes precedence over any field. So, again, triple jump may have to be on hold. Some of those kids that are running this 4x1 are possible triple jumpers.
And Heat 2 getting ready, getting their blocks set for the girls 4x1. Again, the winner of that first heat, whatever they ran, that'll be in with the second heat.
It's now the
compiled.
Now the time to beat 51.8. We'll see what happens.
Again, they keep on the top of your quad box here showing the triple jump. I don't know if that necessarily qualifies as a circus event, but hop,
that one's
skip
a little
and a
different.
jump.
That one's a little different to me.
I still don't know the history of it, and I've looked up the history before, but a hop, a skip, and a jump. At first, I guess it started off with 2 hops.
Yeah, it looks like
and then
there's
a jump.
Holdridge Duster on the runway right now, and they've got some pretty good jumpers at the high school level right now. A young lady broke the state meet or state record the other day, but the wind was not allowable, so clearly they know what they're doing in the jumps down there at Holdridge.
Looks like Heat 2 is off. Again, the top qualifier coming in is in lane 4, West Holt.
Looks like lane 6 had a great lead-off leg.
It's always kind of hard to tell with the stagger. West Holt looks like they're making up.
It'll all shake out here in the end as they come around the final curve, getting ready for the third and final exchange.
Looks like West Holt out in the lead.
Ogallala making a charge. They may sneak up and get a second here.
Well, I think that's Rasby running for
Yep.
Ogallala.
She's going to pull up and get a second place for them, it looks like.
Okay, again. Ooh, West Holt.
50.81.
That looks like a new meet record.
North Platte second. Ogallala third. And I'll tell you what, our heat winner from the last heat's going to end up fourth. 51.81 beats fourth place there of 52 seconds. So just like we said, actually the first and second place from the heat 1 are going to get in and get a medal.
Place 4th and 5th. Again, Westhold with the new meet record, 50-81, beating last year's winner and previous record holder, Northwest.
Give a quick shout out. Julie Rickardson from Gothenburg, was not able to be here at the meet, just sent me a text and said, hey, thanks for what you're doing. You guys are doing a great job. She's normally one of these volunteers down here in the yellow shirts. But
her whole family.
Whole family is unable to be here today due to other circumstances. So, Rickardson family, thanks for everything you've done, and there's your shout out.
Wish you the best.
Okay, Becky's leading the way with the boys. 4x100 meter relay, be the same as the girls, run in 2 heats. Our top qualifying times will run in that second heat. The record in this event, if I could find it on my paper, was set 2 years ago in 2024. Columbus ran a 45:39. Last year's winner was Gretna in a time of 45:70. A couple of the top qualifying times coming in: Grand Island Central Catholic at 46:57 and Scotts Bluff 46:62. So something to keep an eye on.
Tell you what, those clouds we talked about earlier have all kind of fell apart and dissipated, and right now there is nothing but sunshine. We still got the wind, but you know, we're in the mid-70s and just really a pretty darn good day to compete here.
Yeah, I'm not sure the kind of pull Jim Clark has that he can have the sunshine about every year for this meet. I know there was one year in the rain. I don't remember how many years ago that was, but overall it's been quite pleasant.
Well, like we said before, I'm not sure Jim did it. It's probably the prayers Mary's been
saying
for
Jim.
So.
Probably. Yeah, and I don't know if they'll talk to Jim's daughter, Allie. She's kind of the next one in charge. I could see her on the infield walking around with her radio, so she keeps things in line.
Another shout out too here for Rick Frickenstein and our grounds crew here in Gothenburg. Boy, I tell you, that football field looks great.
Rick has been busy.
Yeah, it just, everything just looks great. So
I asked Rick just the other day, I said, do you have a to-do list of things to make sure? And he kind of pointed to his head like, yep, I got one. So.
Well, it's looking great right now. Probably the best this football field's looked in a long time.
Although I still see the white lines from our elementary track meet a few days ago. The what is it? Not slipper kick. Hippity hop.
The hippity hops and the three-legged race.
Yep, the 2 white lines out on the football field.
Those lines will be there for a few more weeks.
Probably all summer.
Yeah, a few more weeks for sure.
Looks like our third runners are still making their way across the field. Well, our second heat third runners, I should say. Kind of look at each exchange zone. There is a flag person over there. They have a yellow flag and a white flag. So when their exchange zone is not ready, I believe the yellow is held up correctly. Correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. And it looks like, is it Jay? No. Who's in the middle of the field with the yellow flag? He's kind of our official to tell the starter, hey, each exchange zone is ready or not ready.
While we're getting kids in the blocks, I just got some more results. Girls pole vault. We took a look at the boys earlier with a new meet record. We'll get that young man's name here soon as well. But our state champion today was from Elba, Nebraska. So, again, we talk about the variance in sizes of schools. I'm not sure exactly how big Elba is, but I know it's not very big. Hadley Morrow from Elba vaulted 10 feet 6 inches today. So
she was our top qualifier coming in at 10.4.
So again, PR day.
A little bit.
Yep. Sometimes kids rise to the occasion and do even better than they thought they would. So
she finished 7th last year at this meet. So pretty good improvement.
Yep. So congratulations to Hadley Morrow of Elba, state champion.
Like a clean start. Our boys 4x1.
It's like lane 3 off to a good start. Good exchange.
Middle of the track is quickly moving up.
Oh, we have a tumble here.
Again, great example of getting out a little too fast. And that second runner not quite able to catch
Not sure who that was. Looks like lane 5. I'm guessing that was Waverly. Chase County is coming in. Looks like going to win this heat.
Chase County to the line.
We'll get their time here because, like we said, that could
Never
be a placer.
know.
Happened in the girls' race.
Waverly with a good finish here, even
You know,
after
I'm
picking
glad
up
to
the
see
baton.
you pick up the baton and finish. That's what you came here for. Not necessarily what you came for time, but Chase County winning time of 47.14. Second place was 47.61. So we'll keep an eye on those times.
That'll be close.
See where they shake out in the next heat once these guys get underway.
Heat number 2 for the boys, 4x1. In lane 1, we have Ashland Greenwood. Lane 2, Concordia. Lane 3, North Platte. Lane 4, Grand Island. Lane 5, Scotts Bluff. Lane 6, Ogallala. Lane 7, Fremont. And lane 8, Scotus.
All right, looking at our screen again while this heat is in the blocks. Looks like they're on boys triple jump in the upper right-hand quadrant of your screen. The upper left, we're still focused on girls shot put. We haven't got any views of the boys discus yet, so I'm not sure if that's still underway.
I'll have to keep an eye
Keep
on
an eye
the
to see.
screen over there.
Again, I've been pretty fixated on the track, and the screen in front of me has been my secondary place to go.
Okay, now I did have a question for you guys. I just thought of, we ran the 4x8 earlier, and you called it the 2-mile relay. We don't ever call this event the quarter-mile relay, but yet we call the 4x4 the mile relay. So maybe I'll have to start a trend.
Yeah, there you go.
This is a quarter-mile relay.
Quarter-mile relay.
It's easier just say 4x1.
That's right.
Sprint.
I'm for the short syllables.
I'm wondering if that would be confusing with the 4x4 relay, which is everyone
you're
runs
running.
a quarter
Yep,
mile.
yep.
So, to me, that might be the reason why. A quarter-mile relay could mean two things.
Yep.
And so
that's how you could talk a kid into running a 400.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yep,
You're running the
quarter-mile relay, and they think they're the 4x1. Boy, that would be a bit of a surprise.
Oh, boy.
Once we get through this first session here, we got a few more races, but we'll be having some awards down in front too. I would imagine our camera will be right on that, so something to look forward to if you're listening at home or watching at home. Have an athlete that was in the top 8 finishers. You'll see them front and center getting some medals and hardware. That's what these kids came here for.
And again, it looks like on blacksquirreltiming.com, they're getting some more field event results in. They have all the girls girls long jump results. Everybody listed who competed. You can click on their name and it'll show you all 3 of their jumps, all 6 of their jumps.
Yeah, so even if your athlete didn't make the podium, still look to see if they maybe got a personal record today.
Yeah. And it looks like some of them are. You click on some of their names, and usually when there's a star behind their name, I guess that means their best jump. Maybe not necessarily a season PR, but.
That's what I like about athletic.net. It'll post season best, personal best, and so on. It's a tool that coaches should use and should love.
It's great to even go back years.
Yeah, years past.
You can go back from previous years and see, you as a coach, I know Steve and I are getting up there in age, Steve a little more than me, but years kind of blend together over time, and you kind of wonder, like 5 years ago when I had, Joe running the 800, what did Joe run? And so you can always go back and look. It stores all that information, and obviously as more kids can continue to, and more years go by, the data gets even more plentiful. So
I have results from mimeograph machines, so that kind of dates me a little bit.
I don't even know what that is.
I'm not sure I know or can spell it.
I can explain that to you.
All right. It's not a overhead projector.
No.
I do know what that is.
You might be dating yourself there a little bit, Coach Reeves.
I know I am.
I can remember
Oh, lane 2 had a little trouble on their exchange.
Early in my coaching career where we had to fax in entries for everything.
Oh, gosh, I can't even imagine.
All right, we're going to have a tight one down the stretch. This is going to be a tight race.
Looks like Scotts Bluff.
Scotts Bluff, but GICC making a move.
Oh, GICC with the lead.
GICC to the tape. And again, we'll check those times, but we're going to have a couple of teams from that first heat sneak in. I have a feeling 46-36, 46-55. I tell you what, just like in the girls' race, our first place time in heat number 1 is going to sneak in and get 4th.
Huh. Was that same with the girls?
It was exactly the same.
4th place.
4th and 5th.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, 4th and 5th are going to come out of the first heat, the slow heat. Again, I don't ever call it the slow heat.
We don't call it that.
People who know don't call it the slow heat because
Yeah.
there is no such thing at this level.
Others have. So again, our winner in the boys 4x1, Grand Island Central Catholic, running a time of 46-36.
All right, next event on the track is going to be our 400 meters. Used to call it a 400-meter run. Now it's a 400-meter all-out sprint.
Yep,
so
the dash. Okay, before our girls 400 gets started, we are going to have, I believe, 3 heats of this, 24 qualifiers broken up. The record in our event is, if you can hear the PA, he just read it for me, Jaya Patillo, who runs at Bellevue West now. She competed unattached in middle school. She ran a 56-56 back in 2023.
Lane 2, Addison Huddle from Chambers Wheeler Central. Lane 3, Lillian Helms from Arapahoe. Lane 4, Hagen Huffman from Shadron. Lane 5, Lexi Brown from Gothenburg. Lane 6, Bailey Dockery Satoris from Brady. And Lane 7, Madison Kester of Cambridge.
Our winner in this race last year, Haley Mapson from Palmyra, won it with a time of 59:02. She is a freshman now at Palmyra High School and qualified for this week's state meet in the 200, the 400, and the 4x4. Our top qualifier coming in, who also ran the 100 earlier, was Edie Sutton from Mary Our Queen. She has ran a 58.98 already this year. A couple other top qualifiers under that 60-second mark are Reagan Carey out of Minden and Molly Spargo from Dundee County Stratton.
Long jump, girls pole vault, long jump, boys shot put.
Also a qualifier in this event as a 7th grader is Jemiah Moore from Davis in Omaha, right at that 1-minute mark. So should be a great race here. Again, they're going to have to finish into the wind, into a headwind. I'm sure we'll see lots of hair flying back on this home stretch, but as Coach Neal said earlier, just put your head down and go. Looks like no runner out in lane 8. You know, sometimes something happens and you're not able to make it to the meet today. You know, like we said, life happens.
Well, and sometimes kids get here and you were in another event and something didn't feel quite right.
Yeah.
You know, personally, watching this 400, little bias, 400, 800, I think, are 2 of my favorite events. It kind of includes speed, endurance, strength, and just fun to watch these kids run this race.
Now, do you guys think, since that back stretch is the wind is at your back, are you changing your running strategy? It's just all out.
You better go.
You better go with the wind.
I think you about have to change a little bit because once everybody hits this wall coming down the finish,
yep, you can see.
I think if you've got the opportunity to open up your stride a little bit or a little more turnover on the back stretch, that's a great time to make up time because you're definitely not going to make up time down the stretch here. So,
looks like Bailey Dockery Sartorius from Brady winning that heat.
Brady just down the road, 63.
That's a nice time.
Shadron.
She's also a qualifier today in the 200.
Yeah, 64.4. Lexi Brown out of Gothenburg.
Is that a PR for her? It's got to be close.
I think it's pretty close.
It's
pretty close.
Number 2 for the girls 400.
Yeah, that's a good time in this windy situation.
Yeah, and again, you never know. Like lane or a heat 3 person could sneak in and get a medal. Again, you just never know.
Lane 5, Molly
Coach Britton's going to like that.
Lane 6, Emily Wheatley of Mary R. Queen. Lane 7,
Again, even though there are 3 heats, this is a finals race. Obviously, we're not going to run this again in the same day. So it'll be based on time. Finals based on time. So the top time to beat now is 1:03.21. Looks like all 8 lanes are full, though. As I say that, now I don't see... Oh, there's the runner in lane 2. Looks like all 8 lanes will be full. There were 2 girls that ran this race last year as 7th graders who qualified again as 8th graders. That was Reagan Carey from Minden. She finished 3rd last year. And finishing 11th last year was Nevaeh McBride from Sandy Creek. So I'm sure those 2 are hoping to improve their medal positions from last year.
All 8 runners using blocks. Sometimes in the 400, runner's preference, you'll see some that do, some that don't. In that particular heat, all 8 runners use blocks. Coach Reeves, what's your opinion on this? Is blocks something that is a necessity in the 400?
I don't think it's necessarily a necessity, but I think at higher level you go, it's probably a good idea to utilize the blocks because the other runners, you're not just, as they go through their process of setting and getting into their blocks, I think that if you're standing, that's a lot of idle time that you may not be able to react as well. So, yeah, I'd say blocks are the ticket.
I think it's a, matter of opinion, I guess. What's comfortable for you?
This looks like Nevaeh McBride from Sandy Creek out in the lead. Going to take this heat.
Boy, you do just see them all struggle down that stretch. It's, again, we talked about the wind. It looks like it might be gusting a little more now than it was even earlier. So, 62.
So that time already beats the top time from the previous heat.
Yep.
What is the record? 56?
56-56.
A young lady from Bellevue West.
Jaya Patillo.
I will tell you, though, our heat winner from the first heat would have placed 3rd in that heat.
So something to keep an eye on as we get ready to run this final heat. Now, I don't know if we talked about this before. In this 400 race, obviously they're at a stagger because each lane measured out all the way around. You have to make up for it. But why is the top qualifier in lane 4? I don't know if one of you guys could explain how the lanes work.
I'll defer to Coach Reeves on that one.
Maybe he can explain it for us. Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Well, I've always referred to it kind of as the hot lane. If you watch the sprints, it could kind of, as if it all comes to, in a perfect world, all comes to the same situation, your leader is like a flock of geese, the front runner. History of track and field, I think you'd have to refer to it, but I think that lane 4, you can see what's outside of you, and the inside lanes obviously, have that stagger they've got to make up, but why they chose that, it's a good question.
It's just kind of how it is.
I wonder if it, as an athlete, if you asked all of the kids who are running in these races what lane they would prefer, I bet you'd probably get a million different answers.
Yep, and different reasons why.
If I was the fastest person in the field, which I never was very often, I might want an inside lane because then I can see everybody I'm chasing. So I think it's probably a matter of preference, but yeah, there's got to be rules, and clearly that's the rule. So
Yeah, I think in the sprint relay, lanes 1 and 8 are ones you want to avoid, but that's just the way it is. It's still the same distance for everybody.
Yep.
Well, while they're running down the backstretch, I have results of the boys pole vault. We mentioned the young man from Scottsbluff broke a meet record at 13 feet 7 inches. Wyatt Erdman is his name. He had, I believe we said, the best
Best
vault
jump coming in
in
at 13 feet.
13 feet, added 7 inches to his season best. That's pretty impressive. So congratulations, Wyatt Erdman. Just to kind of give you an idea, it looks like all 8 kids that medaled went over 10.6 today. So pretty good field all the way through. And congratulations to Wyatt Erdman.
Looks like our runners are coming down the home stretch. I believe that's the top qualifier, Edie Sutton from Mary R. Queen.
I will say the young lady from Minden's making a push here right at the end.
We'll see where they finish up here. And I'm guessing
I think we have a sub 60.
And I'm guessing that was Spargo out in lane 3.
58.97.
58.97, 59.35 for second. So 2 young ladies went under the 60-second mark, which is impressive for middle school.
I tell you, Coach Willock down in Minden's going to be excited about that.
Now, I don't remember for sure, but I think there's a carry on their high school track team.
Not sure how excited the Swedes are going to be about that, but good for her.
Absolutely.
So it looks like the top three or four in that heat are going to be the top 4. Again, the winner of the girls 400-meter relay, Edie Sutton from Mary R. Queen in Omaha, in a time of 58.97. Again, like I said, Reagan Carey finished 3rd in this meet last year. She ended up 2nd today.
Lane 1 to start out with. Here we'll have Jeffrey Martin of Chase County. Lane 2.
I'd love to know in the Spargo household. You know, Molly Spargo looks like she got 3rd, ran a 1:02, where that ranks when her sisters were in 7th and 8th grade. I could probably look at the top 10s and see if any of their names are on there.
And we mentioned, shout out to Coach Wheelock. We just mentioned his name, and he just sent me a text and said, "You guys sound great." So thanks a lot, Coach Wheelock. First compliment I've ever gotten from you.
Might be the last.
Might be the last.
Again, her time 58.97 for Edie Sutton. 58.97. Oh, just missed out on the top 10 here at the Nebraska Championship Meet.
And without this win today, she probably would have been there.
Probably.
But again, that's the way it goes.
Yeah. Take what you can get. I'm just, like I said, I'm happy the sun's out.
If only we had a dome here in Gothenburg.
Yeah. Jim, that's what's next,
Yep.
huh? We need an indoor track.
I tell you what, I hope these fans are enjoying what they're seeing. Again, they got a great day for track and field. They got some really, really impressive young individuals competing here, and I think the 3 of us are track and field junkies. We understand, but I hope a lot of these fans that came here today appreciate what they're getting the opportunity to see.
I would say, looking out at the crowd, there's still a pretty good handful of people here. Maybe a few empty spots, but
we're not even to the halfway point yet of the running,
quite.
and so
the visitor section even has more people in it than I saw
than
during the football season when
absolutely.
the visiting teams came.
Yep, it's pretty good showing here, and one thing we talked about the wind, and you mentioned the tents earlier. I have not seen any tents fly over the fence yet, so.
There's been a few in Gothenburg before.
Kudos to the people who staked those things down because they're still standing.
Yeah, it's Gothenburg's version of Tent City.
Yeah. As we get ready to start the first heat of the boys 400, quick rundown. The record in this event was set back in 2017. Caden Perez out of Mullen ran a 51.87. Last year's winner was Evan Cameron of Columbus SCOTUS in his winning time of 52.72. He is a freshman at SCOTUS this year and a state qualifier for Burke in the long jump and the 4x4. The top qualifier in the boys 400 is a gentleman from Fremont, Declan Huff, and his fastest time coming in is 51.30 So that number would be below the meet record right now. But again, we'll see what happens today with a little bit of wind in your face.
And here they come, heat number 1. Everybody's turning the corner. We got a pretty tight pack.
It's like
lane number 8.
Lane 8, Cole Carter out of Scott Middle School.
Gonna take the win in heat 1, lane 8.
I think that's out of Lincoln, if I remember. Scott Middle School.
Cole Carter, 54.97. That's a pretty good time to start with.
Can't say there's too many teal colored
No,
jerseys.
that
might be the first one I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's kind of a cool color. While we're waiting for heat number 2, girls high jump just came in. Guess what? We've got a meet record. Going in, the meet record was 5 feet 3 2/4, and Ruby Edwards of Franklin jumped 5 feet 4 inches today.
That's awesome. She came in as the top qualifier with the jump of 5'2".
Hudson Osborne of West Holt. Lane 4, Lennox Adams of SCO. Lane 5, Grayson Jackson of Fillmore Central. Lane 6, Colin DeLate of Northwest. Lane 7, Cade Nichols of Columbus. And lane 8, Triggs Vela of Exeter Milligan.
All right, I'm not sure if I got cut off there or not by the PA, but Ruby Edwards of Franklin, meet record, 5 feet 4 inches in the high jump. Congratulations. It looks like we had our top 4 were all over 5'2" today. That'll place you at a lot of high school meets, that's for sure. And 5 feet 4, I think, in Class B was, correct me if I'm wrong, Coach Reeves, that might have been the auto qualifier this year.
5'2".
5'2", so there you go. So
in Class B.
In Class B, so yeah, Ruby Edwards, congratulations, state champion and a new meet record at 5 feet 4 inches.
Yeah, that'll get you a medal at Burke. Heat 2 of the boys 400 going to the blocks. Mid-54s is the time to beat from Heat 1.
54.97, I believe, was Heat 1.
Again, it looks like this heat, all 8 runners are using blocks.
Mr. Crosby got the runners on their mark.
You know, a shout out to the starters too. We have Mr. Crosby for several of our meets here in town, and he just does an outstanding job and has forever. So shout out to him. I know he's got a helper down there too.
Oh, lane 1. Lane 1, I think, was across the line before that gun went off, so we'll see what happens here.
He's going to need to say he didn't hear him. Maybe they'll let him back in.
Does that work, Coach Reeves?
With a little bit of east wind blowing, I don't know.
They're talking about it right now. They're going to make a decision.
You know, generally they'll ask at the meets, can you hear me in lane 1? If the kid can, he raises his hand.
It's hard to say with that wind whipping today.
But he definitely did get a hiccup out of there.
Well, he's walking down to talk to the young man. We'll see what happens.
I got a feeling Mr. Crosby will leave him in. But
No, it looks like he's walking off the track. That's unfortunate.
Which is unfortunate, and I hate to say, but rules are rules.
Yep.
I mean, that's
especially in a timed event.
Why we have them.
Maybe he's got another race.
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so.
That's why you always tell your kids to react and not anticipate.
Miles from St. Paul for the 200 hurdles.
Looks like we're still showing some boys at discus and boys and girls triple jump still.
Fair start this time.
Lane 4 got out.
Tell you, the outside lanes are holding their own right now.
Yes, they are.
Stagger has not been made up on 7 and 8 just yet. Here they come.
About 50 meters are going to feel the wind. The old strength factor plays a role here.
Oh boy, we're going to have a tight one. Looks like lane 7.
Shorten up and finish it. There.
Maybe
lane 2. Lane 2.
Oh, sneaking in.
Yeah.
Columbus gets the win, it looks like. Lane 7, but 2 came hard.
54-3. We got a new leader.
54-3.
Again, that was heat 2. The boys 400.
See, now you're confusing
I
yourself
know.
with what you're calling races.
I'm writing things down and getting them all confused.
Boys 400-meter dash. In lane 1, we have Jackson Aarons of Norfolk.
I was just looking through all our meet records so far. What a day.
Lane 3.
Still more to come.
Yep.
Of West Point Beamer. Lane 4 and ranked 8 in the nation, Declan Duff of Fremont.
So
Lane 5, Logan Privet of Norfolk Catholic. Lane 6, Jack Sullivan of Archbishop Bergen. Lane 7, Elias White of Grand Island. And lane 8, Luke Miller of North Platte.
So as you just heard in the PA, Declan Duff of Fremont is in position to beat our meet record today. 51.87 is the meet record. Declan has ran a 51.30. I will tell you what, Coach Reeves, for an 8th grade boy, that is smoking fast.
That is quick. I tell you what, a lot of coaches would take that on a relay split.
I did not hear what they just said. It's something about being ranked in the nation,
Ranked
but I'll
in the
bet you that
nation?
has to be a pretty good ranking, because that's pretty quick.
I think I heard Scott say ranked 8th.
So we'll see with the win today. Again, anything goes, but who knows? I'm guessing a young man like this probably hasn't had a lot of competition at every meet he's gone to this year if he's running that quick. So today could be the day where the competition pushes him to a faster time.
It looks like he's going to step up and carry on the Fremont track tradition.
Yep.
They've always got competitive track and cross-country teams. I know that.
Declan Duff out of Fremont, that's who we're talking about. He finished 7th in this race last year in 54.27.
Being a 2-time state medalist at the junior high meet, if he can get one here, would be pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive. Again, the meet record in this event, 51.87. So something to keep an eye on.
Fair start. Here we go. Lane 4, there he comes, already making the stagger up. 100 meters in, and he's caught everybody outside of him almost.
Nice looking runner.
We'll see what his strength looks like down the finish. He's at about 25 seconds at the 200, so he's on pace if he can finish. Lane number 3 coming strong. It's gonna push. That's what he needs, though. Great form too down the stretch. Head straight, arms are driving, just like you want to see. Oh, it's going to be close.
Looks like he'll just be short of the record.
52.18 though in this win. That is still impressive. Tell you what, that young man has nothing to be ashamed of. That was a great race, and he's got a bright future ahead of him.
He sure does. He kind of reminded me of a young Chip Baugh.
Coach Reeves is aging himself.
I really am.
I don't know who that is.
Hopefully he's not listening. You don't know who he is.
Him and Jerry Godowski really dominated the 400 in their high school years at Fremont.
Gotcha.
All
I thought that's why you brought me here.
Yeah, you're the historian.
You're the historian.
I know. I should be writing all this down. Everything I learned today.
It's a book of knowledge, Coach Dowdy. Well, it looks like that's going to take us to the 200-meter hurdles. And we'll have a little bit of time here while they're setting hurdles and getting things ready to go for that. But what a great day it's been so far.
Yep. I don't see any hurdle movers just yet, so
no.
we must have a few minutes here.
We must be a little ahead of schedule here. 2:55. Although we're only
pushing that.
We're only a few minutes, so unless they're something they didn't tell us with the schedule change, but I would imagine we'll be getting hurdles set here shortly, and then we're going to have our awards presentation. Take a little break. Maybe they're going to do awards first.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I don't see any.
Our PA man. Oh, there's some girls coming out onto the track here.
Maybe all the volunteers are still eating lunch.
There must be. I don't see too many yellow shirts out by the hurdle.
Tell you what, I think I'd rather be up here than moving those hurdles. Here they come.
Yep,
They're
a little more movement.
Starting to get a few more yellow shirts out here. So
I kind of feel bad for these 200 hurdlers today. They're not going to have much wind at their
they're not
at their back, and it's going to be tough for any records. But we'll see.
As we get started here at the girls' 200-meter hurdles, again, the hurdles are set at 30 inches for the girls. The record in this event is Fiona Thorne out of Pound Middle School in Lincoln with a time of 28:25. Last year's winner and our top qualifier coming in this year is Cadence Rasby. Last year she won this event in 29:45, but she's coming in with her top time just under the record time at 28:11. So we'll see if, kind of unfortunate, like Tony said, happened to run into the wind, but we'll see what she can do. Again, this is a finals race, even though they're in 3 heats. So our top 8 fastest qualifiers will be in our 3rd heat.
For the boys, to a tie for 5th place between Gearing and Fort Calhoun. And a tie for 3rd place between Beatrice and Battle.
Now I'm going to have to count the hurdles because I don't even know how many hurdles they jump over in a 200-meter hurdle race.
While you're doing that, I'm going to take a look at the screen here. The only event other than the track right now that is showing for us is still the triple jump. Tells me that maybe our shot put and discus events are wrapping up. But right now, girls triple jump is still underway. Again, I don't know exactly if we're into the finals yet over there or where we stand, but
kind of a bummer. But
yeah, once we get some results, we'll pass that along. Looks like the boys and girls are still jumping, so beautiful day to be at the beach, I guess, over there in the sand. So we might as well enjoy it.
Those Sandcastle Warriors.
Sandcastle Warriors.
Oh yeah, I was gonna count the hurdles. 1, 2, 3, 4,
5. I'd say.
5. I think there's 5.
5.
Right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, yep.
The second flight's only halfway done.
Yeah,
right now.
I see that.
They're looking for more hurdles.
Now, what does that compare to the high schoolers run a 300-meter hurdle race? How many hurdles are they over? Do you know off the top of your head? No, I'm up here with distance coaches, and I'm a field event coach. So we'll just go with. Well, let's see.
I would say there's 1, 2 more than what we have here.
7?
Maybe
7 or 8. We'll see if anybody's listening who could text one of us and let us know. I could probably look it up.
Thanks for showing our cards for us, Jillian. Like I said, jumping over things is not my forte.
In 4th place from Diller Odell, Hannah Schnapp.
Actually, we have two medalists from last year in this race who were 7th graders last year who qualified this year. So it'll be interesting to see where those two end up. Again, getting first last year was Cadence Rasby running for Sutherland, and getting 5th last year from West Holt is Brinlyn Conrad.
Coach Yilk and Coach Foster. And
there are a total of 8.
Total of 8.
Okay.
So there you go. Coach Mullen would be very disappointed in this right now.
Kind of what I was guessing, but I didn't want to go for it. I wasn't 100% sure. Now we know. Oh, see, got a text. Yep, 8. Oh, funny. God, all these things I'm learning on a Saturday.
Well, since the distance coaches just showed up here, we didn't hear the question.
Yeah. Thanks to Coach Carlin also for your input there. I just got a text from you. I didn't know you throwers coaches knew as much about the track as you do.
Yeah, he's clear up there in the Boone Central area, isn't he?
Elkhorn
Valley.
Scott.
Yeah.
Elkhorn Valley area.
By Fiona Thorne, a pound set back in 2022 at 28.25. In Heat 1 and in Lane 1.
I think I remember Fiona Thorne running at state track last year. She'd probably be about a sophomore or junior.
Waverly. Lane 4, Hayden Kitka of Cozad. Lane 5, Zoe Taline of Guardian Angel. Lane 6, Olivia Fries of Sunrise. Lane 7, Josie Wells of Anselmo Myrna. And Lane 8, Amira Ocampo of York.
Josie Wells? Isn't that a... what's the word I'm thinking of? On
Outlaw?
Yeah, outlaw. I was going to say cowboy. But
Looks like Jim got some new hurdle carts.
I see that next to...
I know Coach Yoke would like get another couple flights of hurdles, and then we'd be all set.
Yeah. I know we didn't talk about the hurdles here in Gothenburg, but Coach Reeves, are these heavy-duty hurdles, or are these just
These are
podunk?
good quality hurdles. They're not rockers.
Yeah.
If you hit one of these, you know it.
Which I think is good for the kids to get experience, before running in Omaha next year when they're in high school.
Yeah, you're not going to bang these around much and
No.
live to tell about it.
First heat underway here. Oh, we had one athlete caught the hurdle, unfortunately.
Oh, shoot.
See if she gets up and finishes. Looks like she's going to walk off.
Like lane 3.
Yep. Zana Root from Waverly.
Waverly to the tape.
Again, this race is finaled on time, so we'll have to keep an eye.
31.50 was Zena Root's time.
The hurdle setters are adjusting all the hurdles, make sure none of them got moved out of their spots.
Heat number 2 of the girls 200-meter hurdles. In lane 1.
And again, we talk about technical, in the jumps and in the handoffs in the 4x1. This is another one of those. You've got to be precise. You don't want to be too high over the hurdles. It slows you down, but you also got to make sure you clear it. So,
and there's a step count involved, so some of them may have to adjust a little bit coming into the wind.
Yeah, with that wind, I'm sure there's an adjustment going to be needed. But again, not just a show up and run event. You've got to have some technicality to be successful.
Again, looking at Black Squirrel timing, it looks like they have both girls and boys high jump and pole vault results up. Girls long jump results, girls discus, and boys shot put.
We're still triple jumping, still got girls shot going.
I know from our vantage point, we can't quite see over to the shot disc area.
No, I'd have to stick my head out the back door, and I'm not sure my cord will go that far. Although it is getting kind of warm in here, I might need to cool off for a minute. It's like out on the field, they're getting all the medalists organized. Again, just like everything else, this event runs pretty smooth. They got cards laid down with your event. If you were a medalist, you sit behind that card, and pretty soon they'll just make this smooth sailing, getting them up on the podium.
Looks like they're going to present some relay medals. That really gets congested down there.
Lots of kids down there.
Yep.
It looks like Jim Clark's daughter Allie's down there, making sure it's all running smoothly. Again, the top time in that first heat from Waverly, 31:50. See where that ends up here. This heat almost looks a little faster, a little smoother.
Lane 5, it looks like maybe.
Olivia Moser out of Creighton.
Board will flash her time, 31:22. A little faster than heat 1.
Yeah.
Heat number 3 for the girls 200-meter hurdles. In lane 1, we have Adala Regal of Battle Creek. Lane 2, we have Dennis Scores of Chambers Wheeler Central. Lane 3, and ranked 21st in the nation, Berlin Conrad of West Holt. Lane 4, we have Cadence Rasby, who's ranked 3rd in the nation, from Oglala. Lane 5, we have Shea Pospisil of Bishop Newman. Lane 6, Alexis Shelmadine of Alliance St. Agnes. Lane 7, Jemiah Moore of Davis. And lane 8, Grace Morrison of Crofton.
Jill, you mentioned the 2 competitors that are top 2 coming in. Both they just announced in the top 20 in the nation. Cadence Rasby, number 3 in the nation in the 200 hurdles.
That's wild to think about.
Right here in good old Nebraska.
I'd have to look back at all the entries and things, but the top 3 qualifiers, I believe, are all finalists in the 100-meter hurdles as well.
Keep an eye on the middle of the track. Fair start. Rasby's already making the stagger up.
She's already out.
Not even to the first hurdle.
Yep, out in lane 4. Ooh,
little
tumble there.
No, she got resurrected on that one. This
smoother.
This is going to be a good time, I have a feeling.
We're going to keep an eye on that record. Remember, the record is 28:25.
She looks smooth.
This looks smooth. Looks like Shea Popsicle from Newman in second.
I think she might have got it.
Let's see here.
That's a high 27, low.
28:25 is what we're watching.
28:24.
Oh, she did. She did get it.
New meet record
Yep,
by a 100th of a second.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, congrats to her.
Yep. Coach Fruit, I know you're watching and listening. Keep her going. Wasn't her best time on the year, but
in this wind,
that might not happen, but definitely good enough to be a meet record. So
And that little bit of, not really a bobble or so, but over the first hurdle maybe.
And watching her right now, she's shaking her head as she walks away from the board because she's not happy about it. Get a meet record.
Meet record and you win the meet. Or the
meet record and you're not happy.
Yeah. Watch out for next year.
Yep,
that's a sign of a competitor.
Yeah.
Right?
It'll be exciting to see. She'll have 2 years in high school to run against her older sister, Shaden. So that'll be exciting to watch. Looks like they're adjusting the hurdles for the boys, 200-meter hurdles. They got to crank them back up a few notches, up to 33 inches. I had it wrote down what the boys' hurdles are in high school, but I can't find my paper.
And I
even looked it up the other day.
I'm sure we'll get some text now letting us know, because obviously I have some learning to do. Up 2. That's all I know from the girls every time.
Up 2 notches.
Yep. So I'm sure we'll be getting some updates from somebody that knows. At least that way we know people are listening to us.
Yep, that's true. That's true. Again, coming in second in that girls' 200-meter hurdle race was Shea Pospisil from Bishop Newman. Third, I'm not even going to pronounce her name, from Battle Creek. And fourth, Brynlyn Conrad from West Holt. Again, Brenlin finished 5th last year and moved up a spot, finishing 4th this year. Looking at the boys' 200-meter hurdles, the record in this event is Alex Coe out of Lincoln Christian with a time of 25:48. Last year's winner, Justin Warner from Archbishop Bergen, in a 26:66. The top qualifier coming in, which he will run in heat 3, lane 4, is Hunter Piper Bradley out of Scotts Bluff with a time of 26:61.
Well, just on cue, Coach Fruit out of Ogallala, who we just mentioned with Cadence Rasby there, says that high school runs 36 inches in the hurdles.
Gosh.
So they go up another 3.
Oh, gosh.
Doesn't seem like much, but when you're trying to get over those things,
as fast as possible.
That seems a little bit high.
Thanks, Coach Fruit.
Coach Fruit, always a pleasure.
Again, this is heat 1 of 3, the boys' 200-meter hurdles.
Lane 1, going to get over that last hurdle. He's going to get the win.
Again, we'll keep an eye on the times, see where they end up.
Easter Day, 28:40 is his time. Second was Braden Clark out of Elgin Public.
28:40. We have 4 competitors that raced in this event last year that are also qualified for this year.
Heat number 2 of the boys' 200-meter hurdles. In lane 1, we have Jose Ordaz Mora of Ogallala. Lane 2, Angel De La Cruz of Fremont.
We are going to take a little break here after the conclusion of the boys' 200-meter hurdles to present medals.
Lane 6, Hudson Jelenik of Raymond Central. Lane 7,
give us an opportunity to grab something to eat and
yeah, for sure.
Maybe go find a bathroom. We've been up here for a while.
Yeah.
Have to tell Jim next year there needs to be a porta potty up here. See if he can make that happen. That'd be a little bit of a hoist.
Yeah, add it to his list of things.
Now that we've got the bird's eye view of this whole thing, we can make our suggestions, right?
Still looks like they're triple jumping, or a little bit anyways, maybe doing some calculations or something. Maybe they're
getting ready to go to finals, maybe?
Up. Yeah, I don't know.
Or checking placers. Well, our next heat is underway here, so middle of the track's looking fast.
Yep, lane 4 looked like they made up the stagger pretty quickly.
4 and 5 got a nice race going right here. We'll see if they keep that up. Lane 1 making a big push, moving up in the pack. Looks like it's going to be lane 4.
Again, I'm not a hurdler, or never was, but I can't imagine, just being able to stay focused on your lane, your event, when you got people beside you going over maybe differently or different timing than you. And
Tegan Thompson of Battle Creek wins that heat, 27:82. Yeah, Jillian, I think too, not just going over then focusing on that, but the way these guys, when they bring their arms across and they're swinging banging, and I know you're not supposed to touch each other, but
it happens.
If I'm a left-footed hurdler and you're a right, there's times where I'm sure it happens, especially down the stretch where
you're all pretty even.
You're pretty even.
And your hurdles are the same.
Hurdles are right next to each other.
Yeah.
Lane 7, Bryce Peterson of Aurora.
Probably a good thing I never had to worry about that.
Yeah, me either.
Omaha, Ronwell Talbots.
Again, so the winner of that second heat will be our top time right now. The time to beat, 27:82, with our third heat on the track.
Well, I look at the third place in there, that name from Waverly, Badman.
Oh.
His brother, I tell you right now, is tearing it up at the high school level. He was a state champion here a few years ago in the hurdles as well. So he right now, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he broke the state record in at least one of them already this year.
I think he did as a sophomore.
Maybe the second. I know he and my son were both sophomores. My son didn't hurdle, but he was one of those winners of a lot of events while they were here in Gothenburg a couple years ago. And
that's cool to have, the success in high school and to be able to look back, hey, I kind of remember that name back
Yep.
in junior high, or vice versa the other way, looking back at previous results and the top 10 records that are on the website.
Lane 4, Scotts Bluff.
Yep, Hunter
But
Piper
we got
Bradley.
we got a pack. Look out for Lane 7, Aurora.
Oh, lane 1.
Boy, we got a race here. All 4 of them right there. I think Lane 1's going to get the win. He did.
I think he did. We'll see. Check the time here.
27:44.
Yep.
What was Heat 2?
Kaysen Martin out of Anselmo Myrna. And he's going to take the win.
All right. That was close to that winner of Heat.
The Heat 2 winner, yeah. He's still in the top 8 here. He's getting pumped down a little bit as the final results come across the board.
Yeah, again, folks, check out the Black Squirrel timing if you want to see all the results.
All the results.
Black Squirrel timing.
Again, even if you're not in the top 8, they are all listed on there.
All right, well, we're gonna turn it over to the award ceremony. Jillian and I and Coach Reeves are gonna sign off for a few, but we'll see you guys back here in just a bit.
From Alliance, Alexis Dean. In 4th place from West Holt, Brendan Conrad. In 3rd place from Battle Creek, Adela Regal. In 2nd place from Bishop Newman, Shay Pospisil. And winning the girls 200-meter hurdles with a time of 28:24, a new meet record from Ogallala, Cadence Rasby. We are at a break, and we'll begin taking a look at all of our medalists and getting a second look at them as they go up to the stand. First of all, I'll turn your attention to the middle of the infield. These are the medalists for the girls long jump. In 8th place from Pierce, Gabby Drahota. In 7th place from Pierce, Stella Riggert. In 6th place from Minden C.L. Jones, Reagan Carey. In 5th place from Hershey, Avery Thompson. In 4th place from Palmer, Kelsey Fix. In 3rd place from McCool Junction, Kensington Bristol. In 2nd place from Pierce, Avery Burbach. And in 1st place from Omaha, Alex Odo. Here are the results of the boys long jump. In 6th place from Sunrise, Lakin Massberger. In 7th place from West Point Boomer, Clay Harstick. In 6th place from North Platte, Kazinti Smith. In 5th place from Creighton, Derek Hammer. In 4th place from Highline, Lucas Cochran. In 3rd place from Gothenburg, Blake Brown. In 2nd place from Ogallala, Easton Mitchell. And winning the boys long jump at 1970.5 from Seward, Brayton Hottaway. Once again, turn your attention to the infield. Here are the medalists in the boys high jump. In 8th place from Hastings, Aaron Roan. In 7th place from Tri-County, Maddox Beacon. In 6th place from Westridge, Riker McGuinn. 3rd place with a 3-way tie from Bertrand, Jacob Shane. 3rd place from Battle Creek, Unitas Baldwin. 3rd place from Columbus Lakeview, Wyatt Dickey. 2nd place from Falls City, Cohen Shields. And winning the boys high jump from West Point Beamer, Clay Harstick. stand is the boys pole vault medalists. All right, here we go. Here are our medalists. Three-way tie for 7th place between Noah Nelson from Bertrand, Tobin Stobel from Gilling, and Tegan Saney from Fremont. You guys can step up there. The medals will show up eventually. 6th place from Chambers Wheeler Central, Trey Smith. 5th place from West Point Beamer, Dawson Mackling. 4th place from Sutherland, Ryder Ruff. 3rd place from Arcadia Loop City, Bennett Rademacher. 2nd place from Northwest, Brecken Rife. And winning the Nebraska Championship Meet with a new meet record of 13-7 from Scotts Bluff, Wyatt Erdman. Up next on the medalist stand are the medalists for the girls pole vaults. We have a three-way tie for 8th place. From Minden C.L. Jones, Addie Jordan. From York, Raya Chrisman. And from Nebraska Christian, Caitlin Friesen. And they all fit on that step. 7th place, Hold from Holdridge, Kuiper Vaughn. 6th place from Kimball, Megan Fuss. 5th place from Chase County, Ashlyn Persley. 4th place from York, Ariana Chrisman. 3rd place from Alliance, Alexis Shelmadine. 2nd place from Battle Creek, Daisy Hutman. And then the girls pole vault at 10-6 from Alba Hadley Morrow. The results of the boys 200-meter hurdles. In 8th place from Amherst, Callan Easterday. 7th place from Northwest, Brecken Rife. 6th place from Battle Creek, Tegan Thompson. 5th place from Tri-County, Lane Sheldon. 4th place from Scotts Bluff, Hunter Piper Bradley. 3rd place from Aurora, Bryce Peterson. 2nd place from Sunrise, Eli May, and winning the boys 200-meter hurdles from Anselmo Runner, Kason Martin. Once again, turn your attention to the medal stand for the girls 400, 4x1, the 4x1 medalists. In 8th place, Waverly. 7th place, Chase County. 6th place, Pierce. 5th place, Ashland Greenwood. 4th place, Crete. 3rd place, Ogallala. 2nd place, North Platte. And 1st place, with a new meet record, Elena Dvorak, Brenlin Conrad, Ashton Flannery, Paisley Myers, and Les Holt. Some more results for you here. In the girls' high jump, in 8th place from Wilcox Hildreth, Elsie Dunley. Medalists now for the boys 4x1. In 8th place, Columbus Scotus. 7th place, Ashland Greenwood. 6th place, Fremont. In 5th place, North Platte. 4th place, Chase County. 3rd place, Ogallala. 2nd place, Scotts Bluff. And winning the boys 4x1 with a time of 46:36. Wyatt Howe, Grant Hardy, Elias White, and Connor Caston, Grand Island Central Catholic. Luke Miller from North Platte or a coach from North Platte, please report to the triple jump. Medals for the boys 1600 meter run. In 8th place from Aurora, Perry Hilgoff. From Moore, Kyler Cover. In the 6th place from Elwood Murdoch, Kellen Nielsen. 5th place from Wahoo, Abraham Hammer. 4th place from Beatrice, Nick Scott. 3rd place from Fort Calhoun, Levi Bowen. 2nd place from Beatrice, Carter Ribble. And winning the boys 1600 with a time of 44:36:06 from St. Wenceslas, Camden Couples. Now to the middle of the stands. The boys 4x8.
Who are the Rockets? Syracuse, Dunbar, Boca.
In 8th place from Perkins County. 7th place, Chase County. 6th place, Scotts Bluff. In 5th place, Elm Creek. 4th place, Broken Bow. 3rd place, Sandy Creek. 2nd place, Aurora.
Okay, what are the girls have?
And winning the boys 4x8 with a time of 9:05 flat. Ted McKenzie, Grady Armagus, Jackson Schroeder, and Will Lessman, Syracuse, Dunbar, Avoca.
That goes to Al.
Next up on the medal stands, if the guys ever get off, is the girls 4x8. In 8th place, Adams Central. 7th place, Maywood Hayes Center. In 6th place, Shadwin. 5th place, Chambers Wheeler Central. 4th place, the Shamrocks from SCOTUS. 3rd place, Minden C.L. Jones. 2nd place, Cross County. And winning the girls 4x8 at a time of 10:30.61, Eden Perez, Quinn Sorbin, Reese Rankin, and Ray Hicks Waverly. Stand here, the girls discus winners. In 8th place from Kearney Catholic, Brooklyn Farley. In 7th place from Superior, Ella Meyer. 6th place from Elm Creek, Braylon Strong. 5th place from Alma, Hudson Schmidt. 4th place from Sunrise, Olivia Frias. 3rd place from O'Neill, Brianna Koloff. 2nd place from West Holt, Briley Olderberg. And winning the girls' disc with a throw of 129.8 from Crofton, Grace Morrison. Next up on the medalist stand, the girls' 1,600 meter run winners. In 8th place from Sunrise, Fitzgerald Ship. In 7th place from Zion Lutheran, Madison Veteran. In 6th place from Wayne Hadley Dunklau. 5th place from Seward, Kaylee Steinmeier. 4th place from Sioux County, Grace Holmgren. 3rd place from Scotts Bluff, Nina Polk. 2nd place from Grand Island Catholic, Skylar Schmitz. And winning the girls 1,600 with a time of 5:28.11 from McCook, Winley Bloomstead. In the middle is for the girls' high jump from Wilcox Hill with an 8th place, Elsie Dunley. 7th place from Mary R. Queen, Emily Wheatley. In 6th place from Sunrise, Olivia Frias. 5th place from Alliance, Aubrey Duden. 4th place from Beatrice, Sadie Grunwald. 3rd place from Palmer, Kelsey Fix. 2nd place from Horizon, Presley Wernicke. And winning the Nebraska Championship Meet with a new meet record of 5-4 from Franklin, Ruby Edwards. to the medalist stand. Here are the medalists for the boys long jump. In 8th place from Sunrise, Lakin Marsberger. In 7th place from West Point Beamer, Clay Harstick. From North Platte in 6th place, Casante Smith. In 5th place from Creighton, Derek Hammer. 4th place from Highline, Lucas Cochran. 3rd place from Gothenburg, Blake Brown. 2nd place from Ogallala, Easton Mitchell. And winning the boys' long jump with a jump of 19.7 from Seward, Brayton Hodavy. The medalists for the girls' quarter. In 8th place from Sandy Creek, Nevaeh McBride. 7th place from Beatrice, Brayley Gill. 6th place from Davis, Jemiah Moore. 5th place from Syracuse Dunbar, Avoca, Cora Henson. 4th place from Diller Odell, Hannah Schnoll. 3rd place from Dundee County, Molly Spargo. 2nd place from NNCL Jones, Reagan Carey. And winning the girls 400 with a time of 58.97 from Mary R. Queen, Edie Sutton.
Do you know how many sons?
Medalists here for the boys 400-meter dash. 8th place from Loomis, Maverick Isaacson. 7th place from Columbus, Cade Nichols. 6th place from Grand Island Catholic, Elias White. 5th place from North Platte, Luke Miller. 4th place from Norfolk Catholic, Logan Privet. 3rd place from West Point Bema, Brennan Coe. 2nd place from Archbishop Bergen, Jack Sullivan. And winning the boys 400-meter dash with a time of 52.18 from Fremont, Declan Duff.
Yep, I'll bring him down.
Medals for the boys shot put. In 8th place from Chevron, Gabrielle Scoggin. 7th place from Fremont, Ethan Gray. 6th place from Chase County, Adam Sparrow. 5th place from Garden County, Liam McCullough. 4th place from Fort Calhoun, Jagger Smith. 3rd place from Laurel Concord Coleridge, Foster Stone. 2nd place from Battle Creek, Joshua Otis. And winning the boys shot put with a put of 55.10.5 from Gearing, Kippen Cochran. first call for the 100-meter hurdle finals. First call.
When you have the inventory people want and a team that understands what you need, there's one place to go. Big Red Motorsports in O'Neill. Name brand ATVs, side-by-sides, and high-performance machines built for work, made for play. And the service doesn't stop at the sale. Big Red Motorsports delivers, literally. Free delivery with your purchase. It's all here in O'Neill. Big Red Motorsports.
From the heart of Nebraska to across the state, RMV Construction is building more than just structures. We're building trust. RMV Construction has grown from humble beginnings to become a trusted name across central Nebraska and beyond. With unmatched craftsmanship, cutting-edge innovation, and an unwavering commitment to customer satisfaction, we deliver projects on time, on budget, and above expectations. Trusted, local, proven. RMV Construction in Kearney and Lincoln. Let's build your vision together.
Every team needs an MVP. And in Kearney, it's Speedy Mart at 1711 West 56th Street. Fuel up fast at our plenty of pumps. Then grab a winning snack or refreshing drink to keep you moving all day. Enjoy Chester's Chicken or Godfather's Pizza, plus all your favorite snacks and beverages inside. Friendly, energetic staff makes every visit a victory. Speedy Mart, your MVP for convenience, fueling up your busy day.
Hey.
Welcome back to Gothenburg in the Nebraska Championship Meet. We are finishing up the medal presentations here, getting ready for our second session, I guess you would call it, of the running events. We've got how many events left? We're gonna
5 events.
We're going to start off with the 100-meter hurdles for the boys and girls. That'll be a finals race. The 100-meter dash final race, 800-meter run, 200-meter dash, and the 4x4 relays. So we're getting things wrapped up here from Gothenburg. Not sure. Looks like they're still triple jumping over there. There's still girls on the runway. Again, we are out of luck here on our live field event results. So we can't give you any progress here on the jumps, but those field events that have already been finished, those results can be found online at blacksquirreltiming.com. It'll have them all listed out, 1 through 24 on the competitors, and you can, like I said, click on those names and be able to look and see what athletes threw and jumped and where they ended up.
I think we still have not seen results on girls shot put or boys discus. I'm not certain if they announced those medal winners during the break.
It does not look like they're on Black Squirrel.
So I know that the boys discus is done. As I peeked out the door, there were no more throwers going, so we'll wait results for that. And girls shot put should be wrapped up here, if not already. And like you said, yeah, the girls are still triple jumping from what I can see here. They're still on our screen that way. It looks like the boys, judging by the rakes laying in the pit, are probably done.
Yeah.
But final session, I think we're in for some really, really good competitive races here for these next 4 races, really, with the hurdle finals and then the sprint finals and the 100-meter dash. And then, of course, the best event of the day, in my opinion, the 800 meters. I'm a little partial to that. But yeah, we've got a lot of excitement, so stay tuned and good things coming.
We've already had some meet records go down today, and even during the break, we did not get the clarification on the wind speed and what allows a record to be accepted as a record with the wind, whatever you fancy word called it for the wind meter. Earlier, we had the boys pole vault record go down, girls high jump, girls 4x1. A couple finalists in the girls 100 beat the record time. The boys 100-meter hurdles and girls 100-meter hurdles have all set meet records.
And the girls 200 hurdles. We
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Just
barely.
Out, so.
That's right. Better add that to my list here. And
So,
she was the one who wasn't happy about it.
Still.
Gold medal and a meet record, and still looked mad.
Yeah, so looks like we're still a few minutes away. They're walking the girls hurdleless finals down the backstretch right now, so we're probably about 5 minutes away, I would guess, from getting started here. But
Yeah. And they'll have to set their blocks and get things ready.
so yeah, we're getting close here, and I think we're going to take another short break, and we will be back here in just a couple minutes to wrap up the final session.
It's me, one of those students on the waiting list for a teammate's mentor. I've heard teammates is so fun and awesome. You get to talk, laugh, play games, and hang out with a positive, caring adult once a week at school. Teammates help students believe in themselves, and 97% of mentees are proud to be a part of it. I'd love to be one of those mentees, but we need more mentors. So if you got an hour a week to be someone a student like me can count on, go to teammates.org today. Join the team. Be a mentor.
Darling, I believe everything's gonna be alright. No need to worry, cause you got somebody on your side. We all need a fam, we all need a crew. When you're in a jam, don't know what to do. Just reach out your hand and we'll see you through. Doesn't matter where you're at, we got your back. We got your back.
With a Medica health plan, you're not just covered, you're cared for.
Big ideas, bold graphics, quality products you're proud to wear. That is Custom Sports. Custom Sports, custom graphics, quality products, and timely service you can count on.
When quality matters, it starts at Scotty's Ranchland Foods in Valentine. They're known for the highest quality beef, carefully aged to perfection, alongside fresh, vibrant produce, and a deli famous for fresh, never frozen fried chicken. It's quality you can see. Home of Scotty's Meat RX. Scotty's Ranchland Foods in Valentine, Nebraska. A better cut every time.
Welcome back to the Nebraska Championship Meet. Here getting set for our finals event session here for our day here on Saturday. And as you look at your screen, you should be able to see the lane assignments for our finals of the girls 100-meter hurdle race. Looks like a few of them are still setting their blocks. We might go through their names real quick. Zoe Tolan in lane 1 from Guardian Angels Central Catholic. Lane 2, Jemiah Moore from Davis. Lane 3, Cadence Rasby from Ogallala. Lane 4, Shane Pospisil from Bishop Newman. Lane 5, Brinlyn Conrad from West Holt. Lane 6, Adelaide Regal from Battle Creek. Lane 7, Zayna Root from Waverly. And lane 8, Harper Perry. If you've been with us throughout the day today, a few of those names we saw earlier in the finals of the 200-meter hurdles. So be interested to see how the lanes 3, 4, and 5, how they battle out here in the little bit shorter race.
Jillian, as we're waiting to get started here real quick, is there a chance we could take a look at those team scores? One thing we haven't talked about, they do keep a team score here at the state meet, and all classes combined, everybody competing against each other. What do those look like?
Looks like on the girls' side, there are 9 of 16 events scored, and leading the way with 23 points is West Holt. Minden C.L. Jones is in second with 17 and a third points, and Ogallala is in third with 16 points. Looking at the boys' score with 10 out of 16 events finalized, Scottsbluff is in the lead with 26, followed by West Point Beamer with 22, and Battle Creek in third with 19. So maybe something to keep an eye on as we finish up here with our last 5, 6, 7 events.
You know, and this will probably really sort out these next 5 events, who will be the athlete of the meet, and, you know, the team outcomes. So it's going to be a fun last few events.
Yeah, and like I said, we're still missing a couple of the field events, but once we get those put in, we'll announce those results. That'll obviously change team scores as well. But looks like Heat 1 is going to the blocks. Fair start. Here we go. Watch the middle of the track. We got 3 girls.
Looks like Shea Pospisil from Bishop Newman leading the way, followed by Rasby.
Pospisil to the tape. I'm guessing that might be a meet record.
Shea also had set a meet record in the prelims earlier with a time of 14:57. Let's see what her finals time is. Again, the prelim times would count for a record, but it does not matter on the placing here. This race here determines our medalist.
No times popping up. That's unusual.
Yeah.
I hope we don't have a problem.
Yeah, I don't think they want to rerun that.
Uh-oh, the officials are kind of chit-chatting a little bit. Guess we'll see.
Just a point of clarification, I did get a text from Jim Clark, the meet director. They have never had a wind meter at the state meet before, so in his words, meet records are counting regardless of the wind today. So the meet records we've seen already set, or if they get broke here in the finals, will count as the meet record, the official meet record.
Looks like we might have a rerun.
It's not looking good. The time still says 1:20 and counting up. So
And the meet director just
Took
dropped
his
his hat.
Yep.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Yeah. I mean, and just a bummer for
Yep,
for the athletes. And when we know more, we will let you know. I would assume if they have to do a rerun, it will be a few minutes here.
Meeting of the minds down there. I'm glad I'm up here.
Yep. As they get all that sorted out and they get the hurdles moved up a couple notches for the boys' 100-meter hurdles. Earlier in the prelims, we had another meet record go down. The old record was 13:61, and our new record holder with the fastest qualifying time was Xavier Adams from Scott, who turned in a time of 13:41. So he will be in lane 4.
As we're waiting for them to figure things out here and the boys are getting their blocks set, we got a few clouds rolling in here. I think we're going to be okay as I looked at the radar, but hopefully our wind speeds don't increase any more than they already are. But there are a few dark clouds moving this way, and we may get a few sprinkles by the time we're done. I don't know. I think they've taken most of the severe weather and pushed it later in the evening, but let's hope that we can get through the rest of the day for these athletes. Still waiting on clarification here on what exactly they're going to determine to do with that heat of girls.
Well, by rule, they would have to rerun, but let's just hope the outcome doesn't change from what it was.
Right, yeah, that would be unfortunate.
It looks like, as I'm just looking here quickly, the finishers in the boys' 200-meter hurdles, 7 out of 8 of these 100-meter hurdle finalists ran in the 200 hurdle finals. So I guess if you're a hurdler, you get multiple races, right? Just different distances. So we'll see how this shorter distance adds up.
Well, it looks like we might have just a little bit of a delay while they're trying to figure a few things out. Again, we talked about this before, but great opportunity for these kids from all levels to come and compete against each other. As we roll into next week with the high school state meet, the last few years since COVID, they've broke the meet up into a two-session format, 2 days for classes A and B, and then 2 sessions for classes C and D. And I know there's been a lot of debate and a lot of questions on the old way when it used to be all classes both days versus what it current is. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Well, the thing that I did notice is that you could potentially be there with the change 2 full days, whereas in the previous format you had a late session, an early session, and then an all-day Saturday. There's a lot of good things about the meet. There's more room. more visibility.
Parking.
Yeah, parking's easier, but the downside is it was fun to watch all classes of athletes compete. And, you know, as you well know, the lower classes compete very well, and I've seen a number of years where they brought home their fair share of gold medals, all class gold medals. So there's an upside, there's a downside, but it's working for us, put it that way.
Interesting here.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the finish line camera is
somebody-
no longer working.
Somebody climbed the ladder to the camera.
It looks like we are going to flip these and run them the other way, which will be interesting for the hurdles and the 100 if we are turning and running into the wind here. Again, obviously not ideal for anybody as far as records and such goes, but if a camera is no longer working, that might be our only alternative.
Yep, unfortunate, but again, that's life.
So, yeah, we're going to have a little delay here.
Yep.
Back to what you were talking about, Steve, I agree. I think, you know, it's working for what we're doing. I know there's been chatter of doing a 3-day state meet, spreading things out, having all classes together. I know when I competed back in the late 90s, we had, 2 days, all 4 classes. And then when I first started in this coaching business, that's the way it was. COVID obviously changed all those things. There's pros and cons to both. I know from a fan standpoint, parking is easier. There's more seating for everybody. From an athlete standpoint, maybe we lose a little of the atmosphere. I don't know. I tell you, watching 16 heats of the 800, being an 800 fan was my favorite part of the entire year, just going and sitting on the hill and getting to watch that. But I get it. I also understand, those were 2 really long days, and from a spectator standpoint, Omaha Burke is the way the sport has grown, and Omaha Burke can't handle that large of a crowd all at one time. So it is unfortunate we don't get to watch some of those other classes compete, but it is, probably the best way we can do it for now.
Yeah, the outstate people, that have to drive a great distance, a 3-day meet would be pretty tough for them. Whereas the eastern schools, they get to sleep in their own beds, a lot of them, and who's to say what's right? But I think what they're doing now is working. It's not terrible, and we're getting it done. So it gives the kids a chance to compete at Burke and compete for a state medal.
Now, with them switching this, another topic of conversation since we got a few minutes. So, interesting tidbit here. We could potentially have a state meet record holder that isn't our state champion.
Yes.
Because, again, not saying it can't happen, but into the wind, it's probably a little less likely we would have another state record going into the wind. But some of those records that were set in the prelims, as Jillian mentioned, would count as a state record.
Yeah.
And it is possible that the person who set that state record may not win this race, as competitive as these have been. So, little fun fact, tidbit of information, you could be a state record holder and not be the state champion.
Yeah. Guess we'll find out.
My daughter Tiani was second at the national meet in L.A., but was given the national record because the wind allowance for the winner was over the amount.
Yep, you've heard that before. That the different wind readings. I feel like that happened in the
high school
boys.
state meet.
Yeah, triple jump
couple
boys.
Years ago, Class A. One of the competitors broke the state record because of the allowable wind, but someone else jumped farther, but did not get the state record because the wind had gusted just a little bit too much. So he was the state record holder, but he ended up in second place. So, again, for those of you that aren't track and field junkies like us,
might not know that.
There's a little something to learn today.
I mean, I guess kind of like kicking a field goal. If the wind's blowing too much, might affect it, but not necessarily in the final results.
Well, we'll see. Let's hope that these races bring the best out of these kids, and maybe even into the wind we can see some more fireworks. But the morning session was really fun to watch with those kids going, and setting those records. But now we get to go head to head, and again, time is irrelevant at this point. It's just
just unfortunate.
Compete and win. you're not here to get a state meet record. You're here to get a gold medal. So,
well, from what I've heard you guys say about track coaches, is that they do a little bit more than stand on the 50-yard line, start a watch, and turn left.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they're a lot of us coaches probably don't get enough credit for some of the things we do. And I tell you what, we've talked about the volunteers, we've talked about the meet workers here today, but how about a shout out to all these coaches that have helped these athletes get where they are. We know they're middle school kids, and if you've ever been around middle school kids, you know that's a little bit of a different animal. But those coaches have been able to channel their success into the right direction, and so kudos to all those kids and those coaches that work with these kids
for sure
on helping them be successful.
Well, you can't promote track and field too much, and it just goes to show how many track enthusiasts there are throughout the state. You know, there's very knowledgeable people in every community, and you just need to find the kids and get them going.
So we've got the hurdles switched. Looks like we are going to run west to east down our track now, and we will be starting with the boys. And I would assume, being we didn't get any times on those girls, I didn't hear the announcement, but I assume that we'll be coming back with the girls maybe after the 100-meter dash.
That's kind of what I was guessing, after the 100.
I don't know exactly what they're going to do with that, but we'll wait and see here. So yeah, we're going to be running west to east into a headwind, and
hey, guess what? Lane 8 and Lane 1, they're all running the same direction.
That's
the
correct.
wind is going to blow on everybody.
It's the equalizer.
I would think maybe they would run the hurdles right after this, but maybe not.
Yeah, they might, because that might take some time to clear them, but I haven't seen them bring those girls back out yet either.
No, and they're not the girls standing behind the blocks right now. Those are the 100 finalists.
Yep.
So. Oh, the PA announcers just asking for all the coaches from the girls 100-meter hurdle finalists to come meet with them down at the west end of the track. So I bet they're going to discuss what's going to happen.
Well, the fairest way is to probably rerun it.
Probably.
You know, you could probably go back and look and say we're going to take prelim times and leave it as is. But, you know, again, all 8 girls are going to get a medal.
Yep.
They've
all
got their medal as long as they finish the race. But you'd also like to see, you know, clearly no crystal ball in the prelims. Some girls shut it down before the finish, others didn't. So you'd like to see everybody be able to have that opportunity to show what they've gotten against each other. We saw it in the race. We just unfortunately didn't see it on the time clock.
It's kind of funny looking out to the west that there are some clouds over there.
Yeah,
Maybe keep an eye on things.
Few darker
Hopefully,
clouds, but
I think we'll get this meet over with before that
if we can avoid the reruns.
That's right.
Yep,
yeah.
that's right. Right now we're about 30 minutes behind schedule, so boys are in the blocks now, so we're off and going. Let's hope everything works great.
You can see.
We had a jump.
Got some movement. Not sure which screen you're looking at, but there's also the list of finalists. I might run through them real quick since we have a false start. In Lane 1 is Lane Sheldon from Tri-County. Lane 2, Bryce Peterson from Aurora. Lane 3, Eli May from Sunrise. Lane 4, Xavier Adams from Scott. Lane 5, Hunter Piper Bradley from Scotts Bluff. Lane 6, Brecken Reef from Northwest. Lane 7, Kaysen Martin and Selma Myrna. And Lane 8, Callan Easterday from Amherst.
It looks like Lane 3 was the one that jumped the gun. So
third fastest qualifier.
That's unfortunate.
That is a bummer. But again, rules are rules.
And here we go. Everybody's getting ready to get back in the blocks. Still triple jumping over there for the girls.
I see that.
Like I said, that might go till the end of the meet.
And there's still some workers over there, so that's good. I know it's a long day for some of these volunteers.
Fair start this time.
Again, the new record holder, Xavier Adams from Scott in lane 4, out in front.
He's smooth.
No problem.
We'll see what his time, 13:55. What was his?
His prelim time was 13:41.
So there you go.
Still a meet record also.
About 0.15 of a second effect.
So yeah, his prelim time though will be the new meet record.
Yeah. He was almost a full second ahead of second place. Now it looks like the hurdles are going down and they are taking them off. So we are going to run the girls 100-meter dash. Let me pull that up here. Okay, as we get ready for the girls 100-meter dash, during our prelims earlier this afternoon, we had 4 athletes eclipse the meet record, and our top qualifier, who ran a 12:22 from Bishop Newman, Bailey Chapik, so she'll be in lane 4. Also beating the meet record was Ella Clement from Sunrise, 12:27. Edie Sutton from Mary R. Queen, 12:32, and Elena Dvorak from Westholt, running a 12:33. So something to keep an eye on here into the finals.
Yeah, I think we're going to find out, not only who's fast, but who's strong. With
into this wind.
A little bit of headwind. Speed is obviously essential in this event, but you're going to need to be having that element of strength to get to the finish line first.
Again, when we find out more about what's going to go on with the girls' 100-meter hurdle finals, we will let you know.
Yep.
Like Tony said, still triple jumping over there. It looks like girls triple jump.
It looks like some of the coaches are gathering down at the far west end. I see a green and an orange and a few other colors talking to meet officials. So I think they'll decide what they want to do, how they want to proceed, and we'll go from there. But
I hope everybody takes a deep breath before they get over there.
Again,
things happen.
Yeah,
that's not easy as a coach.
No, that is not.
When you're fighting for your athletes.
Yeah. Exactly.
Clearly everybody wants what's best for the kids. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
But it's hard to say. A couple of these girls might have a race.
They might have races after
a race
this,
left.
so.
They might be on that mile relay or maybe running the 200-meter dash. It's possible at this age. So.
Yeah. Okay, in our finals of the girls 100-meter dash, in lane 1 we have Haley Seibert from Platteview. Lane 2, Chloe Strand from North Platte. Lane 3, Edie Sutton from Mary R. Queen. Lane 4, Bailey Chapik from Bishop Newman. Lane 5, Ella Clement out of Sunrise. Lane 6, Elena Dvorak out of Westholt. Lane 7, Kensington Bristol from McCool Junction. And Lane 8, Molly Spargo from Dundee County Stratton.
And they're getting called to the blocks.
Again, last year's winner in this event was Edie Sutton from Mary R. Queen. We'll see if she can double that and win it again this year. Repeat that.
Fair start. This is going to be a close race.
It is close.
Right now, Newman's got the edge.
Chapik.
To the tape. 12:83.
Again, she ran a 12:22 in the prelims, so that record will hold for our meet record.
About a half-second difference.
Yep. So again, that gives you an idea just how stiff that breeze is that they're running into, and
I guess that's why they use anemometer, right?
Yep.
Again, Bailey Chapik from Bishop Newman, your winner in the girls 100-meter dash. As we move on to the boys 100. In heat one, or lane 1, one heat, we have Jax Grove out of North Platte, Lane 2, Kavian Almond from Blair. Lane 3, Miles Knapp from Ashland Greenwood. Lane 4, Brayton Hotovi from Seward. 5, Rexton Stratman from Guardian Angels Central Catholic. Lane 6, Marcus Schultz from Battle Creek. Lane 7, Braxton Spicer, Hay Springs. And in Lane 8, Mason Sheets from Archbishop Bergen. Again, the top qualifier who will be in Lane 4 from Seward, Brayton Hotovi. He ran a qualifying time of 11:27.
Should be another competitive race based on what we saw in the prelims, and look forward to another fast one here.
Who is that? Oh. Tell him I was a sophomore.
Looks like a clean start. Out in Lane 2 from Blair, it's Kavian Almond.
He's going to hold on and win, it looks like.
Lane 2.
A lot of times right there, though. This is going to be finish links. It is Lane 2, Kavian Almond, 11:97. A lot of tight ones there. 12:03, 12:03, 12:09. That was a good race.
It was a good race.
Just received a message from a good friend of mine watching up in Ainsworth, John Ganser. He chimed in. We had the question about the wind meter. He said the first time the wind meter was used was 1972, the first year that the high school state meet was at Omaha Burke Stadium.
Was that a wit?
Is the girls' 800-meter run. Our meet record for this event, it was by Michaela O'Flynn of Millard North back in last year with a 2-minute, 17-second time. Let's hear it for our runners.
So, yeah, thanks, John Ganser.
For answering that question.
For answering that question.
What year did you say that was?
1972, he said. Coach Reeves, I believe, said he was a sophomore that year. So.
And you're sure it wasn't a windmill?
Windmill, yeah, not a wind meter. John Ganser was my mentor in coaching when I first started in 2004 out in Sydney. And good friend of mine. And learned a lot of what I know from him, and then moved here and learned a lot of what I know from Coach Reeves. So, two great guys, two coaches that I really look up to and have learned a lot from. They've been great mentors for me. So
2004.
2004.
I was in high school.
That's when I started coaching. But thanks, John. Good to hear from you, and we'll chat later.
Up next on the track is the girls' 800-meter run, and it looks like, is it one heat? No, 2 heats.
We'll go 2 heats.
Okay,
yep,
that's
2
what
heats.
I thought. They were all standing there, and I was a little concerned.
24 is a little many for the 800.
Yeah.
I know that the mile and the 2 mile, probably because of time, just to keep the meet rolling, they do that. They'll spread out a lot faster in those races than they will in this one usually. 800, usually about 12 runners is max.
Yep.
They'll do that at the high school state meet next week also. They will run 2 heats. Again, I don't call it a slow heat. Heat 1, heat 2, because again, when you get to this point, there's nobody that's slow. So,
and you can't compare weather across the state with that many districts.
Yeah, with districts, that's a hard thing. Is when you get into what we'll call the fast heat, heat 2, they take your district time only. It doesn't matter what you did earlier in the season, like we mentioned before. So, some districts will have no wind, others will have a little more or a lot of wind, and so try to keep it as fair as possible. They just make sure that there are 2 heats and everybody gets that opportunity. So,
looks like as this first heat gets called to the start, just a quick rundown. It looks like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 7th graders running in this heat. Lots of purple and blue, it looks like.
Yeah. You mentioned color a little while ago with the turquoise uniform that we saw. You know, obviously red and blue are kind of standards across, but we've seen all kinds of colors today. Different
Orange,
and green, and a little bit of everything. It's kind of the unique thing about not just this sport, but all sports, is everybody can be different.
Kind of reminds you a little bit of a start of a cross-country meet with all the colors.
All right, out to a quick 200 here for the leader. We'll find out when she comes around here where she's from.
I'm going to guess Ainsworth, looking at the list of the red schools.
Yeah, I'd say you're probably right.
Oh, I guess there's red in third. We'll see here. I think that's Ainsworth, followed by Utan.
Utan. And Holdridge. Molly McQuiston from Holdridge in third.
Looks like runner from Seward making the pass.
Came through about 71, 72. So
That's good pace. We'll see if they can keep it up.
On pace for about a 2:30.
In 8th place, check that, in 7th place from Aurora.
Again, the record in this event was set just last year in 2025 by Michaela O'Flynn of Millard North. She ran a 2:17.88. She was also the winner last year.
In 4th place from Tri-County,
Second last year was Avery Aarons from Crofton. She ran a 2:18.
Talked about her earlier today.
From Scottsbluff, Hunter.
Again, Class A versus Class D, or C in this case, I guess. Crofton.
With a time of 13:41 from Scott Xavier.
Yep, and my quick notes there in this girls 800 meter race, there are 10 7th graders and 6 participants that competed in this last year. So it'll be interesting to see if any of them can improve their finish place.
Coming off the final turn here, we're going to see who's got that strength. Holding your form together and being able to get to the finish. Utan coming on strong. It's might make a push here.
This is Avery Moltz from Riverside, followed by Molly
close.
Ryan from Utan. We're going to have to go to
Looks like Riverside.
Oh,
Utan gets her.
Utan
Molly
got
Ryan
her.
got her 2:30.
Yeah, 0.76 to 0.82. That's close. Close in an 800.
Yep, that was a good race.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that finish time, 2:30.76. We'll see where that ends up with this next and final heat of girls 800s.
Well, our sunshine has sort of disappeared, and we're kind of overcast now. Might make it a little cooler.
Doesn't seem quite as breezy.
No, and it looks to me like, looking at the flag, it might have switched. Instead of straight east, it's more a little southeast. So might not feel it down the home stretch quite as bad as you did earlier today. The way the school and track are set up, the southeast wind is kind of blocked until right before the finish. But I'm sure they can still feel it. It still looks like it's gusty. So,
but like you said, maybe a little bit cooler. I don't think anybody will complain about that.
Second heat is off and going.
Again, the top qualifier in this field of girls 800 is actually 7th grader Alexa DeVetter out of Grandview in Elkhorn. She came in with a time of 2:26.17.
Looks like she's off to a good start here too, already separating at the 100-meter mark.
Yep, I'd say
She's coming through the 200 about 32.
32 seconds. That's pretty quick.
That's pretty up tempo.
she's probably ran this race a time or two.
Got a nice long stride. Looks like an 800 runner.
Mascot challenge, Grandview. I don't have a clue.
Not in a middle school.
Guessing the little picture on Black Squirrel, I think it looks like a bird.
Well, that could be anything, Jillian.
Or a wolf. I can't tell. It's so small.
She's on pace for about a 2:27.
We'll see what she can finish with. The chase pack behind her. That's a big pack that's trying to keep pace, but right now she has clearly pulled away and has a good 30-meter lead. Looking strong down the backstretch. She just started lifting her arms a little more.
Okay, looking at Black Squirrel, our us out here in west central Nebraska, we don't know all the eastern schools. Our runner in the lead is Taylor Freeland from Giles Creek.
All right.
We had I had Grandview and Giles Creek mixed up.
Giles Creek, Giles Road is in Omaha.
Yeah, probably in between Gretna and Papillion area. So.
All right, well, she's coming off the final turn, looking strong. Chase Pack is gaining a little, but she is going to win this race, I think.
So, Taylor, I apologize for that, for calling you the wrong name for half the race.
McCook moving into second. Riley Bloomstead won the mile earlier today. She's going to get second. Great race, ladies. 2:23 for our winner.
That was a good 800.
Very, very high quality.
Yep, Giles Creek is in Gretna, Nebraska.
5 girls under 2:30.
All right. After doing what you had to do, getting a whole lot of people together and making some decisions right for the athletes, we decided with the coaches and the officials got together. They had a TV replay of the girls' 100-meter hurdles, and so we have placements. In 8th place for the girls' 100-meter hurdles, Zoe Tolan from Grand Island, from Guardian Angel Central Catholic. In 7th place, Harper Perry from Central City. In 6th place, Jemiah Moore from Davis. In 5th place, Zena Root from Waverly. In 4th place, Adala Regal from Battle Creek. 3rd place, Gwendolyn Conrad West Holt. 2nd place, Cadence Rasby Ogallala. And winning the girls' 100-meter hurdles from Bishop Newman, Shea Pospisil.
All right, so there was our announcement on the hurdle question. Coaches and officials decided, luxury we have here in Gothenburg with an addition the last couple of years, and that was instant replay. Thanks to the Nebraska News Channel for being here and doing this. They had a camera, and so the coaches and officials decided to just go with the replay for placers on that race. It saves those kids the opportunity to have to run that again.
Yep. I'm not sure then what they're going to do with time-wise, but at least they know the places, they know where they ended up, and they know what medals they're going to get and what's fair for everybody. On the track now, we're going to start the boys 800. Again, run in 2 heats. Our record in this event was back in 2023. Isaac Portillo Munoz of Lexington ran a 2:04.20. Last year's winner was Raven Wiley from Tri-County, and his winning time was 2:06.06.
We could see some fireworks here too. I believe if we have
our top qualifier.
Top qualifiers, Trevin Scott from Horizon. He's ran a 2:05.46 earlier this year, and the record, as you mentioned, was 2:04. So
something to keep an eye on.
We'll see where that shakes out here, but yeah, there should be some good racing going on in the second heat, especially of this as well. Heat 1's coming around on lap 1 into the home stretch. We'll check our leader here as they cross the finish line, find out.
I think West Point Beamer
Cadets,
runner, if I remember correctly.
West Point Cadets.
Dawson Macklin.
It's interesting to watch these 800s and see which kids make their move when they hit the finish line. I know being a former 800 runner and coaching that now, that's our strategy is to run a fast but relaxed first lap and be ready to shift a gear. So it's always interesting to see which kids do that, if they go at the 400 to the 300 or save it for the last 200 to make their move. But back stretch is kind of spread out. Runner number 2 getting ready to make a move, it looks like.
Looks like Macklin from West Point Beamer still with the
Here comes
lead.
someone on the outside.
Might have waited a little long.
Yep, I don't know if he's going to make his move. Looks like West Point Beamer might hold on to win this heat.
Yeah, he's finishing strong.
Scotts Bluff
Great
making
race.
a move. He's coming on strong here too. Pretty good time for those gentlemen, about 2:10.
.210.28. Dawson Macklin, West Point Beamer. With the win in Heat 1. We'll see where that time finishes up after Heat 2. Again, as they bring Heat 2 out onto the track, we're going to keep an eye on Trevor Stott of Horizon, who's coming in with the fastest time, just off the 1 second off the meet record.
You got your couple milers in this race too. At least the Ribble kid I see is in there. He ran that mile earlier today. So that could be a factor with strength too. The 800 is always an interesting race because you've got a combination of 400 runners that bump up to the 800 and mile runners that bump down. And so you'll find out some kids got speed, some kids got the strength, and may the best man win.
Boys, triple jump in 8th place. Brennan Coe from West Point Beamer. In 7th place from Tri-County, Easton Millard. In 6th place from Seward, Brayton Hodaby. In 5th place from Waverly, Trevin Badman. In 4th place from West Holt, Brody Boer. In 3rd place from Sandy Creek, Kipton Williams. 2nd place from Bridgeport to William Dean. And winning the boys triple jump with a jump of 4:10 3/4 from Creighton, Derek Hammer.
As they come around the home stretch here on the first lap.
Well, and our clock
I
down at the
see.
finish line isn't running. I hope that's not a problem, but
It's like
we're going to see it stuck on 23 seconds. I hope that the inside clock is still running. I guess we're going to find out.
looks like our leader here after one lap is Blaze Barons out of Broken Bow.
There it is.
There it goes. All right.
Yep.
About a
just behind-
65 first lap.
Just behind him is Trevor Stott from Horizon.
And here he comes, and the mile
Here
champion
comes
from earlier today is going to make a
Camden
move.
Couples
This-
from Omaha.
This is not a race you want to have to rerun.
No, but we're going to have a race here.
looks
There's
like-
3 guys coming
Looks
off that
like
curve.
In red, I think is Kieran Einspar from St. John Lutheran. I think.
We're going to have a race here.
He's looking back as they come around down the home stretch. Looking around some more. I don't know. The red and white uniforms look the same to me. We'll find out
About
as they
206 and change. That's
cross
a
the
good.
line.
That's a good finish. But I'll bet
Kieran Einspar from St. John Lutheran in Seward.
You had to run a 209 to place.
Again, just
Cam-
another example of getting faster and faster every year. These kids are. 5 years ago, you could run a 212, 213 and sneak in. Now, 209 is what it takes.
And it looks like as they're finishing up, our winner from the first heat, Dawson Macklin, is going to end up in 6th place.
Jillian, on a side note, as I look down the track, I don't see anything on our screen. I think the triple jump might actually finally be done.
I kind of thought that also, but I couldn't see quite that far. We'll be on the lookout here for some results and get those to you.
17 at 25.
Yep, all that's listed in the field events. We're still waiting on girls triple jump and girls shot put final results. I think they're finished, but
while we are waiting for these 200-meter dash, what does team scores look like? A lot has probably changed since we talked a few minutes ago about that.
in the I don't know what's going on with the girls. It says there's only been 10 out of 16 events scored. So maybe let's give it an extra minute.
Those hurdles
here.
might be factored into that
but
because
the
they
boys,
have to hand enter things.
Yep, the boys race, after 13 out of 16 events scored, Scotts Bluff is in the lead with 34, followed by Battle Creek with 23, West Point Beamer with 23, and Northwest with 21. So a pretty good competitive race in there for the team title.
Nobody's definitely running away with it. So, you know, a lot of these 200 runners probably on a mile relay. So,
yeah, probably so.
Things could change.
Next on the track will be the girls' 200-meter race. This is a finals event, but it will be run in 3 different heats. Again, the top qualifiers will be in our 3rd heat. The record in this event was set back in 2017 by Lauren Harris out of Buffett in Omaha. She ran a 25:74. Last year's winner was 7th grader Edie Sutton, Mary our Queen.
Another double gun.
Yep, and another jumped gun. We'll see what the starter ends up doing. Like I said, last year's winner, Edie Sutton, is one of the top qualifiers this year. She won last year's race in a time of 26:34. She's coming in with the 2nd fastest qualifying time.
Looks like lane 2.
Lane 2, Avi Brunot from Columbus Lakeview. Which, again, unfortunate that happens, but hate to say it, rules are rules. So it looks like we'll only have seven competitors in this first heat.
Tell you, it's getting a little darker. We might have to turn the lights on here. The sun has completely disappeared. Good race.
Yep. Lane 4, it looks like. Bailey Dockery Sartorius out of Brady. See if she can hold on.
Lane 1, I think, is going to get it.
Lane 1 is Brindley Snyder out of Ord.
Might have been 4.
Well, let's see what our
Brady to the tape.
Bailey Dockery Sartorius, 28:05. Again, this is a finals race. It run in 3 heats, so that time will stack up against the other 2 heats. We'll see where it ends up.
Tell you, our crowd has not thinned a whole lot. As I look down the fence all the way to the other end, there's still a lot of people here. I wouldn't want to be on the interstate here in another hour. Fortunately for us, we don't have to go anywhere.
Not too far.
Although as far away as I had to park, I might just walk to my house.
The winner of our girls 100-meter hurdles that we were kind of, I guess I was glad they didn't have to rerun it. They got it all sorted out. She is in this heat of the 200.
Probably a factor in deciding whether or not we rerun those races. A lot of those girls still have races to come.
And as I click on her name, and she also ran the 4x1 earlier.
Like I said earlier, winners win.
Yeah.
That's a turnover here coming off the curve. I'll tell you, one thing I am amazed at is watching the running form of some of these middle school kids. They are efficient, which is probably why they run so fast. Lane 5.
Diller Odell, Hannah Shanuli.
I'm glad you said the name, not me.
Yeah, I apologize for anybody listening if I butcher your names.
It's got to be probably one of the hardest things for announcers to do.
Oh, for sure.
Is to try not to
For
butcher
sure.
the millions of names that we see.
That must be why we get that email every year to
Yeah.
State track, yeah.
help Rich
Yep.
Broderson at the state track meet.
Could you spell it out phonetically? Again, the winner of that heat from Diller Odell, Hannah Schnelly, with the time of 27:31. That looks like the top time after the first two heats of the girls' 200-meter dash with one heat to go. Again, last year's winner, Edie Sutton, is in... Oh, I thought I had my list of runners here. Here we are, in lane 5. The top qualifying time in lane 4 is Haley Seibert from Platteview. Which, fun fact, she is a 7th grader.
Yeah, again, making here at all is quite an accomplishment. Making here as a 7th grader is saying something. So.
Yeah.
Well, and on top of that, you know that the meet is state known to get kids from that far away to come and participate.
Yep. Look at some of these schools, Diller Odell, and Platteview, and you've got a 4-hour plus drive just to get here. I'm guessing some of them probably came part way last night.
This looks like Bailey Chappick out of Bishop Newman in lane 2.
Oh, we got a race. It's going to be
Lane
tight.
5, Edie Sutton.
To the
Lane
finish
3.
race.
I think
Lane 3. Yeah, I think that's who's going to be.
that was
Sutton.
Edie Sutton.
26:11. Nice time.
Out of Mary, our queen.
But all three of those girls within 2/10.
Oh, we do have a girl down on the runway or on the track here. In a 200-meter race, not sure.
Oh, she looks like she maybe just grabbed her hamstring.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Hope that young lady's okay, and they're helping her off the track right now. Never want to see injuries,
No.
but especially...
And kudos to Gothenburg Health for being right there,
Yep.
helping her off the track.
Absolutely. We've
know-
got some great trainers here in town, and looks like they got her taken care of. So hopefully she's okay, and it's nothing major. But just like all sports, injuries happen.
Yeah. Okay, as we get ready for the boys 200s, again, run in 3 heats. Our top qualifiers will be in heat 3.
We have Morley Warren of Newman Grove St. Edwards.
In the boys 200, our record in this event was set back in 2023 by Caden Logan. He ran a 22:62. Last year's winner was Nathan Thielen from Gretna, and his winning time was 23:12. The top qualifier, and he'll be in lane 4 of heat 3, is Declan Duff out of Fremont. Looks like our runners were down in the blocks ready. Now the starter's gonna visit with lane 2 real quick.
You know, of note, we talked about the wind earlier today. The flag is just kind of slow waving now. It's not quite as brisk as it was.
Not
The
quite.
clouds rolled in, and the wind it's not died, but it's definitely
It's gone down a little
gone
bit.
down a few miles per hour, I think.
If you can hear some clapping in the background, our runner from our previous race in the 200 who went down is walking across in the grass. Good to see her up and moving. Looks like our runner in lane 6?
7.
7.
No, lane
No lane
4.
Oh, there is no lane 8. Yep.
And lane 4 is the winner, though.
And Lane 7, I believe, is
Was
runner-up.
close.
Waylon Dean, Bridgeport.
24:62.
That's kind of a familiar name from that area of the state. The years I spent in Sydney, I know there were several Deans from Bridgeport, so I'm guessing that's a younger child of one of those people that were out there when I was there.
Again, the winner of this first heat in a time of 24:62, Waylon Dean out of Bridgeport. We'll see where that ends up after all of our heats are completed.
Again, a bit of a drive to get to Gothenburg. That's about a little over right at 3 hours, I would imagine. We just went that way to Alliance for our district meet earlier this week, and we went right through Bridgeport. So they'll gain an hour going home. They'll gain an hour going home.
Oh, I was just going to say that, but they gain an hour.
For those of you that don't know, Nebraska has 2 time zones.
Some of you were on the later bus. It was still dark when we were there.
That is true. The field event bus that left at 5:30 a.m. was...
We were there early.
You left a little earlier than...
But the gas station coffee in Bridgeport hit the spot.
All right.
Perfect timing.
Got good coffee and good runners, it looks like.
Too bad. Heat 2 looks like they're in the blocks and ready. Almost looked like a few... Looks like there's only six runners.
Only 6.
Yeah.
We've had a few scratches, it looks like.
Which, with some clouds moving in and other things happening, maybe some people pulled out or couldn't end up coming.
Or an injury or two.
Yep, or an injury or two. This looks like Brennan Coe from West Point Beamer. See where he finishes.
They brought a nice bunch of kids, West Point Beamer.
Again, another drive.
Yeah.
A little different direction than Bridgeport.
We've mentioned them a lot today.
Yeah.
23:85. That's a good time.
Looks like we've got
our new leader.
400-meter champion in lane 4 of this heat, so he's got a little speed.
Declan Duff out of Fremont. So again, the winner of Heat 2, Brennan Coe from West Point Beamer, 23:85. Kind of seems like our starters are getting them going quickly. Maybe those clouds are making things move a little faster. Hopefully kids are paying attention. And
we only have 4 races left after this.
Yeah. We're about still 15 minutes behind schedule because of the hurdle fiasco and a few other things, but really
not too bad.
Really a pretty smooth run meet. It's gone according to plan for the most part today. Again, a few hiccups with technology, which goes with the territory, but yeah, overall, again, Jim Clark and his staff and everybody that's down there just made this meet run pretty well. Fair start. Lane 3 got out of the gate quick.
All 8 lanes. Already made up the stagger.
But here comes the 400-meter champ.
Declan Duff from Fremont. Does he have enough room to catch him?
Is he going to be able to make it up?
I don't think so.
I think he does.
I think he did.
He did it. We'll see official here, but I think he edged him.
Yes, he did.
23.90.
Declan Duff.
But I gotta say, what was Heat 2's winner? I think it was
the Heat 2 winner was 23.85.
So there you
he
go.
is our overall 200-meter boys champion.
So that just goes to show it doesn't matter what heat you're in.
Yeah. So again, the winner.
Young man proved himself out of a slower heat.
Yeah. Our winner of the boys 200-meter dash, Brennan Coe out of West Point Beamer, the time of 23:85.
Well, it looks like we're getting ready for our final event of the day.
Now check those scores, Jillian, to see if this 4x4 is going to have any effect on the final team outcome.
On the girls' side, it says there are 13 of 16 scored events. West Holt is in the lead with 36. Mary, our queen, is in second with 28. Sunrise in third with 25. Bishop Newman, 24 points. And Minden C.L. Jones with 20 1/3 points. So we will see here. I want to say, if I remember correctly, West Holt, I believe, has a mile relay team. look here. We'll see what events have not been scored yet. If only 13 out of 16. I bet they're waiting on the field events. Yeah.
Well, and I hate to say it, the clouds to the west are getting pretty dark. I just got a text from my wife that says there may be some lightning coming this way soon. So,
well, let's get going.
Let's get this show on the road. We got 4 races.
That's
four 1 miles, unfortunately, but
that's about 20 minutes.
Yep. So hopefully we can get this squeezed in before any of that gets closer. Obviously, safety of athletes is our #1 priority here.
And all these spectators
yep,
who are
but
watching.
we have to, because of lanes, we have to run 2 heats of each. So
again, this is the last race of the day, mile relay. Most people call it the most exciting. There are 16 top qualifiers split into 2 heats, so this will be heat 1 of 2.
Jillian, I have to say this is probably my second favorite event of the day.
After the 8th.
Of course.
In lane 1, we're going to have Mitchell. Lane 2, North Platte. Lane 3, Chase County.
Although this is the event that shows the toughest of the tough. Many of these kids have already had 2, 3 events maybe before this, and now it just comes down to grit.
Scotts Bluff's 4x14.
Looking at the radar, maybe we'll just have this weather skirt to our west. Let's hope so.
Let's hope so. Kind of what the radar looks like, but we will see.
Hope that is the case.
Yep.
Really like to get this in and not have to have people
wait around.
Nothing worse than having to have a lightning delay to make your drive 4 or 5 hour drive home even longer and later.
Yep. Again, this will be a long stagger on the start here, as they're spread out in lanes 1 through 8. Real quick here in heat 1. Lane 1 is Mitchell, lane 2 North Platte, lane 3 Chase County, lane 4 Maywood Hayes Center, lane 5 Palmyra, lane 6 Minden C.L. Jones, lane 7 Aquinas Catholic, and lane 8 Waverly.
I thought you were going to have all the 8 lanes were going to be western Nebraska here for a minute.
Mitchell, North Platte, Chase County, about half of them.
Yep.
The record in this event, the girls 4x400 relay, was set 2 years ago by Bennington South in 2024. They ran a 4:09.49. Last year's winner was Northwest in a time of 4:11. And the top qualifier coming into today, who will be lane 4 of our second heat, is Ogallala with a time of 4:14.
Well, we mentioned Cadence Rasby twice already in those hurdles. She runs the anchor leg, or at least has in the past. So she's going to have some tired legs. We'll see what she can do.
Again, a long stagger here.
Right on cue, though. The lights on the football field just came on.
As we were talking about team scores, it does look Westholt has the 3rd fastest qualifier in the mile relay. Something to keep an eye on.
Looks like the gun's up.
As the girls take off in this mile relay race, you'll notice that the first runner of the relay will run the entire lap in their own lane. They will hand off to the second runner And they will run the curve, the first curve in their lane, and then on the opposite side, what we call the back stretch, there is a spot over there with cones where they are able to cut in to lane 1.
Always another fun fact here when we're talking about splits and things of that nature. A lot of people don't understand. It's not when the baton gets handed off. It's when the baton crosses the middle of the exchange zone. So
on this first runner.
Well, on the first runner, yep. On the second runner, it's when they cross the finish line, which is the middle of their exchange zone for that. So some of these will hand off right away. Some of them will be chasing their teammates out of the zone. But
you can kind of see where they're standing in different places.
Your stopwatch should stop halfway through the zone if you are timing an individual. So.
Again, talking about the zones, those big triangles on the track. So again, the runner will run their race in their lane on the curve.
You'll see them start to cut right about now. When
our
they
leader,
hit that cut.
our Chase County
there
in the
go.
lead.
In 6th place from Ashland Greenwood, Miles Knapp. In 5th place.
I like what Waverly did on the outside. She took kind of a little better angle and didn't cut straight down from that outside lane.
If any of us were physics teachers, we could explain the angle of getting back down.
Physics and geometry comes into play. All you kids that don't think math matters.
Yep.
Neck and neck, coming down to this second runner exchange to the third.
Looks like Waverly and Palmyra, North Platte coming in.
I like what these girls are doing. They got that baton and they got out. Get out and get after it. This is not a pace yourself race.
This is a get out and
Look
go.
at those two on the backstretch. They are.
I believe that's North Platte and
they
Waverly.
Are racing.
Your first 5 strides on a quarter have to be quick.
Quick and hard and go. Now I hope Rick was watching. He just drove the gator across the track a little ways in front of these runners. It was
knew
close.
what he was doing.
Yeah.
He's ready for cleanup.
He is.
He also sees weather coming in.
Yep. Again, just a shout out to all the volunteers, the Gothenburg staff that's around putting things on, between the tech crew and the grounds crew and teachers and coaches and parents and community members. This wouldn't happen without all of them.
Coming down to the final exchange here.
I think that's Palmyra.
The Panthers. Again, right down the road from Syracuse.
Again, this is a race based on time, even though it's split into 2 heats. Your time will transfer over to the final results. So time is important. Again, I know this is the girls' last race of the day, but we will keep an eye on the team scores. We're still waiting on a couple events to get put in.
Yep, we have one more heat after this to keep in mind.
I would imagine we're still looking for 200 and triple jump.
Yeah, it must be.
All right, Palmyra has the lead coming in. Looks like she's going to hold it. North Platte second, Waverly third. We'll check the time here. It's going to be a good one. 4:21 and change. $4:21.90.
$421.96.
96. That
Coach
last
Nails is going to write that down.
That's the last number on the edge of the board is kind of hard to see. 421.96. I got to believe that's going to be.
I think that'll get a medal.
I got to believe that'll medal. We saw it in the 4x1 and 4x4 probably won't be much different.
Again, the top qualifying time coming into this girls 4x4 is Ogallala. They came in with a time of 4:14.44. They will be in lane 4. Now, before this race gets going, and while they're setting their blocks, is there a strategy that coaches follow as they, set their runners up in this race, or is there different approaches, or do you just kind of randomly let the kids choose which leg they want to run?
Well, that depends on the kids.
No, we're basically a democratic dictatorship. There is strategy involved. It's probably not any different than what they do in the sprint relay or the 4x8. You got to get out and you got to be in the lead and make kids run in the middle. And if you have a horse at the end, that's a positive. But sometimes you have to do with what you have. And one thing that I have found out over the years is that the bigger the competition, the harder it is to hide a leg.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's a chess match. I mean, especially when you know your competition well. Think of a conference meet or something like that. Sometimes that changes. You get to the state meet, there's opportunity. Maybe you want to get out in front and make everybody else chase you. But there's also times if you've got a kid who is good at chasing, you might, run a slower leg early and give that kid an opportunity to run faster by chasing down. So I think it all depends on your personnel, and it depends on, sometimes it does come into kid preference. You have certain kids who absolutely do not want to lead off because they don't like coming out of blocks or don't like running in their lane the whole way. And you have other kids who would prefer to not run last because they feel that pressure. And so, I think it's a little combination of everything. But, yeah, definitely there is a strategy.
Yeah.
You want kids on the free throw line in overtime at the end. Put it that way.
Looks like Heat 2 is in the blocks and about to begin.
Looks like a clean start as they take off in the girls 4x4 real quick. Lane 1 is Syracuse Dunbar Avoca. Lane 2 Shadron. Lane 3 West Holt. Lane 4 Ogallala. Lane 5 Ravenna. Lane 6 Chambers Wheeler Central. Lane 7 Cozad. And Lane 8 Irving. Looks like Cozad out in lane 7. It's the early lead here. I guess I could ask my son to ask his girl classmates here from Cozad what their strategy was, but I didn't.
Well, we've
seen them a few times.
We've seen Cozad at all the middle school meets I've been at all year. I've had the opportunity. They got a good team, and I think they'll do well here. But keep watching Ogallala in the middle of the track. They got a strong finish right here, and I know that they've got what I would consider a hammer at the end. So we'll see how this shakes out.
Again, the runners are going to run this first curve in their lane, and once they get past those cones, there's a little green line over there that they can cut in. See the Cozad runner out in lane 7 really cut in.
Yep. Got to watch. You got to use that peripheral vision over there too. The Ogallala had a girl coming on her outside and kind of had to change her stride there for just a step or two.
Ooh.
But you can see she's in a position now to make a move. So we're going to have a good finish here. Halfway through, we got 3 or 4 teams right there. Ogallala taking the lead, right on cue. This young lady that runs third, I know she is pretty good too.
So we've got Ogallala, Cozad. Looks like Shadron pulling into third.
Good handoffs for most of them. Ogallala significantly ahead now. But a chase pack of 3 are right on their heels.
There's a girl on the ground at the exchange zone. Not sure what happened there. I think.
You get to that point where you're in the race where your legs just completely give out and you got nowhere to go. She's up and moving now, so that's good. Ogallala still holding the lead.
I believe that's Shadron in second, followed by Ravenna. Syracuse and Cozad, and then Westholt. We'll see as they come down the home stretch here, halfway through the race. Ogallala looking strong. Ravenna coming in now to second.
Look at Westholt's anchor. Tell you what, Westholt's got some very, very quality kids up there in the high school level, and they're gonna get some more the way it looks. Shaden Rasby takes the baton with the lead. She doesn't look like tired legs right now.
No. Again, I think the sun not beating down here at the end of the day, a little cloud cover might be beneficial. Westholt making a move, going to move into second on the back stretch.
Nothing hurts too bad when you're winning.
That's right. Westholt making a move.
I think Shaden's just playing with
I
him.
think so too.
I think when push comes to shove, we'll see. But Westholt, I'm not going to count them out. Like I said, they've got a tradition of 400 runners up there.
Looks like Ravenna in third.
Here they come. Ogallala found another gear. 4:07, 4:08. They're going to run another good time. About a 4:13. Coach Fruit, you got some good stuff coming. Keep seeing flashes out there, thinking it's lightning, but I think it's some mom's cameras that have turned the flash on.
I think so too, because I've seen it and looked.
I've seen it out of my corner of my eye down the west end, but I'm pretty sure now that I see it, there's some camera flashes down there. Got just dark enough that we need the flash.
So the winner of our girls mile relay, Ogallala, in a time of 4:13, followed by Westholt. Ravenna in third. Palmyra, the winner of our first heat, ended up fourth, and Cozad in fifth.
Well, Mrs. O'Hare's last lap around the track. She's probably walked about 14 miles today.
Give her a round of applause.
Walking all these athletes down here, so she's still trying to pump everybody up. And I tell you what,
I said there's still a good crowd
there
here.
is a really, really good crowd still here for this last race. I think a lot of track fans just hang around, even if they don't have anybody competing, just to see what happens. True track and field fans.
Yeah, they've got some medals to hand out. They've got athlete of the meet. They've got team champions. So there's still quite a bit left.
As I look at the girls' team scores, it says there are 15 of 16 events scored, and it looks like they are missing that girls' 100-meter hurdle race. So I'm not sure what's gonna take place with that. I mean, if they know the placing, surely they'll be able to.
They know the results, but I'm guessing it takes time for them to go in and just enter that. And these guys in the trailer have done a great job today.
It's been awesome.
They're busy right now with these last couple races, so I'm guessing that will be, as soon as these races are done, something they can adjust to get those team scores right.
Again, as we look at this boys 4x400 meter relay race, the record in this event was set last year by the winning team also from Columbus SCOTUS. They ran a 3:41.01. The top qualifying time is Grand Island Central Catholic, so they will be in lane 4 of heat 2. They come in with a time of 3:49. So something to keep an eye on. Looking at the team scores, the boys team scores, there are 15 of 16 events scored, which means this mile relay here at the end of the meet will be our final event that needs put in. Leading the way right now on the boys' side is West Point Beamer with 36 points, Scotts Bluff with 34 points, Battle Creek with 24, and Fremont with 24. So depending on who and which teams has a mile relay, let's see how the boys' team scores shake up.
Does Scotts Bluff and West Point Beamer, do they both have?
It looks like, as we run through our schools in this first heat of boys 400s, 400-meter relay, 4x4, good grief, been a long day. Lane 1 is Kearney Catholic, Lane 2 Sandy Creek, Lane 3 West Point Beamer, Lane 4 Fremont, Lane 5 Ashland Greenwood, Lane 6 Archbishop Bergen, Lane 7 Aurora, and Lane 8 Norfolk Catholic. So it looks like West Point Beamer and Fremont
I did just hear a little rumble of thunder, Jillian.
We didn't hear it.
We're up in the booth, but I could hear it out the back door. So
well, we're going to get these races
We got
done.
less than 10 minutes to get this done, so let's get it going.
I think we'll do it. Again, these first runners will run their entire race in their lane.
And just looking at the participants, it looks like Scottsbluff's got a team in the second heat. So to win the meet outright, they're going to have to finish 2 places ahead of West Point Beamer.
That's what makes this so exciting is it can come down to the last race.
Absolutely.
Looks like Archbishop Bergen, maybe?
And West Point
Beamer?
Beamer is right there. Beamer is actually ahead, West Point Beamer, with the stagger. So
you don't think those kids are aware of it? Their coaches let them know.
I bet they know.
Little bit of incentive, and that's part of why this race is so great to watch.
Oh, I'm not a little stumble there, almost like he wasn't sure if he needed to cut or not, but he did. He's good. Team in blue making a move.
I think that's Ashland Greenwood. Yep, he's turned on the jets here on this curve.
We're going to have a race. Another team on the outside.
I think that's Fremont.
Fremont making a move. Here they go.
Fremont with the lead, followed by Ashland Greenwood, and then Kearney Catholic. Oh, we did not see that.
I did see it. Little cloud to cloud to the west. Couple little flashes. We're going to be lucky to get this through. Coming to the final exchange here for this first heat. Ashland Greenwood reclaiming the lead. I believe that maybe Kearney Catholic that just took the lead in the yellow.
Yeah, it was. Kearney Catholic, Ashland Greenwood, and Fremont. Again, the winner of this heat, we're going to keep an eye on the time, see where it falls compared to our next heat. Kearney Catholic beginning to pull away here on the last curve. And it almost
but here comes Fremont. Don't count them out.
Yep,
they're coming.
They've kicked it into high gear.
Yeah, he did. He's got chased, but I think they're going to hold him off.
I tell you, the young man from West Point ran a nice leg, too.
We'll see where West Point ends up. Again, kind of keep an eye on the times here.
49.
3:49.48 for Kearney Catholic.
There's the rumbles. Let's get these guys on the track.
The officials are bringing them out.
Get them out
Get
quick
them
and
out.
let's get it going.
Get your blocks set and go. Let's go.
Alrighty, let's get this last heat on the road here.
Hard to believe we're here. Last race of the day.
Well, it's been a fun day. And,
it has been.
And we get through one more race here and cap this thing off. Another great state meet in the books here in Gothenburg. Again, thanks to Jim Clark and all those that had a lot of work to put this on, and
Jim and Mary,
all the volunteers, everybody that had a part in this. Thanks to you guys for
News
being
Channel
up here in the
Nebraska,
booth, News Channel Nebraska, and all of this has been a great day. So
it takes him, a long time to do this, because I remember getting emails from him in December, getting it organized to get things going, and it does take a lot of work to put on a meet of this magnitude.
You could see Jim in the background looking up at the sky real quick
Yep.
on the screen.
Yep.
Just let's get this
Let's
race
get
done.
this
We can
going.
do it. I don't know about the medals. I mean, I hope the kids can get recognized for what they've done
Yep.
today. I see Allie's down there with her arms pointing and
They're
giving directions.
Trying to get kids there quick, and that way
Yep,
we
let's
can
do it. Let's
make this happen.
All right, on the track for our final race of the day, final event of the day. In lane 1, we have North Platte. Lane 2, McCook. Lane 3, Irving. Lane 4, Grand Island Central Catholic. Lane 5, Scotts Bluff. 6 is Ogallala. 7, Fillmore Central. And out in lane 8, Waverly.
A lot of schools you hear at the state meet every year too. So, like I said, tradition.
And it starts here in junior high.
It does.
You know, before it gets up, before you get to high school.
These kids see those high school kids and what they do every year, and they want to emulate. So that's how good programs and tradition is built. So the culture of the 4x4. All right, we're underway. Here we go. Last race. Less than 4 minutes, and we'll all be done.
We just got word, and if you can hear the PA man, Scott Foster, now say we are not going to do medal presentations due to the weather that is just a few miles away, as you can hear the thunder rumble. So the kids out in the middle of the infield will be getting their medals right now. We'll see how many of them hop up there and take a picture real quick.
Yep.
But which is unfortunate, but as we've learned today, there's a little bit of misfortunes that happen. And just
I tell you, the hurdle issue and a couple other things
Yeah,
put us just
a hair
about
behind.
20 minutes behind, and if that hadn't happened, we would have had a perfect day. So
looks like Fillmore Central out in lane 7, maybe?
there's a saying that everybody uses, Jillian, you probably heard it. It is what it is, right?
It is what it is.
And
I've heard those words out of my father's mouth a few times.
You came here to compete. Now you got that chance. Let's finish that and
Yep.
get what you get.
Old Becky O'Hare's down there again, organizing medals. Just a go-getter.
All right.
Again, our second runners can cut in to lane 1. No sense running on the outside lanes when you don't have to.
Well, coming on the halfway point, here comes Ogallala on the outside.
Yep. Looks like Scotts Bluff, maybe.
Ogallala, Scotts Bluff, head-to-head down the stretch.
Maybe a little less wind in their face now.
Yeah, the wind has
Kinda
kind
nice.
of died a little.
Actually, it's kind of cool here with the lights on and a little
Yep.
cloud cover. It
Yep.
feels like a nighttime, like a normal 4x4.
Twilight meet.
Oh, don't give Jim any ideas.
I don't think with a travel that people have to do, that would be a
No.
possibility. So, all right, third leg. Things are tightening up a little bit.
Looks like Scotts Bluff with the lead.
Ogallala second. Two more teams making a run at them.
Scotts Bluff looks like they want that team title.
Yep, as we talked about the team results, before this race started, West Point Beamer had 36 points. Scotts Bluff had 34 points. So we'll see where West Point ends up in this mile
Scotts
relay.
Bluff has opened it up.
Yes, they have. Into the final leg here.
Yeah, unless somebody makes a real serious push here, it looks like Scotts Bluff's going to win not only the 4x4 title, but
Looks like
the
Irving.
team title.
Irving in second place.
Somebody's coming out of
I think that's
Waverly.
Waverly.
I think that's
Phil-
Waverly moving up from the 4 spot.
Maybe Fillmore Central running third. I don't know. Next year, I need to remember to bring binoculars.
Scotts Bluff down the home stretch. They're going to win it.
That's what it's all about.
Yep. That'll be an enjoyable trip home. You can see their teammates on the infield excited. Scotts
3:42, just off the meet record.
Yep, Scotts Bluff with the win.
Well, what a great day of track and field.
Yep, looks
Again,
like West Point Beamer's getting bumped down the list, so Scotts Bluff will
Weather-
end up your team champ.
Weather held off just long enough for us to get everything in, and now everybody gets to try to navigate it on the way home. The crowd is going to disperse quickly, I have a feeling. Well,
fellas, it was an enjoyable day.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you guys being here.
thanks for having us up here.
Hopefully somebody was listening online or on TV.
Well, like I said, based on a few texts we got, I know there were some people.
All those
anyhow.
track junkies.
Yep.
And old coaches and things. So. I mean coaches, not old. Sorry.
Well, the good news is we could have spent 3 days together here in a couple days.
That's right. Looking forward to it. I haven't checked the weather yet, but I think it should be pretty favorable in Omaha. Again, it's not official team scores, but it looks like Scotts Bluff will be your boys' team champion, and we're still waiting on the girls. West Holt is in the lead with 44, so even after the hurdle race gets put in, I believe they will still end up being the champions. So it looks like West Holt is your girls' champions and Scotts Bluff your boys. So two kind of opposite ends of the states being represented for the team titles.
That's what it's all about.
I'll admit I have not paid as much super close attention to an individual MVP. I mean, we had a few names that went across a few times, but I don't know. I've seen a lot of names online, and they all kind of start running together. I don't know how those guys do it for 4 days in Omaha.
Yep. Well, being here and doing this, all these kids are MVPs.
Oh, for sure.
Having that opportunity and what they did today. So.
Sure.
And I think athletic.net would sort that out, too.
Oh, probably. Yeah, you're right.
If there's any big hitters in there.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having us, Jillian. And
yeah, you bet. Thank you guys
that's a wrap.
for your help and for tuning in to the Nebraska Championship Meet here from Gothenburg. And hopefully everybody travels safely home, and we'll be back again next year.
We now join regular programming on News Channel Nebraska.
On your way to the big game or heading home after the win, Speedy Mart is the ultimate team stop.
Stay alive! Stay alive! Stay alive! Stay alive! You're bound to stay alive at Speedy Mart.
Icy cold drinks? Check. Tasty snacks? Double check. Fast fuel and room for the whole crew? You know it.
Be aggressive! And make sure to go to Speedy Mart after the game. Hey, it's me, one of those students on the waiting list for a teammate's mentor. I've heard teammates is so fun and awesome. You get to talk, laugh, play games, and hang out with a positive, caring adult once a week at school. Teammates help students believe in themselves, and 97% of mentees are proud to be a part of it. I'd love to be one of those mentees, but we need more mentors. So if you got an hour a week to be someone a student like me can count on, go to teammates.org today. Join the team. Be a mentor.
It's the final days of the Declaration of Deals sales event at Cornhusker Auto Center. Celebrate independence by grabbing an amazing deal, like a low $4.99 per month lease for returning lessees on new Ram 1500 Bighorns, or purchase and get $10,000 off MSRP, backed by our 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Or returning lessees can lease a new Wrangler Sport for only $299 per month, or purchase and get $3,500 off MSRP. Liberate yourself from high payments. Hurry into Cornhusker Auto Center in Norfolk today.
Visit Wayne State College and you're likely to hear,
I got this.
from students pursuing their careers in nursing.
I got this.
Or in our business and industrial technology programs.
I got this.
Or in NCAA athletics.
You got this.
And especially at graduation.
I got this.
With 130 programs of study, manageable costs, and automatic scholarships for all first-time freshmen, you'll be saying,
I'm so doing this.
Get started at ExploreWayneStateCollege.com.
When the dirt work needs done, the trees need cleared, and the acres need drained, there's one name that comes to mind: Detlefson Construction. With modern equipment, proven technology, and a crew that's been doing this work most of their lives, they don't mess around. It's not a hobby. It's getting down to business and getting it done. Call 402-256-3629 in Laurel. Detlefson Construction is the real deal.
Did you know trees do more than just stand there looking pretty? You can read a book in their shade, nap under their branches, or proudly say, "I picked that one." A well-placed tree can even boost your home's value by up to 11%. At Midwest Tree Services in Hardington, Jerry and the crew grow and move trees of all kinds. Call today and bring some leafy love to your landscape.
Swing on up the road to Jerry's Hilltop and Catering, where there's always a seat waiting just for you. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and don't miss their Wednesday lunch buffet. It's a local favorite. Traveling through? Treat yourself to homemade pie, ice cream, and so many sweet choices. At Jerry's, the staff feels like family. They keep the table set for you and have party rooms and catering for any occasion. Jerry's Hilltop. Come hungry, leave happy. North of Norfolk on Highway 81.
Hi, this is Linda from Linda's Angel Crossing in Morgan Square, Yankton. It is the perfect time to refresh your wardrobe and feel good with new styles. At Linda's Angel Crossing, you'll find beautiful clothing that makes you feel confident, comfortable, and ready for brighter days ahead. And don't forget, I also have adorable outfits for the little ones, including christening pieces you'll treasure. Stop in soon and find something that feels just right. Linda's Angel Crossing, Morgan Square, Yankton.
Did you know trees do more than just stand there looking pretty? You can read a book in their shade, nap under their branches, or proudly say, "I picked that one." A well-placed tree can even boost your home's value by up to 11%. At Midwest Tree Services in Hardington, Jerry and the crew grow and move trees of all kinds. Call today and bring some leafy love to your landscape.
Swing on up the road to Jerry's Hilltop and Catering, where there's always a seat waiting just for you. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and don't miss their Wednesday lunch buffet. It's a local favorite. Traveling through? Treat yourself to homemade pie, ice cream, and so many sweet choices. At Jerry's, the staff feels like family. They keep the table set for you and have party rooms and catering for any occasion. Jerry's Hilltop. Come hungry, leave happy. North of Norfolk on Highway 81.
Congratulations, Emerson Hubbard seniors. You've put in the time, faced challenges, and earned this achievement. As you step into what's next, stay determined, keep growing, and don't be afraid to take on new opportunities along the way. Congratulations, Lee graduates. This moment reflects years of effort, growth, and commitment. As you move forward, stay motivated, work hard, and remember that every step you take brings you closer to your future goals. Congratulations to this year's seniors. You've reached an exciting milestone and have so much ahead of you. Stay focused, continue building on what you've learned, and approach every new opportunity with confidence and determination.
this is Linda from Linda's Angel Crossing in Morgan Square, Yankton. It is the perfect time to refresh your wardrobe and feel good with new styles. At Linda's Angel Crossing, you'll find beautiful clothing that makes you feel confident, comfortable, and ready for brighter days ahead. And don't forget, I also have adorable outfits for the little ones, including christening pieces you'll treasure. Stop in soon and find something that feels just right. Linda's Angel Crossing, Morgan Square, Yankton.
Visit Wayne State College and you're likely to hear
I got this.
from students pursuing their careers in nursing
I got this.
or in our business and industrial technology programs
I got this.
or in NCAA athletics
You got this.
and especially at graduation.
I got this.
With 130 programs of study, manageable costs, and automatic scholarships for all first-time freshmen, you'll be saying,
I'm so doing this.
get started at ExploreWayneStateCollege.com.
Did you know trees do more than just stand there looking pretty? You can read a book in their shade, nap under their branches, or proudly say, I picked that one. A well-placed tree can even boost your home's value by up to 11%. At Midwest Tree Services in Hardington, Jerry and the crew grow and move trees of all kinds. Call today and bring some leafy love to your landscape.
Swing on up the road to Jerry's Hilltop and Catering, where there's always a seat waiting just for you. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and don't miss their Wednesday lunch buffet. It's a local favorite. Traveling through? Treat yourself to homemade pie, ice cream, and so many sweet choices. At Jerry's, the staff feels like family. They keep the table set for you and have party rooms and catering for any occasion. Jerry's Hilltop. Come hungry, leave happy. North of Norfolk on Highway 81.
Hi, this is Linda from Linda's Angel Crossing in Morgan Square, Yankton. It is the perfect time to refresh your wardrobe and feel good with new styles. At Linda's Angel Crossing, you'll find beautiful clothing that makes you feel confident, comfortable, and ready for brighter days ahead. And don't forget, I also have adorable outfits for the little